themselves heard. This was risky, since punishment was normally sure, but certainly peasants, and probably even lords and government, would calculate the dose of violence offered. In the invasions of 1947 it was the inexperienced communities who stayed and were massacred when the soldiers came. Huaysacancha, with centuries of experience of alternating litigation and direct action, evacuated the occupied ground quietly when the troops came, and temporarily made the best of what law could achieve. Confrontation could thus be quite non-revolutionary. It is an error to think of every incident of peasant challenge by force as a rising or insurrection. But it could also, because of the very nakedness of the political relation of force which it implied, lend itself to revolution. For what if it looked as though the definitive end of the rule of the gentry was at hand? At this point we are on the border between the territories of hard political assessment and apocalyptic hope. Few peasants would hope that their own region or village alone could achieve permanent liberation. They knew too much about it. But if the entire kingdom, indeed the entire world, was changing? The vast movement of the Trienio Bolchevista in Spain, 1918-20, was due to the double impact of the news of the successive collapse of empires, the Russian, followed by the Central European ones, and of an actual peasant revolution. And yet the further the centers of decision were from the known and understood local power structure, the hazier the line between actual judgment, hope and myth, in both the colloquial and the Sorlean sense. The signs by means of which men foretold the coming of the millennium were, in one sense, empirical, like those by which they foretold the weather, but in another they were expressions of their feeling. Who could tell whether there was really a new law or a rider carrying the Tsar's manifesto in letters of gold giving the land to the tillers, or whether there simply ought to be? One might push the hypothesis a stage further and suppose that, conversely, the disappointment of hope within a concretely accessible situation would be less lasting than that of global or apocalyptic hopes. When the troops came and expelled the community from the lands it occupied, it would not be demoralized, but wait for the next suitable moment for action. But when the expected revolution failed, it would take much more to restore the peasants' morale. 1973. Notes in the original essay have been omitted from the version that appears in this volume. 17. Peasants and rural migrants in politics. For the economic and social historian and the student of contemporary politics, the crucial dates in the history of Latin America do not occur in the first quarter of the 19th century, when most of the continent won independence from Spain or Portugal, for this did not substantially alter their economic and social structure. They occur in the late 19th century, when these countries entered the world economy in their now familiar roles as mass exporters of certain primary products, whose balances of payment depended in the main on such exports. This phase lasted until 1930, when the simple, hitherto expanding export monocultures collapsed and the societies based on them fell into crisis, though the basic orientation remained. In the middle of the 1930s all but three Latin American states, Mexico, Peru, Paraguay, relied for more than 50% of their exports on one, or at most two, of the following commodities: coffee, bananas, sugar, cotton, meat, cereals, wool, copper, tin, and oil. 8 relied on coffee and bananas, 2 more on coffee and sugar or cotton. Before the last decades of the 19th century a great part of the rural area of Latin America was not seriously orientated towards the world market, or often towards any but the purely local market. Another part relied on older and declining staples, like sugar in northeast Brazil, or on temporary boom products. Large areas which we now associate with the characteristic products of their countries, such as the Cuban provinces of Orient and Camagüey, had a quite different economic complexion. By modern standards most regions of Latin America were not even colonial or semi-colonial economies, but simply underdeveloped areas. The rise of the export economy was bound to have the most far-reaching effects on the society and politics of the continent. However, so long as it took the form of a headlong, though fluctuating, expansion into apparently unlimited North American and European markets, the full extent of these effects was not widely realized, for they were largely absorbed and assimilated by the existing social and political systems of the Latin American republics, dominated by the traditional controllers of their politics, the owners of large estates and the vested interests of administration and the export-import trade of the capitals and ports. In the urban and non-agricultural sectors change was indeed visible, especially in the southern part of South America, Argentina, Chile, Uruguay, South Brazil, where economic development was most rapid. In Central and South Mexico the effects for the new agrarian economy were already strong enough to create a revolutionary situation, for in these regions the new market-orientated hacienda was not merely an adaptation of an older pre-existent latifundist economy, but expanded at the direct expense of a dense Indian population living in autonomous village communities. But, by and large, change remained below the political and social surface. What precipitated it was the 1929 depression, i.e. the sudden and almost total collapse of the world markets on which Latin America had relied. The immediate effect was to produce a continent-wide crisis in the finances of governments, and consequent political crises. In 1930 regimes toppled, peacefully or by military coup, in Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, Colombia, the Dominican Republic, and shortly afterwards in Cuba. However, this short-term crisis would have been of little but local interest had it not indicated a more profound and long-term change in the affairs of the continent. It is true that neither the basis of so many Latin American economies, export monoculture, nor that of so much Latin American social structure and politics, the oligarchies based on large estates, import, export trade and government, were fundamentally altered as yet. But neither did they return to the old dispensation. The economy of massive primary exports and free capital and commodity imports no longer functioned automatically, the one had to be buttressed by manipulating the other, and behind the temporary walls of restriction and control new economic and political interests, notably those of Latin American industrialists essentially supplying the native market, grew up. But, above all, the masses of ordinary Latin Americans began to enter, and in due course to dominate, the politics of their countries. 2. The great bulk of these new entrants were countrymen, since in 1930 the city population formed only a modest minority in all countries except Argentina, Chile, Uruguay, and Cuba. Those who took the most obvious part in politics were henceforth the millions who flooded into the cities, and especially into the handful of giant cities. They came overwhelmingly from the country, and remained, at least for a time, displaced peasants. The political changes in the rural areas were, and have in general remained, less striking than those in the cities. However, these are the main focus of this paper. The economic structure of the Latin American countryside was one of export agriculture or subsistence farming, though the fantastic expansion of the cities from the 1930s added an increasingly important sector supplying the rapidly growing domestic urban market. Broadly speaking, we can say that it was dominated by the two phenomena of the transfer of land from subsistence or extensive light use to market production, and the increasingly precipitous flight of manpower from the land. The social or legal structure was overwhelmingly one of large estates, sometimes with the attendant minifundist peasantry, or of a coexistence of large estates with independent village communities, as in areas of solid Indian settlement. The thinly populated frontier regions, mainly on the fringes of the Amazon basin, into which a growing population began to filter were no exception to this, for insofar as they were not beyond the range of all administration or even knowledge, they too were normally owned or claimed by some form of latifundist. The transfer to a cash crop economy put an inevitable strain on this latifundist structure, whether it took the form of the transformation of the old extensive latifundio into an hacienda capitalista, to use the convenient distinction of Colombian agrarian reformers, or plantation, development through various forms of tenant farmers or sharecroppers, the substitution of urban or foreign entrepreneurs for the old hacendados, or some other pattern. The change from an older to a newer staple product, or the diversification of production, had equally disruptive effects. The subsistence sector was less affected by such changes, but in its turn suffered the increasing pressure of a rapidly growing population on fixed, and deteriorating, land, or indeed often on land diminished by the encroachments of the estates. The political structure of the Latin American countryside was, except for revolutionary Mexico, that of formal or informal power exercised by local families of estate owners, sometimes in rivalry with others of their kind, each at the apex of a local pyramid of power and patronage, controlling, or seeking to control against local rivals, both the local parts of government administration and the local influence in national government. There was no government power in the countryside except by the agreement of such magnates and patrons. Insofar as political parties existed, they were merely labels tied onto local families and their clienteles, whose votes, if they had any, went, like their armed support and their loyalty in general, to their patron or lord. So far as the mass of the peasantry was concerned, there was no such thing as national politics, but only local politics which might or might not have national labels attached to the local persons of power. This structure has persisted to a considerable extent, partly because of the persistence of its social base, partly because of the separation of town and country which is so characteristic of underdeveloped regions and which both excluded many countrymen from the political process as conceived in the city and made the politics that came from the city appear incomprehensible, irrelevant or unacceptable. To take an example, in Brazil, and in several other countries, illiterates are excluded from the vote, i.e. in a region like the Brazilian Northeast a minimum of 75% of adults as late American Samoa 1950. The traditional parties hesitated to interfere between the politically influential fazendeiros, landowners, and their people, so that for practical purposes nobody other than the extreme left asked the peasants for their opinions, and the Constitution provided little scope for hearing their answers. This does not imply that the rural masses were uninterested in politics, or unprepared under certain circumstances to oppose the political status quo. However, their traditional movements often took forms incomprehensible to the urban politician, as in the messianic movements which found a fertile soil in the Brazilian Northeast and parts of the South between 1890 and the 1930s, all the more so as these sometimes claimed to be monarchist. They were political, of course, even in the narrowly accepted sense of the word. The famous prophet Padre Cicero of Juazeiro became the virtual boss of the state of Ceará from 1914 to his death in 1934, and as a man of influence, received the same consideration from the federal government as any other grandee. Yet the movements which stood behind men of his kind, and were able to give them the equivalent of patronage and influence, were themselves unable either to enter official politics or to change its character. Urban-based movements which did sometimes attempt to reach the peasant normally failed, or had only localized success, like the labor and socialist movements of European pattern. Why this was so is not altogether clear. The anarchists, whose capacity to mobilize rural masses is proved in Europe, appear to have had negligible success in their propagandist activities, except among the equivalent of urban and industrial workers, such as the Bolivian miners. The communists, lacking serious strength everywhere except in Chile, Cuba, and Brazil, undoubtedly established pockets of agrarian strength here and there, as in parts of Cuba, or one or two places in Colombia, but remained essentially an urban or industrial workers' movement with a few attached intellectuals. The socialists, negligible except among immigrant European communities, seem hardly even to have tried. It may be that the cultural gap between city and countryside was too wide, or that the left failed to find the slogans which would move the peasants, or to formulate them in an acceptable way. It is certain that the left only slowly learned to search for the specific language accessible to peasants, and the specific forms of demand likely to mobilize them, and probably did not do so systematically until the 1950s. There are evidently exceptions to this generalization. The peasant-based revolutions of Bolivia, 1952, and Cuba, 1959, are the most obvious ones. The first is less of an exception than it seems, For the Bolivian Revolution was made essentially by a combination of dissident officers, urban intellectuals, and one of the rare powerful industrial labor movements, the miners' union, and the peasant movement as a whole emerged after its victory. There was, however, a significant local movement in the valley of Cochabamba, among a rather less traditional and isolated peasantry, under Marxist influence and led by José Rojas, a local peasant who had seen something of the world. The decisive step in the mobilization of the peasants lay rather with the non-peasant revolutionaries who, correctly, decided that agrarian reform and the granting of rights to the Indians were the indispensable conditions for maintaining a new regime. The Cuban Revolution was much more obviously peasant-based, at least in its guerrilla phase, though curiously enough the movement found its center not so much in the areas already partly mobilized in earlier communist agitations, but in the Sierra Maestra, where it was brought by the urban guerrillas. Two less successful examples of peasant mobilization may also be mentioned, Peru and Colombia. There is little doubt that APRA's mass basis, especially in the northern departments of Peru which are its stronghold, reflects some success in appealing to rural strata, especially in the agriculturally proletarianized zone of sugar and cotton production. To what extent it does, cannot be said with certainty, for APRA's past successes at elections are irrelevant, the literacy qualification excluded from the vote the bulk of the Indian peasants, whose spokesman APRA claimed to be. Nevertheless, and though both the structure and ethos of APRA in its days of glory were much more those of an urban or labor movement than a peasant movement, we may allow it a modest degree of peasant political mobilization in its time. The case of Colombia is more interesting, because there is nothing modest about the peasant mobilizations which, between 1948 and 1963, may have put a peak total of some 30,000 armed guerrillas and bandits, almost exclusively peasants, into the field, and which cost the lives of a number of Colombians estimated, upon the most conservative calculations, in 6 figures. It was the greatest of all Latin American agrarian movements outside the Mexican Revolution. Broadly speaking, we may therefore say that, until the present 1967, the growing dissatisfaction and unrest of the Latin American peasantry has not found an expression commensurate with its importance, except perhaps in the headlong avalanche of rural migrants who have voted against the status quo with their feet by moving into the city slums. Nevertheless, and especially since the middle 1950s, signs of agrarian unrest and agrarian political mobilization have been multiplying, and it may be useful to survey them briefly. With the possible exception of Colombia, none of them has been organized by the traditional parties of the continent, which is not surprising, or to any extent by the populist movements which became so characteristic of the continent in the early 1950s. Leadership and inspiration have come largely from the Marxist left, communist, socialist, Maoist, Trotskyist, Castroite, or whatever the label, and this may account for its comparative localization. 4 types of peasant have proved most susceptible to such agitation. The first, and least typical, consists of independent peasant pioneers seeking to evade the advances of the market economy and the growing encroachments of lord and state by pushing into the unsettled and unknown frontier regions surrounding the Amazon basin. Communist nuclei of this sort are known to exist in inland Brazil, Goiás and Mato Grosso, and in the Amazonian regions of Colombia, Meta, Caqueta. Land is not normally a problem for such men, for there is plenty of it. Freedom is what drives them inland, freedom that they associate with the only ideology that comes to them with the message that peasants are men with rights. In numerical terms this frontier communism is negligible. The second type, numerically far more important, consists of peasant, i.e. normally Indian, communities claiming, or rather reclaiming, their communal lands since the late 1950s, and often doing so by direct occupation. Such occupations of common lands are of importance in the Indian parts of Chile, in the Andean region in general, and especially in Peru, where they reached large and national proportions in 1961-3. Here again the object of the peasantry is to return as far as possible to the traditional subsistence agriculture of the community, though population growth and the deterioration of lands are likely to make this impossible even after the recovery of alienated common lands. However, it would be a mistake to regard such movements as simple traditionalism sailing under the red flag for want of any other. The mere fact of collective and positive peasant action is proof of political self-discovery and the desire for change. It is a revolutionary act of peasants, especially Indians, to behave as if such terms as right, freedom, and justice applied to them just as to other men, even when it is a question of something as obvious as the legal right to specific pieces of land alienated within living memory by trickery or force. Moreover, there is evidence that this political self-discovery is also a burning desire for a share in modernity, which finds expression in the passionate and universal drive for education and enlightenment. Almost the first thing any peasant community does when it can is to build a school. This has been very striking in Bolivia since the Revolution of 1952. The third type of restless peasantry is even more interesting. It consists of the most dynamic, modern-minded, and market-orientated elements, one might almost say the future kulaks of Latin America. The peasant movements of the eastern slopes of the Peruvian Andes, which include the most militant and successful of the communist agitations, that of La Convención, are very good examples of this. They consist of Indian farmers who have individually migrated into hitherto unexploited territories now being rapidly opened up to cash crop agriculture, coffee, tea, etc. The movement of La Convención is essentially based on the agitation of a limited number of prosperous colonists, arrendators, for tenant rights against the latifundists, which at the peak of the agitation passed naturally into the demand for the expropriation of the hacendados. These arrendators are men who received insecure tenancies on vast estates for labor rents, so many days' work on the lord's domain, which they in turn subcontracted to alegados, who in fact performed most of the labor service. It is fairly evident from areas where such colonization does not occur on land already parceled out among latifundists, that it is likely to produce a stratified peasant society without a special tendency towards collective political radicalism, at least at present. What gives rise to an agrarian revolutionary movement is the oppressive rigidity of the latifundist straitjacket in which the new farmers find themselves constrained. There remains a mass of less readily classifiable peasant occupiers and tenants in conflict with the latifundist system which dominates them and the unpredictable hazards of the new or the changing market economy. It is neither possible nor necessary to analyze all the complexities of Latin American agrarian problems here, but a few general observations may be made. The first is that the actually landless group, the rural proletariat, is normally among the least politically dynamic or readily organizable agrarian groups, except perhaps in regions of advanced plantation labor, by the quasi-urban methods of trade unionism. It is the peasant, and not necessarily the peasant with insufficient land, who provides the most immediately explosive element. Second, mere minifundism or poverty is not sufficient to produce agrarian agitation. It is normally the juxtaposition of the peasant and the hacienda, especially the hacienda with changing economic functions and structure, e.g. shifting from extensive to intensive exploitation, or from direct plantation to exploitation by tenants or sharecroppers, which produces the politically inflammable mixture. Thus in Colombia, the department of Boyacá, where small and medium holdings predominate, has remained politically conservative, whereas the department of Valle del Cauca, where large and small properties coexist, has been notably more rebellious. Third, it is the increasing involvement in a monetary and market economy which, whatever its form, produces particular tensions found neither in the traditional subsistence economy nor in old established and unchanging market economies. All this provides an ample basis for the political awakening, or even the revolutionizing, of the Latin American countryside, and Mexican experience shows that the mere fact of past land reform is no bar to it, so long as the process of economic development in the countryside continues. It is delayed by the political and cultural lag of the country behind the city, its inaccessibility, and the usual inability of peasants to take more than local or traditional initiatives without outside leadership. Possibly in areas of mass emigration, the lowering of economic pressure and the loss of the most dynamic peasant cadres may also maintain the social temperature below boiling point. On the other hand, the increasing absorption of the rural zones into national politics tends to work in the opposite direction. 3. Whatever the effect of rural emigration on the countryside, it is as nothing to its effect on the cities, which have been flooded, indeed drowned, by an influx of peasants without parallel in the demographic history of the world. The growth of the principal Latin American cities is unprecedented and extraordinary. Between 1940 and 1960, São Paulo, for example, grew from 1.8 million to 4 million, Mexico City from 1.5 million to 4.5 million, Lima from 500,000 to 1.7 million. And so is the general rate of urbanization. Around 1960, Argentina, Chile, Uruguay, Cuba, and Venezuela already had an urban majority, and so possibly had Mexico. By 1970, on present trends, they will have been joined by Colombia, Peru, and even Brazil. Inevitably, such an influx was bound to destroy the older social and political structure of the cities. The process of dilution and structural change can be illustrated by the example of São Paulo. Foreign-born workers, a majority until the Second World War, fell to about 10% of the labor force within 25 years. Their place was taken partly by the city-born, i.e. largely their own children, but mainly by internal immigrants, especially in the less skilled occupations. It will be evident that this influx was likely not only to burst the bounds of any already existing labor movements but also to destroy much of the unity of background and style of the smaller and older proletariat. And this is indeed so. In São Paulo, as in Buenos Aires, the older unions were swamped by new government-sponsored and sometimes government-controlled bodies, while the traditional socialism, anarchism, or communism of the early proletariat retreated into the higher ranks of skill or to the fringes of industry. It may be, but there are no studies on this difficult subject, that the same process of dilution or depoliticization affected also the unorganized activities of the laboring poor, such as riots. At all events, it is remarkable how few riots, even food riots, there have been in the great Latin American cities during a period when the mass of their impoverished and economically marginal inhabitants multiplied, and inflation as often as not was uncontrolled. Thus the last great riot of the unaided poor in Bogotá, student-initiated riots are another matter, occurred in 1948, since when the population of the city, and it is fair to say the body of misery it contains, has risen from less than 650,000, 1951, to over 1 million, 1964. Or rather, there is unrest and violence. What is missing, unless the direction comes from students, from old nuclei of left-wing leadership, as in Niterói, opposite Rio de Janeiro, or from governments above, is the old-fashioned city mob with the knowledge born of experience of what are the strategic and politically vital points of the city, where riot will have the maximum effect. It need hardly be added that the rural influx also, and most directly, affects the pattern of political parties and votes. It may be argued that the characteristic populist leaders and parties of the 1940s and 1950s, whatever their claim to national and rural interest, represented primarily movements based on the urban poor, and hence increasingly on the new internal immigrants. This is particularly clear in the case of Argentina, where Perón deliberately made himself the spokesman of the new internal immigrants, the Cabecitas Negras, against the European and cityfied natives of Buenos Aires. The political attitudes of the immigrants are naturally dictated by their poverty, the insecurity, the appalling living conditions, and the hatred of the rich of a gigantic and constantly expanding proletariat and subproletariat. Yet this is a population with no prior commitment, or even potential commitment, to any version of urban or national politics, or indeed any beliefs which could form the basis of such politics. Unlike most 19th-century transatlantic migrants, they lack even a potential nationalism, for they are not foreigners. Unlike the East and South European migrants of the early 20th century, they lack a native tradition of socialist/anarchist or labor movements which could hold them together in the strange land. What they do possess, the habits and reactions of rural kinship and communal life, doubtless help them to make themselves a little more comfortable in the big city by settling in groups from the same village or province, by transferring peasant mutual aid to the building of slum shacks or modest houses, and in other ways, but it does not, as it were, reach up far enough socially to be a political guide. They understand personal leadership and patronage alone. It alone provides a link between the political worlds of the hinterland and the city. Untouched by any other traditions, such as the anti-caudalista ones of liberalism or socialism, the new immigrants look naturally for the powerful champion, the savior, the father of his people. The politicians, with or without parties or movements, who have succeeded in gaining the support of the urban masses vary widely in their personalities or political attitudes. They might be old-fashioned oligarchs or generals, who gained a reputation for helping the people by lavish patronage, or the provision of work, or the right kind of building, or who were merely lucky enough to coincide with a period of exceptional prosperity. In Lima, General Adria has gained the largest body of support in the barriadas, shanty towns, against the competition of Opera, Acción Popular and the various Marxists. Vargas and Perón were old-fashioned political officers or oligarchic bosses who transferred to a deliberately populist program. Batista in Cuba, whose early populism tends to be forgotten because of his later tyranny, was that somewhat rarer phenomenon, an actual man of the people, a sergeant, not an officer. All these, however, were leaders who established themselves by their action as rulers, past or present, i.e. by performance and not promise. This is also true of the revolutionary father figures like Paz Estenssoro in Bolivia or the much greater Cardenas in Mexico, whose reputation rested on their actual achievements. Governing is clearly by far the easiest way to become a populist leader in Latin America. Cases of leaders who made their way from opposition to power for the first time by the support of the urban masses are much rarer, and not only because of the comparative rarity of governments coming to power by the votes of the masses or by their insurrections. Jorge Eliezer Gaitan of Colombia is the clearest example, though in fact his crucial step to the power that would have been his if he had not been assassinated was to capture the leadership of the Liberal Party, which implied the presidency. This is rather easier to do with a strong but minor following than the capture of national office directly. The rise of Jânio Quadros in Brazil appears to be an even clearer case, for he owed nothing to any pre-existing machine, but since he rose not simply as a champion of the poor, but also, at least in São Paulo, as the standard-bearer of clean government in the interests of the rich and the middle classes, he was not quite the political barefooted boy that he seemed. Equally rare is the politically most mature form of populism, the combination of a leader with a strong and permanent movement or organization once again preceding power. Examples may be sought, with varying degrees of lack of success, in the Aprista types of party, in the Chilean Frente de Acción Popular, FRAP, perhaps in the new Christian Democratic parties, but not, curiously enough, in the communist parties, whose relative lack of success may well be partly due to their systematic refusal to accept this pattern of popular politics. Their leaders, throughout Latin America, have normally been functionaries or intellectuals, and the one obvious example to the contrary, Luis Carlos Prestes, proves the rule convincingly. For this gifted man, who spontaneously moved into the role of a Latin American revolutionary people's champion through his career as an insurrectionary officer and the myth-producing adventures of the Prestes column which traversed the hinterland in the 1920s, did his best, as soon as he actually became a communist, to conform to the stereotype of the party secretary as then established in the Communist International. He nevertheless retained a substantial charisma for the limited area of the working class movement. We may therefore conclude in general that the experience of populism reflects the relative passivity and lack of initiative of the urban masses, much more readily mobilized by an existing and sympathetic power from above, or by a former holder of power seeking to regain it, than capable of carrying a man or movement to the top. The only clear case to the contrary is that of Colombia, where Gaitan's assassination was followed by a formidable and entirely spontaneous rising of the Bogotá poor. but the situation which developed in Colombia between 1934 and 1948 was so clearly one of potential, and not merely urban, social revolution from below that normal criteria hardly apply to it. The immaturity of the masses is also clearly reflected in the instability of the movements which grew up around many of the populist leaders, whose essential relationship with their followers was that of the orator facing the people on the plaza. Examples of solid and permanent popular movements are not unknown. Opera is one. Yet the most striking example of a populist movement which survived the disappearance of its leader is Peronism, and this because it transformed itself into a typical labor movement organized by and based on the Peron-sponsored trade unions. However, the industrial development which could provide the base for such a transfer is rare in Latin America. A further factor diminishes the explosiveness of the rural immigration in the city, the obvious superiority of city life, even in the most purulent favela or barriada, to the countryside. This is not merely a matter of statistical fact. Nowhere is the gap between the average income and consumption of city dwellers and countrymen wider than in Latin America. According to ECLA, the UN Economic Commission for Latin America, 1964, average incomes in Caracas, for instance, are 10 times as high as in rural areas, a by no means unusual figure. Nor is this advantage merely that of the industrial or regularly employed workers, in the strict sense of the word, who tend to form an aristocracy among the poor which is not without its bearing on the political attitudes of their labor movements, socialist or otherwise. It affects the bulk of the migrants. Of the immigrants into Buenos Aires, 1/5 say that they have sometimes regretted their decision to migrate, but 2/3 are satisfied with it. Nevertheless, the poverty, overcrowding, insecurity, social disorganization, and the other troubles of city life are such that the vast and inchoate masses who keep pouring into them cannot but remain a potentially explosive force. The governments which operate from the presidential palaces in the midst of these growing rings of misery and hate do not look out upon them with any sense of comfort. There have been few urban insurrections of late, but the events in the city of Santo Domingo in May 1965 prove that the urban masses may have lost nothing of their potential power. We can now summarize this discussion of the impact of the rural and ex-rural masses on the politics of Latin America. At first sight it has been comparatively slight, though in the cities it has produced a new electorate and new clientele for political leaders and movements, often of the populist kind, which has transformed the official political scene in many of the republics. One might go so far as to suggest that, while in the early stages of the post-1930 social changes, say from 1930 to 1950, it may have produced a radicalization of Latin American politics, reflected in various successful and abortive revolutions and changes of regime. In the later stages it may well have led to an apparent lowering of the social temperature. That lowering is only apparent. The explosive potential of the countryside may be diminishing, because of its rapid relative depopulation, but not its possibilities as a base for guerrilla action. The explosive potential of the cities would be diminishing only if the industrialization of the republics were capable of providing employment at the rate of migration, or if alternative employment became available. Neither is so far the case. The countries of Latin America are, socially speaking, a broad-based, rapidly tapering pyramid, exceptionally poor at the bottom, exceptionally rich at the top, and not very much in between. It is improbable that this situation provides the foundation for stable social and political systems. It is more than probable that the comparative lull in the mass politics of Latin America, a lull which even the Cuban Revolution did little to disturb, will prove temporary. When it ends, the observer may fervently hope that it will produce some sort of a solution, and not one of those relapses into anarchy which have been by no means unknown in Latin American history, and of which Colombia since 1948 provides so tragic an example. 1967. Notes in the original essay have been omitted from the version that appears in this volume. 4. Revolutions and Revolutionaries. 18. The Mexican Revolution. The revolution that began in Mexico in 1910 attracted little foreign attention outside the United States, partly because diplomatically Central America was Washington's exclusive backyard. Poor Mexico, its overthrown dictator had exclaimed, so far from God, so near to the USA, and because initially the implications of the revolution were entirely unclear. There seemed no immediately evident distinction between this and the 114 other violent changes of government in 19th-century Latin America which still form the largest class of events commonly known as revolutions. 1 Moreover, by the time the Mexican Revolution had emerged as a major social upheaval, the first of its kind in a third-world peasant country, it was to be overshadowed by events in Russia. And yet the Mexican Revolution is significant, because it was directly born of the contradictions within the world of empire, and because it was the first of the great revolutions in the colonial and dependent world in which the laboring masses played a major part. For while anti-imperialist and what would later be called colonial liberation movements were indeed developing within the old and new colonial empires of the metropoles, as yet they did not seem seriously to threaten imperial rule. Where global imperialism was at its most immediately vulnerable was in the gray zone of informal rather than formal empire, or what would after the Second World War be called neocolonialism. Mexico was certainly a country both economically and politically dependent on its great neighbor, but technically it was an independent sovereign state with its own institutions and political decisions. It was a state like Persia rather than a colony like India. Moreover, economic imperialism was not unacceptable to its native ruling classes, inasmuch as it was a potential modernizing force. For throughout Latin America the landowners, merchants, entrepreneurs, and intellectuals who constituted the local ruling classes and elites dreamed only of achieving that progress which would give their countries, which they knew to be backward, feeble, unrespected and on the margins of the Western civilization of which they saw themselves an integral part, the chance to fulfill their historic destiny. Progress meant Britain, France and, increasingly clearly, the USA. The ruling classes of Mexico, especially in the north where the influence of the neighboring US economy was strong, had no objection to integrating themselves into the world market and therefore into the world of progress and science, even when despising the ungentlemanly boorishness of gringo businessmen and politicians. In fact, after the revolution it was to be the Sonora Gang, chieftains of the economically most advanced agrarian middle class of that most northern of Mexico's states, who emerged as the decisive political group in the country. Contrariwise, the great obstacle to modernization was the vast mass of the rural population, immobile and unmovable, wholly or partly Indian or black, plunged into ignorance, tradition, and superstition. There were moments when the rulers and intellectuals of Latin America, like those of Japan, despaired of their people. Under the influence of the universal racism of the bourgeois world they dreamed of a biological transformation of their populations which would make them amenable to progress, by the mass immigration of people of European stock in Brazil and in the southern cone of South America, by mass interbreeding with whites in Japan. The Mexican rulers were not particularly attracted to the mass immigration of whites, who were only too likely to be North Americans, and their fight for independence against Spain had already sought legitimation in an appeal to an independent and largely fictitious pre-Hispanic past identified with the Aztecs. Mexican modernization therefore left biological dreaming to others and concentrated directly on profit, science, and progress as mediated by foreign investment and the philosophy of Auguste Comte. The group of so-called cientificos devoted itself single-mindedly to these objects. Its uncontested chief and the political boss since the 1870s, i.e. for the entire period since the great forward surge of the world imperialist economy, was President Porfirio Diaz. And, indeed, the economic development of Mexico under his presidency had been impressive, not to mention the wealth which some Mexicans derived from it, especially those who were in a position to play off rival groups of European entrepreneurs, such as the British oil and constructional tycoon Wheatman Pearson, against each other and against the steadily more dominant North Americans. Then, as now, the stability of regimes between the Rio Grande and Panama was jeopardized by the loss of goodwill in Washington, which was militantly imperialist and took the view that Mexico is no longer anything but a dependency of the American economy. 2 Diaz's attempts to keep his country independent by playing off European against North American capital made him extremely unpopular north of the border. The country was rather too big for military intervention, which the USA practiced with enthusiasm at this time in smaller states of Central America, but by 1910 Washington was not in a mood to discourage well-wishers, like Standard Oil, irritated by British influence in what was already one of the major oil-producing countries, who might wish to assist Diaz's overthrow. There is no doubt that Mexican revolutionaries benefited greatly from a friendly northern border, and Diaz was all the more vulnerable because, after winning power as a military leader, he had allowed the army to atrophy, since he understandably supposed that army coups were a greater danger than popular insurrections. It was his bad luck that he found himself faced by a major armed popular revolution which his army, unlike most Latin American forces, was quite unable to crush. That he found himself faced with the revolution was due precisely to the striking economic developments over which he had presided so successfully. The regime had favored business-minded estate owners, hacendados, all the more so since the global boom and substantial railway development turned formerly inaccessible stretches of land into potential treasure chests. The free village communities mainly in the center and south of the country which had been preserved under Spanish royal law, and probably reinforced in the first generations of independence, were systematically stripped of their lands for a generation. They were to be the core of the agrarian revolution which found a leader and spokesman in Emiliano Zapata. As it happened, two of the areas where agrarian unrest was most intense and readily mobilized, the states of Morelos and Guerrero, were within easy riding distance of the capital, and therefore in a position to influence national affairs. The second area of unrest was in the north, rapidly transformed, especially after the defeat of the Apache Indians in 1885, from an Indian frontier into an economically dynamic border region living in a sort of dependent symbiosis with the neighboring areas of the USA. It contained plenty of potential malcontents, from former communities of Indian fighting frontiersmen, now deprived of their land, Yaqui Indians resentful of their defeat, the new and growing middle class, and the considerable number of footloose and self-confident men often owning their guns and horses, who could be found in empty ranching and mining country. Pancho Villa, bandit, rustler, and eventually revolutionary general, was typical of these. There were also groups of powerful and wealthy estate owners such as the Maderos, perhaps the richest family in Mexico, who competed for control of their states with the central government or its allies among the local hacendados. Many of these potentially dissident groups were in fact beneficiaries of the Porfirian era of massive foreign investments and economic growth. What turned them into dissidents, or rather what turned a commonplace political struggle over the re-election or possible retirement of President Diaz into a revolution, was probably the growing integration of the Mexican economy into the world, or rather the U.S. economy. As it happened, the American economic slump of 1907-08 had disastrous effects on Mexico, directly in the collapse of Mexico's own markets and the financial squeeze on Mexican enterprise, indirectly in the flood of penniless Mexican laborers returning home after losing their jobs in the USA. Modern and ancient crisis coincided, cyclical slump and ruined harvests with food prices soaring beyond the range of the poor. It was in these circumstances that an electoral campaign turned into an earthquake. Diaz, having mistakenly allowed public campaigning by the opposition, easily won the elections against the chief challenger, Francisco Madero, but the defeated candidate's routine insurrection turned, to everyone's surprise, into a social and political upheaval in the northern borderlands and the rebellious peasant center which could no longer be controlled. Diaz fell. Madero took over, soon to be assassinated. The USA looked for but failed to find among the rival generals and politicians someone who was both sufficiently pliable or corrupt and able to establish a stable regime. Zapata redistributed land to his peasant followers in the south, Villa expropriated haciendas in the north when it suited him to pay his revolutionary army, and claimed, as a man sprung from the poor, to be looking after his own. By 1914 nobody had the faintest idea what was going to happen in Mexico, but there could be no doubt whatever that the country was convulsed by a social revolution. The shape of post-revolutionary Mexico was not to become clear until the end of the 1930s. 1987. 19. The Cuban Revolution and its aftermath. After 1945, for both the opponents of revolution and the revolutionaries, the primary form of revolutionary struggle in the Third World seemed to be guerrilla warfare. A chronology of major guerrilla wars compiled in the middle 1970s listed 32 since the end of the Second World War. All but 3, the Greek Civil War of the late 40s, the Cyprus struggle against Britain in the 1950s and Ulster 1969, were outside Europe and North America. 1. The list could have been easily prolonged. In the third quarter of the 20th century all eyes were on the guerrillas. Their tactics, moreover, were strongly propagated by ideologues on the radical left, critical of Soviet policy. Mao Zedong, after his split with the USSR, and, after 1959, Fidel Castro, or rather his comrade, the handsome and peripatetic Che Guevara, 1928–67, inspired these activists. The 1950s were full of Third World guerrilla struggles, practically all in those colonial countries in which, for one reason or another, the former colonial powers or local settlers resisted peaceful decolonization: Malaya, Kenya, the Mau Mau movement, and Cyprus in the dissolving British Empire, the much more serious wars in Algeria and Vietnam in the dissolving French Empire. Oddly, it was a relatively small movement, untypical but successful, which put the guerrilla strategy on the world's front pages, the revolution that took over the Caribbean island of Cuba on January 1, 1959. Fidel Castro was a not uncharacteristic figure in Latin American politics, a strong and charismatic young man of good landowning family, whose politics were hazy, but who was determined to demonstrate personal bravery and to be a hero of whatever cause of freedom against tyranny presented itself at a suitable moment. Even his slogans, "Fatherland or Death," originally "Victory or Death," and "We shall be victorious," belong to an older era of liberation, admirable but lacking in precision. After an obscure period among the pistol-packing gangs of Havana University student politics, he chose rebellion against the government of General Fulgencio Batista, a familiar and tortuous figure in Cuban politics since his debut in an army coup in 1933 as the then Sergeant Batista, who had taken power again in 1952 and abrogated the constitution. Fidel's approach was activist: an attack on an army barracks in 1953, jail, exile, and the invasion of Cuba by a guerrilla force which, on its second attempt, established itself in the mountains of the remotest province. The ill-prepared gamble paid off. In purely military terms the challenge was modest. Che Guevara, the Argentinian doctor and highly gifted guerrilla leader, set out to conquer the rest of Cuba with 148 men, rising to 300 by the time he had virtually done so. Fidel's own guerrillas only captured their first town of 1,000 inhabitants in December 1958. The most that he demonstrated by 1958, though that was much, was that an irregular force could control a large liberated territory and defend it against an offensive by an admittedly demoralized army. Fidel won because the Batista regime was fragile, lacking all real support, except that motivated by convenience and self-interest, and led by a man grown lazy by long corruption. It collapsed as soon as the opposition of all political classes from the democratic bourgeoisie to the communists united against him, and the dictator's own agents, soldiers, policemen, and torturers concluded that his time had run out. Fidel proved that it had run out, and, naturally enough, his forces inherited the government. A bad regime which few supported had been overthrown. The victory of the rebel army was genuinely felt by most Cubans as a moment of liberation and infinite promise, embodied in its young commander. Probably no leader in the short 20th century, an era full of charismatic figures on balconies and before microphones, idolized by the masses, had fewer skeptical or hostile listeners than this large, bearded, unpunctual man in crinkled battle dress who spoke for hours at a time, sharing his rather unsystematic thoughts with the attentive and unquestioning multitudes, including me. For once revolution was experienced as a collective honeymoon. Where would it lead? It had to be somewhere better. Latin American rebels in the 1950s inevitably found themselves drawing not only on the rhetoric of their historic liberators, from Bolívar to Cuba's own José Martí, but on the anti-imperialist and social revolutionary tradition of the post-1917 left. Though radical, neither Fidel nor any of his comrades were communists nor, with two exceptions, even claimed to have Marxist sympathies of any kind. In fact, the Cuban Communist Party, the only such mass party in Latin America apart from the Chilean one, was notably unsympathetic until parts of it joined him rather late in his campaign. Relations between them were distinctly frosty. The U.S. diplomats and policy advisors constantly debated whether the movement was or was not pro-communist. If it were, the CIA, which had already overthrown a reforming government in Guatemala in 1954, knew what to do, but clearly concluded that it was not. However, everything was moving the Fidelist movement in the direction of communism, from the general social revolutionary ideology of those likely to undertake armed guerrilla insurrections to the passionate anti-communism of the USA in the decade of Senator McCarthy, which automatically inclined the anti-imperialist Latin rebels to look more kindly on Marx. The global Cold War did the rest. If the new regime antagonized the USA, which it was almost certain to do, if only by threatening American investments, it could rely on the almost guaranteed sympathy and support of the USA's great antagonist. Moreover, Fidel's form of government by informal monologues before the millions, was not a way to run even a small country or a revolution for any length of time. Even populism needs organization. The Communist Party was the only body on the revolutionary side which could provide him with it. The two needed one another and converged. However, by March 1960, well before Fidel had discovered that Cuba was to be socialist and he himself was a communist, though very much in his own manner, the USA had decided to treat him as such, and the CIA was authorized to arrange for his overthrow. In 1961 they tried by an invasion of exiles at the Bay of Pigs, and failed. A communist Cuba survived 70 miles from Key West, isolated by the U.S. blockade and increasingly dependent on the USSR. No revolution could have been better designed to appeal to the left of the Western Hemisphere and the developed countries, at the end of a decade of global conservatism, or to give the guerrilla strategy better publicity. The Cuban Revolution had everything: romance, heroism in the mountains, ex-student leaders with the selfless generosity of their youth, the eldest were barely past 30, a jubilant people, in a tropical tourist paradise pulsing with rumba rhythms. What is more, it could be hailed by all left revolutionaries. In fact, it was more likely to be hailed by the critics of Moscow, long dissatisfied with the Soviets' priority for peaceful coexistence between it and capitalism. Fidel's example inspired the militant intellectuals everywhere in Latin America, a continent of ready trigger fingers and a taste for unselfish bravery, especially in heroic postures. After a while Cuba came to encourage continental insurrection, urged on by Guevara, the champion of pan-Latin American revolution and the creation of many Vietnams. A suitable ideology was provided by a brilliant young French leftist, Regis Debray, who systematized the idea that, in a continent ripe for revolution, all that was needed was the import of small groups of armed militants into suitable mountains to form focos, for mass liberation struggle. 3. All over Latin America enthusiastic groups of young men launched themselves into uniformly doomed guerrilla struggles under the banner of Fidel, or Trotsky, or Mao Zedong. Except in Central America and Colombia, where there was an old base for peasant support for armed irregulars, most such enterprises collapsed almost immediately, leaving behind the corpses of the famous Che Guevara himself in Bolivia, the equally handsome and charismatic priest rebel Father Camilo Torres in Colombia, and the unknown. It was a spectacularly misconceived strategy, all the more so because, given the right conditions, effective and lasting guerrilla movements in many of these countries were possible, as the official communist, FARC, Armed Forces of the Colombian Revolution, has proved in Colombia since 1964, and the Maoist, Shining Path movement, Sendero Luminoso, proved in Peru in the 1980s. 1994. 20. A hard man, Che Guevara. Che Guevara has become a political legend more rapidly than any other revolutionary of our generation, with the possible exception of Patrice Lumumba, and almost certainly more spontaneously than anyone else. This was evident within a few days of his death. Such an unusually speedy apotheosis will no doubt give historians and sociologists plenty to think and research about, but whatever the reasons for it, one thing is already clear: the myth of Che has only limited points of contact with the reality. Everyone agrees that he was brave, handsome, relatively young, an intellectual and revolutionary who sacrificed his life for the liberation of the oppressed. However, beyond this point opinions diverge. The image which appears to predominate among the politically conscious young is that of Che as the exemplary rebel, rejecting both bourgeois convention, old-fashioned communist doctrine and bureaucracy, abandoning routine for the guerrilla life, ministerial office for the jungle bivouac. Long hair and beard have even allowed the hippies to claim him, surrounding him with their Art Nouveau fretwork and colored lights. One might call this the image of Che as the hero of the post-Stalinist revolutionaries and dissidents, if this new left were not a conglomerate of so many entirely distinct ideological elements. Certainly Che appeals to all its components, but perhaps with special force to that romantic, libertarian, avant-garde sector which seems to form so large a part of this movement of middle-class youth. The Guevara image is indeed largely romantic, not to say Byronic. Camerai is the Missolonghi of the 1960s. That is why it is wrong. Che was indeed a revolutionary, but his points of reference were not Byron, the students of Berkeley or even Bolivar, but Lenin. We cannot yet trace the course of his conversion to, or convergence with, Bolshevism. The word is intended to label a political approach which is at the opposite pole from the libertarian. In spite of the Marxist influences he may have absorbed in the Argentine university or, more probably, in the Trotskyist milieu of his first marriage, he did not claim to have been much of a Marxist when he joined Fidel's expedition, nor is it likely that anyone deeply involved in any communist organization, orthodox or heterodox, would at that time have thrown himself with quite such a spontaneous and somewhat lyrical resolve into what looked like a very half-baked adventure. However, he seems to have been somewhat more of a Marxist than most of his comrades, perhaps because of his Guatemalan contacts and experiences, and he certainly emerged from the Sierra Maestra convinced and clear, and developed his knowledge of Marxist literature in the reading circles which he attended so diligently as Minister of Industry. His convergence with Bolshevism is all the more striking, since he was plainly not impressed by the various communist organizations with whom he had come in contact, and of whose revolutionary potential he had a low opinion. Perhaps the likeliest explanation is that it was the logic of being a systematic revolutionary which led to similar conclusions in Latin America as in Tsarist Russia or China. The convergence was both a matter of strategy, here he found himself closer to Mao than to Lenin, and of what can best be described as style. The classic style of Bolshevism was systematically anti-romantic and anti-rhetorical, or rather, it buried the great feeling of love which Che considered to be the major motivation of the intellectual revolutionary, beneath the cool brain and the ability to take painful decisions without moving a muscle of the effective militant. Its ideal was the mobile professional revolutionary, changing countries more often than shoes as Brecht put it, for whom revolution was a vocational skill, the readiness to give his life part of his qualifications, and the point about fighting not the exaltation of heroism, but practical efficiency at the job. A frightened man simply has no business with guerrillas. The reminiscences Che Guevara, reminiscences of the Cuban Revolutionary War waste no time on the problem of fear. Conversely it was, as he implies, a weakness of the heroic Camilo Cienfuegos that he did not measure danger. It was a game for him, he played with it, handled it like a toreador the bull, his character killed him. The reminiscences say nothing about his own suicidal bravery, a concession to unreconstructed Latin American human nature, but he regrets that he never became sufficiently meticulous in the care of his arms. Bolshevism was a hard style, and Guevara made himself into a hard man. Rebellion was useless without discipline, organization, and leadership, the cadre of the revolutionary vanguard useless unless both efficient and prepared to recognize no limits to his duty, and no material rewards for his actions. The reminiscences are primarily a set of variations on the theme that enthusiasm is not enough, and that guerrillas cannot subsist without discipline, the penalty for infraction being death, practical knowledge of the job and voluntary puritanism, though they are also an admission that these conflicted with the motives which actually brought most fighters into the rebel army. Revolution was thus a full-time vocation, incompatible, except at rare moments of leisure, with the graces of life. Guevara the young Baudelarian made himself into a Puritan, and narrowed his interests as an intellectual down to the requirements of the struggle. Perhaps excessively and demonstratively so, just because he was an intellectual, and one with both a first-rate brain and, when he would let himself go, a style of powerful, controlled emotion. He could write the prose of a classical poet. Yet his rare and lapidary opinions about culture and the arts show not the slightest sympathy for that identification of avant-garde art and avant-garde politics which sustains so many young rebel intellectuals, or for liberty as an alternative to socialist realism, about which he was naturally contemptuous. At most he was prepared to admit that the relapse into the decadentism of the 20th century is not an excessively serious error, but we must overcome it, on pain of opening the gate wide to revisionism. To sum the matter up briefly, in the eternal debate which divides the revolutionary left into orthodox and antinomian, Calvinist and Anabaptist, Jacobin and Sansculotte, Marxist and Bakuninite, Che was firmly on the side of the first and against the second. This is to some extent obscured, not only by the prevailing atmosphere of the movement of young rebels and dissidents who have chosen him as one of their symbols and which is largely antinomian and libertarian, but also by the specific strategy and tactic of revolution by volunteer guerrilla action with which his name is chiefly associated. Yet this also reinforces the parallel with Bolshevism. It is no doubt true that a strong dose of voluntarism is characteristic of the libertarian tradition, anxious to unshackle the individual from the fetters of historic or other predetermination. But it is also characteristic of Jacobin-style revolutionaries, who stress the role of initiative, organization, leadership, and strategic sense against the action-paralyzing certainties of historic inevitability, especially when, as before 1914 and today, historic inevitability does not seem to predict the imminent collapse of the enemy. Che was as firm a believer in historical materialism as Lenin, but Lenin was also criticized as one who favored armed coups by volunteer elites. It would be unnecessary to stress this affiliation of Che to the classical as opposed to the romantic school of revolution, if he had not been adopted as a symbol by the romantics. It is misleading to put an unusually and quite uncharacteristically rhetorical peroration by him on the dust cover of Reminiscences. The general tone of his writing, and talk, was a hard-headed, systematical, even pedagogic, clarity, which made good prose because of an admirable economy combined with the fortunate absence of jargon. The Reminiscences are unhappily not the best introduction to his works. They are not history, but a personal record of events, designed to encourage others to put down their experiences before memory faded and the available raw material for history was dissipated. Hence they lack the close and systematic reasoning which is the strength of his more fully worked out writings. These modest and fragmentary memoirs have been padded out by the publisher with a number of pieces of a different kind, more or less connected with the experience of the Cuban guerrilla struggle, all undated, and not always reliably translated. It is improbable that Che would have wished to publish a book which gave an account of the Cuban guerrilla so imperfect as to be actually misleading, but this is what has now appeared. It is regrettable that the editors of this collection did not establish some sort of perspective, either in an introduction or by reprinting one of Che's own synthetic articles, for example, the admirable notes for the study of the ideology of the Cuban Revolution. However, imperfect as this book is, it does provide some clues to the puzzle why so able, clear-minded, practical, and unsuicidal a revolutionary should have ended the way he did. The reminiscences reveal an unusually easy situation for the Cuban rebels of the late 1950s, a system on the verge of collapse, and ready to accept any effective alternative government. For technical reasons best discussed in Guevara's guerrilla warfare, the cities with their much stronger organizations could not overthrow rulers who retained command of army and police. On the other hand, it is clear that the few hundred guerrillas by themselves, for example, the two columns of 80 and 140 men who undertook the expedition to Las Villas, could not provide a decisive military threat to a stable regime. They provided a decisive political threat as soon as they had established themselves as the nucleus of an alternative government, with which everyone else hastened to come to terms before it was too late. Fidel quite rightly refused to negotiate terms, and left no option but capitulation, but the old state was ready to collapse into his arms, all the more so as, wrongly, he was not recognized as a social revolutionary. Under these circumstances, the strategic and tactical choice of the revolutionaries could be narrowed down to that between urban insurrection and guerrilla war, negotiation and intransigence, and the objective of the guerrillas to establish themselves as potential winners, and to demonstrate that no other form of opposition, armed or peaceful, could so establish itself. It did not follow that in different and more complex political conditions, even leaving aside the determination of the United States not to allow itself to be caught again, a guerrilla force of this type would be equally successful, though it did follow that many of the lessons of Fidel's movement were generally applicable. It did not even follow that the Cuban guerrilla pattern was the only one. It is, for instance, as Regis Debray has recognized, quite different from the Vietnamese. To give an example, it is at least arguable that in a country like Bolivia, where a guerrilla force may be essential for the achievement of a second revolution, its role is still likely to be subordinate to other foci of insurrection, and consequently that the insistence on equating guerrilla and political high command is mistaken there. And, as Guevara himself observed, the only thing history will not admit is that the analysts and executors of the policy of the proletariat make mistakes. Fortunately, this posthumous achievement may be to prove his own statement wrong. It is true that the gambit theory of revolution, by which the planned sacrifice of a Pierce or Connolly is what makes possible the liberation of Ireland, is generally an ex post facto rationalization of defeat. Nevertheless, it is not always and altogether wrong, though there is no sign in Guevara's writings that he ever subscribed to it. Guevara dead remains a political force, though of a different and lesser kind than Guevara alive. He remains both an inspiring image and model, and a revolutionary fighter and thinker whose words and actions are worth serious study, which ought to mean, even for those most in sympathy with his cause, critical study. Unfortunately, in the aftermath of his death, there is a risk that the image will obscure the reality. It would be a pity if this happened. April 1968. 21. Guerrillas in Latin America. Latin American guerrilla warfare in the 1960s and the theories associated with the names of Regis Debray and Che Guevara is a vexed question. The subject is obscure and confused, and a few notes on it may be useful. They are formulated in a rather apodictic manner for the sake of brevity. One might call them, 12 common errors about guerrilla warfare in Latin, or more exactly South America, for I know too little about the Central American scene to discuss it profitably. 1. That the Latin American peasantry is passive. There is quite a lot of evidence to the contrary, though this does not imply that the poor agricultural population is or was uniformly and everywhere equally activist. Geographically, there is a tradition of endemic peasant rebellion in certain Mexican areas and in a large part of the region of dense Indian settlement in the Andes, notably Peru. Apart from exceptional episodes like the rising of Tupac Amaru in the late 18th century, most of these rebellions and insurrections are virtually unknown, but this reflects on the historiography of the Andean lands and not on their peasants. The most recent example of generalized, but decentralized, peasant activism in Peru is the early 1960s. However, it is probably true that certain types of peasantry are unusually prone to rebellion, e.g., as Eric Wolf rightly holds, the traditionalist middle peasant, neither sufficiently involved in the new capitalist market economy as a kulak nor too poor, weak, oppressed and socially disorganized. Permanent landless wage or plantation laborers are the basis for rural trade unions rather than peasant rebellion. Traditional communal organizations threatened from outside tend to be potentially rather activist. So do individual frontier colonists and squatters. Mobile, active, and above all armed and combative cattlemen, bandit types, etc. are of course far from passive, though ideologically rather indeterminate. All these cases are to be found in Latin America in large numbers. 2. That the guerrilla movement of Fidel Castro was an exceptional phenomenon. It was exceptional insofar as it, a. succeeded and, b. inaugurated a social revolution. But qua guerrilla movement it was one of a long line of such movements in Latin American history and, quantitatively, one of the more modest. Even if we leave aside the wild horsemen who have frequently infused local wars and revolutions with a demotic component, and social banditry, the foot-slogging cangaceiros of northeast Brazil were classified as a peasant guerrilla by the Communist International. There are still plenty of such movements. Many of them are obscure and forgotten, others have impinged directly on modern revolutionary or world politics, e.g. the systematic guerrilla warfare of the Mexicans in the 1860s, which defeated the French, the Zapatistas of the Mexican Revolution, the Press column in Brazil in the middle 1920s. Guerrilla war did not begin in the Sierra Maestra. 3. That Fidel Castro's guerrilla movement is a general model for Latin American revolution in general or guerrilla warfare in particular. Its success was and remains an inspiration for revolutionaries, but its conditions were peculiar and not readily repeatable, a. because Cuba is in many respects unlike most other parts of Latin America, b. because the internal and international situation which, in the late 1950s, permitted a very heroic and intelligent, but rather small and ill-prepared, guerrilla force to overthrow the Batista regime is not likely to be duplicated, more especially because, c. chiefly as a consequence of Fidel's victory, the forces which are now mobilized against Latin American guerrillas are immeasurably more effective, determined, and backed by the USA than was believed necessary before 1959. 4. That the 1960s saw a major outburst of guerrilla warfare in Latin America. In 1960 there was, leaving aside some possibly surviving Peronist guerrillas in Argentina and the special case of the armed peasants and miners' militias in Bolivia, one major example of armed action by rural revolutionaries, the mainly CP-led zones of armed self-defense in various parts of Colombia, often misnamed independent republics. The 1960s saw the development of two other movements, a significant, but rather marginal one in Venezuela, which never looked like being a politically decisive force, and a much more formidable one in Guatemala, which would almost certainly have won, if the certainty of all-out U.S. hostility had not prevented the sort of general jumping off the fence which so helped Fidel Castro. These three movements are still in existence. The Colombian one, now joined by a Fidelist force, the ELN, and a Maoist one, the EPL, now operates a more classical guerrilla. The Venezuelan, abandoned first by the local CP, more recently, to judge by its leader Douglas Bravo's recent complaints, also by the Cubans, is now very much more restricted. The Guatemalan one is in existence, but its prospects are obscure. Broadly speaking, the situation today is comparable to what it was in 1960. Various other attempts to set up guerrilla operations, as in Peru and Bolivia, not to mention a few other areas, never really got off the ground. 5. That this relative failure indicates a lack of revolutionary potential in Latin America. This view is becoming more popular as the result of the evident failure of the Cuban Revolution to be successfully followed up elsewhere. There is little warrant for it. Apart from the cases already mentioned under, 4, above, the 1960s saw, among others, the largest peasant mobilization of probably the past 150 years in Peru, 1960-3, a classical and entirely successful urban popular insurrection in Santo Domingo, stopped only by massive direct U.S. intervention, an extremely interesting, though in the end unsuccessful populist left process of radicalization in Brazil, 1960-4, stopped by a military coup, urban insurrections in Argentina, 1969, and a good many other phenomena not usually associated with social and political stability. What is at issue is not the existence of revolutionary social forces on this continent, but the exact form in which they find practical expression, their means of success or that of the alternative policies designed to dissipate them or to satisfy the needs which give rise to them. 6. That the failure of the guerrilla attempts indicates the impracticability of such operations in Latin America today. The survival in Colombia of effective armed peasant action over a period of, by now, anything up to 20 years, demonstrates that this is not so. The truth is that the politically motivated dismissal of the CP-led Colombian guerrillas by Regis Debray, who now admits that he had no first-hand acquaintance with them, one has created an unduly gloomy impression of guerrilla chances. Conversely, several of the guerrilla attempts which fitted better into the Debray thesis, notably the Peruvian ones of 1965 and Che Guevara's own Bolivian adventure, were doomed before they were started by sheer amateurism, e.g. ignorance of local Indian languages or local conditions, by strategic and tactical obsolescence, e.g. the failure to be aware of the new possibilities and forces of counterinsurgency, by a noble but ill-advised impatience but above all by fundamental political error. They assumed that because several of the objective conditions for revolution were present, therefore pure voluntarism, the decision of a few outsiders to start it would be decisive. Consequently small, in some cases numerically quite insufficient, groups remained isolated and fell relatively easy victims to their enemies. When a guerrilla lacks the social and political fish in the water basis which makes it into a guerrilla, it is after all no more than an ill-equipped, under-strength, and probably under-trained ranger unit without reserves and reinforcements. It can still succeed in very exceptional cases, but probably only if conditions over which it has no control at all are unusually favorable. But the Foucault theory of guerrilla war assumed, a. that these conditions could be influenced to a greater extent than is probable and, b. that a remote chance is reasonable odds. It is not. The Sierra Maestra does not justify the numerous other attempts to duplicate it, any more than Garibaldi's invasion of Sicily in 1860, which was successful, legitimized the various, uniformly unsuccessful and demoralizing, attempts at similar adventures organized by Mazzini in the 1850s. And the critique made by loyal Mazzinians in 1858 is equally applicable to Debray and Guevara. In our opinion it is seriously wrong, to impose action by a few on the inert and unprepared will of the many, whenever it suits you, to believe that a rebellion, which is easy to organize, can be rapidly turned into a large-scale insurrection, to import insurrection from without, before it has been properly prepared from within, to make immediate plans only for getting into action, while leaving the success of the action to look after itself. 2. 7. That armed self-defense is incompatible with guerrilla war. Armed self-defense is a tactic peculiar to situations of endemic civil war, as in Colombia after 1948, to post-revolutionary situations, as in Bolivia after 1952, and to regions where state power is intermittent or remote, and has no monopoly of arms, as in many South American frontier regions. It consists in effect in the setting up of armed militias, normally combined with a fair degree of local autonomy, by communities or political movements in particular areas, almost always to defend themselves against incursions from outside, but possibly also to intervene in national affairs. The critique of this tactic, which is made most strongly in Debray's Revolution in the Revolution, holds that it was used for purely defensive purposes, which is correct, and that it was militarily ineffective, which is mistaken. The annihilation campaign which the Colombian army waged in 1964-5 against the main armed self-defense zones, we now have a splendid account of it from the guerrilla side. 3, transformed it into ordinary guerrilla warfare, but did not eliminate it. At the present moment, or at least at the end of 1969, armed guerrillas under the same leadership were active in the same regions, including the very area in which the armed self-defense units of Mark Talia had first awaited contact with government troops in 1964. The critique of its, originally, purely defensive character confuses several things. It may be defensive, a. because the movements organizing it are uninterested in revolution, as many leftists thought the unorthodox CPS were, b. because the general situation in the country is not revolutionary, as the orthodox CPS themselves claimed, or, c. because the peasants, unless and until attacked, are unwilling to launch themselves into guerrilla warfare or insurrection, or do not understand the need for it. The characteristic armed self-defense area is one where the peasant, or as in Bolivia, the miners, movement has already achieved substantial local successes without civil war, which it is concerned to safeguard. The political problem is therefore real, and all who have actually organized such successful, local or regional, peasant movements, whether Orthodox CP as in Colombia, or Trotskyist, as Hugo Blanco in La Convención, Peru, agree that in such circumstances defensive armed organization, which may pass into guerrilla warfare in response to outside attack, is the most practicable next step. Without it guerrilla war lacks an adequate basis. In Peru, Luis de la Puente discovered this to his cost when he chose purely mechanically, to quote Héctor Béjar, to establish his main guerrilla base in La Convención and was left to fight and die in isolation. The major and legitimate critique of armed self-defense is that any grassroots peasant movement tends to have purely local perspectives, and must therefore be subordinated to a national strategy and embodied in a national guerrilla force with wider horizons. A revolutionary guerrilla must be more than the sum of its local components. But if it cannot rest content with building on the few ready-made local bases of armed action, it cannot sweep them aside either. What the masses are prepared to understand and do is a crucial consideration for any serious revolutionary, and especially what they are prepared to do in the places where they are already armed, self-confident and ready for action, and from which almost certainly a substantial proportion of the later fighters and leaders of the national guerrilla will be drawn. 8. That modern counterinsurgency and U.S. intervention have made effective guerrilla war impossible in Latin America. Except for the Dominican Republic, there has so far been no direct intervention by the U.S. armed forces in the 1960s, though a good deal of direct and indirect support, finance, equipment, training, advisors, etc., for the local Latin American state, or more rarely for freelance, forces which have conducted the anti-guerrilla struggles. What would happen if the U.S. intervened is therefore a hypothetical question, though Vietnam provides at least one possible answer. We must therefore leave it aside. On the other hand, modern counterinsurgency techniques have been tried with considerable effect. They have made the task of guerrillas much more difficult even in the most favorable political conditions, through innovations of both technological and strategic tactical character. The helicopter is an obvious example of the first. The strategy of systematic encirclement and the separation of guerrillas from their supply and political base, e.g. by the forced removal of the peasants to concentration camps, strategic hamlets, etc., is an obvious example of the second. By such means the major advantages of the guerrillas, mobility, invisibility, the merging into the local population, etc., have been to a great extent offset. The object of effective counterinsurgency has thus been to isolate the guerrillas within a surrounded, preferably empty, space and then to reverse the traditional procedure by systematically tracking and harrying them with their specially trained and equipped counter-guerrillas, rangers, etc., until their units are broken up or cornered, when modern technology can bring up overwhelming reinforcements immediately against them. It is evident that some of the guerrillas of the 1960s played directly into the hands of such a strategy, e.g. in Peru, where de la Puente not merely concentrated all his men and supplies on a remote and supposedly impregnable mountain massif, but actually advertised his intention to use it as his permanent base. It is also probable that the Foucault theory of guerrilla war, which envisages guerrilla units which are almost by definition a group of imported foreigners without a firm initial base among the local peasantry, suits counterinsurgency very well. It is also certain that even the best prepared Latin American guerrillas were initially surprised by the new techniques and made serious mistakes, as the Colombian ones admit. Nevertheless, the Colombian guerrillas have succeeded in maintaining their activity, in spite of their initial errors, in spite of the severe handicap of having to arrange for the evacuation, dispersion, and resettlement of a civilian population, in spite of the strength and long anti-irregular experience of the Colombian army, and in spite of the deep political divisions in the countryside, which, after 1.5 decades of civil war, provided far more potential local allies for the army than the solid anti-white Indian masses of the Peruvian Andes. They have succeeded not merely by tactical and technical adjustments, but above all by a profound understanding of the political base of guerrilla war. Counterinsurgency makes this more rather than less crucial. To take two obvious points. By making the actual life of the guerrilla physically more taxing, it puts a premium on the ability to recruit peasants who can stand it more easily than imported intellectuals or even urban workers. All Latin American guerrillas which have maintained themselves have been predominantly composed of peasants, the Colombian FARC, IECP, almost entirely, a Colombian ELN unit about which we have information to over 90% or Bravos FALN units in Venezuela to 75% CENT5 again. The extreme hazards to which the general peasant population is now exposed make it more crucial than ever to maintain links with them and, so far as possible, to protect them. Debray's view that in its action and military organization the guerrilla is independent of the civilian population, and therefore it is not called upon to undertake the direct defense of the peasant population 6 is a recipe for suicide. It contrasts sharply with the Colombian experience and practice, which insists not only on the fundamental importance of maintaining a civilian organization, but on the most elaborate methods for safeguarding peasant supporters. This applies both to intelligence and operations. Thus it is, by Colombian experience, crucial to identify and screen all outsiders in a region, especially those recently arrived, e.g. muleteers, traders and hawkers, small shopkeepers, traveling salesmen, healers and dentists, school teachers and other public officials, beggars, prostitutes or other foreign women, etc. It is essential to have an apparatus of counter-propaganda to offset the promises of the counter-insurgent army or even the immediate tactics of friendship, free rides for children on helicopters and the like. It is essential to educate the people in a party spirit in order to avoid the irresponsible or accidental behavior which might aid the enemy. Even known supporters must never be exposed as such, i.e. they must always be instructed to give the army the right information about which way the guerrillas went, show them the correct amount of money they paid for supplies. The test is in practice. Both the Bolivian and the Peruvian guerrillas were liquidated in a matter of months, with little difficulty. The 1964-5 campaign against Marktalia, Colombia, conducted by 16,000 troops, lasted 533 days and led to the setting up of a national guerrilla force, the FARC, which remains active, as we have seen, in the same region in which the peasant militia were established before 1964. 9. That Latin American revolution depends essentially on rural guerrillas. A rather simple-minded form of Maoism assumes that the countries concerned are overwhelmingly composed of countrymen. In Latin America this is now true only of a few small republics, and the rate of urbanization will soon make even the last major peasant countries, e.g. Brazil, predominantly urban. It is therefore clear that a strategy based on the village surrounding and then capturing the town is unrealistic. Serious guerrillas, such as Douglas Bravo in Venezuela, have no doubt that revolution to be successful must combine rural guerrilla and urban insurrection, not to mention dissident sections of the armed forces. Rural guerrillas have the advantage of operating in a social and sometimes geographical milieu which favors them, but the disadvantage that they may operate among what are minority groups of the population and, perhaps more seriously, in areas remote from the places where the actual decisions about the political future of the state are taken, e.g. in the capital and other great cities, or even in areas remote from the center of gravity of the economy. No revolutionaries who fail to develop a program or a perspective for capturing the capital cities are to be taken very seriously, especially in Latin America, where regimes have been used to losing political, or even military, control of outlying provinces for quite long periods without being seriously affected. Indeed, it is probable that but for U.S. hysteria about Fidel, the Colombian government would have been in no hurry to annihilate the armed self-defense zones, which posed no major political problem at the time. 10. That urban guerrillas can replace either rural guerrillas or urban insurrection. Urban guerrilla actions, or what can be plausibly called by such a name, have been in some ways as widely used in the 1960s as rural guerrillas, e.g. in Venezuela, Guatemala, Brazil, and Uruguay. For reasons discussed in Guevara's book on guerrilla war, La Guerra de Guerrillas, Havana, 1960, they are not comparable to rural guerrillas in military or political potential, and must be regarded as essentially preparatory or ancillary methods of revolutionary struggle. Nobody seriously argues otherwise. In Brazil they are regarded by their champions as a preliminary to the establishment of rural guerrillas, though also as a valuable agitational and propagandist medium. In Uruguay, whose population is overwhelmingly urban, the Tupamaros, most formidable of urban guerrillas on this continent, appear to see their function as one of sharpening the atmosphere of social and political tension rather than as the actual transfer of power, but it is difficult to judge. The urban equivalent of rural guerrilla war is the insurrection, a potentially decisive weapon, at least in the capital, but one with, as it were, a single shot at a time and an unconscionably and unpredictably long period of reloading. In the provinces it is less decisive, as demonstrated in the summer of 1969 in Argentina, where the failure of Buenos Aires to follow Córdoba, Rosario, etc. saved the regime. In the 1960s there has been one successful urban insurrection, in Santo Domingo in 1965, which was spontaneous, like most successful movements of this sort which do not take place when the question of state power has already been virtually decided, and one major unsuccessful organized attempt, in Venezuela in the early 1960s, in conjunction with both urban and rural guerrillas. It is improbable that at present many Latin Americans will underrate urban guerrilla action, or indeed the urban sector, but it is useful to distinguish between such actions which have a direct political purpose and those which arise from operational necessity, e.g. the very fashionable expropriations of banks, etc. which supply urban guerrillas with the means of maintaining themselves. Though good for the morale of the guerrillas, they may not necessarily gain public support. It is also wise to remember a crucial political characteristic of such urban action in non-insurrectionary periods. While the rural guerrilla rests on the connivance of sections of the rural population, the urban guerrilla relies on the anonymity of the big city, i.e. the possibility of acting without the connivance of the people. 11. That there is any single recipe for Latin American revolution. Reacting perhaps against the alleged passivity of local communist parties, and certainly against mechanically applied international slogans about the peaceful road to socialism, many of the Latin American left adopted the opposite view that only armed insurrection in the form of guerrilla war was called for. This view, which neglected all the complexities of the situation, was never in fact fully applied in practice, except in ideological polemics. The use of armed action is of course accepted by everyone on a continent where even ordinary government changes have commonly been achieved by arms. Few of even the most orthodox and moderate CPS have excluded it. Some, as in Venezuela, Guatemala, or Colombia, have temporarily or permanently maintained guerrilla forces. As an example, the Venezuelan left never overlooked the possibility of active support from dissident elements in the armed forces, and even the notably unrealistic Peruvian left was sometimes wise enough not to antagonize the army a priori by attacking, e.g. barracks. Revolution in Latin America is likely to be a combined operation, either in a situation of internal political crisis within the established regime or, more rarely, of such permanent institutional instability that such a crisis can be precipitated. It is likely to combine social forces, peasants, workers, the marginal urban poor, students, sectors of the middle strata, institutional and political forces, e.g. dissidents in the armed forces and the church, geographical forces, e.g. regional interests in what are normally very divided and heterogeneous republics, etc. Unfortunately, the most effective cement of such combinations, the struggle against the foreigner, or more especially the foreign ruler, is rarely applicable except in the small Central American states, where the USA is in the habit of intervening directly, but with potentially overwhelming forces, and perhaps, alas, by local nationalisms directed against Latin American neighbors. Latin America has been economically colonial, but its republics have been politically sovereign states for a very long time. Unfortunately, also the Marxist left, never a major political force outside a relatively few countries, is probably today too weak and divided in most republics to provide either an effective national framework of action or a politically decisive force of leadership. Indeed, the net effect of the 1960s has been, for a variety of reasons, to weaken and fragment it more than ever, and to make its unification or even common action extremely difficult. This does not exclude major social changes, even revolutionary ones, but makes it likely that the lead in these will be taken, at least initially, by other forces. 12. That revolutionary movements can operate without political organizations. Regimes can be overthrown without organization under certain circumstances. Lenin predicted that Tsarism would fall under the impact of some spontaneous movement, and it did, though he did not therefore conclude that the party had no role to play. When a prolonged struggle is envisaged, as in the classical theory of revolutionary guerrillas, organization is more crucial than ever and political analysis is indispensable. This applies at all levels. Manuel Marulanda, writing as a Colombian peasant guerrilla commander, has no doubts that organization, discussion, and education are essential for the morale of the guerrilleros, if only to keep them occupied between actions. That's why in camp we must have a political instructor at all costs. There has to be political training, military training, cleaning of arms and general tidying up. 7. Hugo Blanco, the Peruvian peasant leader, discovered that the major obstacle to transforming an impressive peasant union movement into armed self-defense was his inability to build an adequate organized party structure out of the series of ad hoc mass actions and mass rallies. 8. At the opposite extreme, the rather casual choice of Bolivia as the zone of battle by Guevara, earlier, neighboring regions of Argentina appear to have been envisaged, and the decision to go ahead without support from any significant Bolivian political force, demonstrate a serious underestimate of the importance of a political analysis of the conditions of such a struggle. It is possible under certain circumstances to assume that a population forms a single, relatively homogeneous, explosive mass which has merely to be aroused to provide the conditions for revolutionary war. In fact, parts of the Peruvian Indian population did provide such conditions, and flocked to support the guerrillas of Lobaton and Bejar in 1965, being subsequently decimated for their pains by the army. The revolutionaries exposed and sacrificed them needlessly, being unable, from numerical weakness, plain ignorance and inexperience as well as lack of political analysis, to take the necessary precautions, or to provide an adequate organization and cadre and leadership which might have formed an effective peasant guerrilla, strengthened by the subsequent terror of the armed forces. But if these weaknesses were evident even in the simplest of local political situations, how much more important must they be in much more complex ones which are characteristic of Latin America, a very complex continent? 1970. 22. Latin American guerrillas, a survey. In the history of Latin America, the years after the Cuban Revolution will go down as those of the guerrilla dream. It was an odd period, for the disproportion between dream and reality was enormous. Though the dream was powerful enough to impose its image on the whole world through the icon of Che Guevara, who was to inspire rural insurrections as far afield as Ceylon, by global standards the Latin American guerrillas were certainly not the most important and probably the least successful. Moreover, even within a Latin American context there was an odd unreality about them. In a continent which has a longer history of guerrilla warfare than most other parts of the world, little attention was paid to the actual wealth of homegrown historical experience. The most successful examples of actual guerrilla war in the area, and the ones which both preceded and survived the Guevarist era, were on the whole neither admired nor imitated, e.g. the Colombian Communist Party ones. Even the lessons of the one rather special case which was regarded as paradigmatic, the Sierra Maestra, were neglected by the very people who had formulated them. While the dream lasted, comparatively little of real interest appeared about the guerrilla movements and attempts of the period 1960–7, except for some pieces of uncritical reportage, some governmental publications and those numerous polemical and programmatic writings which belong to the ideological rather than the practical history of the revolutionary left. This was natural enough, though it is greatly to be regretted that no Latin American guerrilla movement found an analytical reporter of the caliber of Basil Davidson, whose books on the guerrillas of Guinea and Angola, whom he accompanied, are worth the whole of the literature on the Latin American movements put together. Of course, Davidson had the advantage of actually having fought in genuinely significant guerrilla movements during the Second World War. After the failure of the Latin American guerrilla movement, both inquest and serious study began to come into their own. The inquests may be divided into two classes, which are not always clearly separated, the what went wrong kind and the why it could never have worked kind. The former question applies to the few examples where the rural guerrilla insurrection, alone or in conjunction with other forms of action, had a serious chance, or formed part of a rational political option, as in Guatemala and Venezuela, or perhaps in that home of indestructible armed peasant bands, Colombia. In Guatemala the guerrillas would pretty certainly have succeeded in the mid-60s, but for the deep conviction of all senior officers and politicians in small Central American republics that God is far away and U.S. intervention with overwhelming force is only too close at hand, a conviction which the events in the Dominican Republic in 1965 only strengthened. In Venezuela, the call to arms was undertaken as part of a considered political strategy, and it was a close-run thing. In Colombia, there was almost certainly no comparably favorable situation in the 1960s, and what has to be explained, and can be explained in terms of the local situation, is simply the success of all but the most amateurish guerrillas, whether Orthodox CP, Castroite or Maoist, in maintaining themselves in being in action for years rather than months, and, in the case of the Orthodox Communist FARC, virtually for a generation. Nowhere else were rural insurrections undertaken in terms of a serious political analysis or with any real prospect of success. They were at best as heroically futile, and, one may add, as full of vague rhetoric, as in the various invasions of Italy by devoted and doomed groups of young Mazanians in the 1850s, which had much in common with the Guevarist movements. Hence, there is no mystery about why they could not have succeeded. The general reasons are brought out in Luis Mercier Vega's somewhat disjointed book, with David Weisbord, Guerrillas in Latin America, The Technique of the Counter-State, 1969, one of the many disillusioned anti-Guevarist tracts produced after the debacle of the Bolivian insurrection in 1967. In brief, they failed because they contradicted everything that is known about rural guerrilla warfare, and most of what is known about how revolutions occur. They could have succeeded only by the merest fluke. Most of the organized Marxist groups, and by no means only the Orthodox CPS, were at that stage opposed to them, recognizing both the superficiality of their appeals to Marx and Lenin, and their neglect of politics. Guevarism, as Mercier Vega points out, appealed primarily to middle-class intellectuals and, as he does not bring out so clearly, to young officers. It is a curious and not insignificant fact that some of the most militant guerrillas, Tercios Lima and Jan Sosa in Guatemala, Carlos Lamarca in Brazil, transferred from counterinsurgency to insurgency. To analyze the reasons for failure is less difficult than to establish what actually happened. The most ambitious attempt to do so remains that of Richard Gott in Guerrilla Movements in Latin America, London, 1969. This book is still perhaps too close to its subject, both because the author sympathizes passionately with the Guevarists and because his was a pioneer effort to collect the material and to put it into shape. Even so, it remains the basic narrative work in English, though inferior in analysis to Días a Nosta Insurrección en América Latina, 2 vols, Santiago de Chile, 1971, a collection of studies edited by Vania Bambura. Gott's work is no longer up to date about international policy, that is, the attitudes of Cuba, USSR, China, etc. to these movements, about the countries where guerrillas continue to be active, and about the literature published recently. It is silent about the urban guerrilla movement. Perhaps it might have contained some reference to the curious homegrown guerrillas in the lawless Mexican state of Guerrero, where, as the saying goes, economic prosperity means that men buy a new gun before they buy a radio. Genaro Vasquez, killed in 1972, a local schoolmaster, was already active in 1968, and a movement persists. 1 Still, the book is indispensable. More interesting than the generally gloomy narrative history of the rural movements are the monographs about individual guerrillas which are increasingly emerging from within the movement, for these actually tell us something of real value, not only about the technicalities of partisan fighting, but about the relations between the guerrilla and the rural population. Peru has produced some valuable works, notably Hector Bejar's Peru, 1965, Una Experiencia Libertadora en America, Mexico, 1969, which is both sensitive and realistic. 2 Hugo Blanco's book Land or Death, The Peasant Struggle in Peru, New York, 1972, illustrated the failure of a mass peasant movement to develop effectively beyond a rudimentary form of armed self-defense, the basis of the Colombian guerrillas, so lightly dismissed by Debré, due, in his view, to the weakness of organization. Anything written by Blanco, a very able man, who has direct experience of what peasant movements in remote Latin American areas really are, must be read with attention. The most copious and interesting literature has, however, emerged from Colombia. The most valuable publications here are German Guzman, La Violencia en Colombia, Cali, 1968, and Jacobo Arenas, Colombia, Guerrillas du Peuple, Paris, 1969, which contains remarkable interviews with Manuel Marulanda, the peasant commander of the FARC, misdescribed by Robert Moss in Urban Guerrillas, London, 1972, as a notorious rural bandit. With the collapse of the rural guerrilla phase, armed revolutionary action has increasingly shifted to the cities. The phrase urban guerrilla for these movements can be misleading, for they rely not on the support or complicity of the population, as any viable rural guerrilla must, but on its opposite, the anonymity of the big towns. Operationally, they can therefore be self-sufficient, since all they need for supplies is money, normally obtained by expropriation or ransom. Moreover, the classic Maoist or Vietnamese progression from partisan force to army, which eventually surrounds and captures the city, is here excluded. A clear distinction must therefore be drawn between urban guerrillas analogous to rural ones, e.g. the armed groups in the Catholic and Protestant areas of Ulster, and those who are, almost by definition, sealed off from the urban masses. Their political perspectives, insofar as they do not degenerate into an ideological cops and robbers conflict which is its own reward, or more likely penalty, therefore pose serious problems. The Brazilian ones, a reaction to defeat of the larger movement in 1964, envisaged the eventual creation of a rural guerrilla, which never got off the ground. The Argentinian and Uruguayan ones, less tempted by the rural dream, appear to envisage a radicalization of the masses, in the general context of persistent economic and political crisis, both through politically dramatic and popular coups and the provocation of counter-repression which alienates the population. In Uruguay it is also likely that there is, the perspective of provoking armed intervention from Argentina or Brazil, which would then form the basis of a wider people's war of liberation. The weakness of these perspectives lies in an underestimation of the reserve powers of government, once it decides to mobilize itself fully against the armed groups, abandoning parliamentary and legal constraints. As events in Uruguay have shown, even the most powerful, deeply entrenched and politically sensible urban guerrilla is more vulnerable to this than at one time looked likely. Their strength lies in the endemic instability and economic crisis in which the armed groups of the River Plate lands operate. These, rather than the technicalities of urban guerrilla action and organization, are the basis of revolutionary hopes. It should be added that the armed groups of the Southern Cone, though sometimes, e.g. the Tupamaros, directly inspired by the Guevarist dream, have been realistic enough to recognize that they must operate in an environment of organized politics, and do not, at least in practice, seek to bypass or replace parties and the organized labor movement. They are therefore likely to have serious political significance, as indeed the Tupamaros have already shown. Whether they will be the main beneficiaries of the political changes they may have helped to precipitate is another question. Robert Moss in Urban Guerrilla surveys the entire phenomenon from a hostile point of view. Much of what he says is sensible, though his observations about the rural guerrilla movements of the 1960s do not inspire the least confidence in his information. At any rate, we may agree with him that mere military repression, however brutal and effective, as in Guatemala or Brazil, does not remove the bases of revolutionary agitation, where these exist, and also that, as in both these countries, the right-wing backlash may get out of control. There is, indeed, no serious doubt that in Brazil the urban movement of 1968–71 failed, and is unlikely to revive in anything like the same form. João Cordam's Dictatorship and Armed Struggle in Brazil, London, 1971, virtually admits this, though his insistence that armed struggle in Brazil is not the adventure of a handful of radicals blurs the reasons for the failure. The bulk of the book consists of a concise and useful discussion of Brazilian developments between 1964 and 1969 from a left-wing point of view, though the reasons for the crucial failure of the early 1960s are not adequately discussed. Robert Moss admits that the Uruguayan Tupamaros are by far the most successful urban guerrilla movement up to the present, and the only one with serious political chances. Their success has led to a rash of journalistic publications, which have value chiefly as documents illustrating, generally from a favorable point of view, the technical mode of procedure in Tupamaro operations, and the attitude of Uruguayans towards them. They also make available various Tupamaro documents and statements. This is all that can be expected, since the success of the movement has been due largely to the rigidly maintained secrecy of its organization and to a discretion rare in Latin America. Maria Esther Gilios, The Tupamaros, London, 1972, is friendly reportage, News Les Tupamaros, Paris, 1972, a Tupamaro-sponsored collection of operational reports, of considerable technical interest. 3. It is presented by the ubiquitous Regis Debray, who obviously knows much more about the actual development of the movement from its beginnings in 1962 than Robert Moss, or than he is prepared, quite properly, to tell. M. Debray's long afterword lacks the brio, the self-confidence and the, alas, totally unrealistic, lucidity which made his revolution in the Revolution so effective and disastrous as a manifesto of Guevarism. His attempts to prove that the Tupamaros have applied the Guevarist model need not detain us. The interesting thing about them is what they have changed, not what they have retained of their original ideas. His thesis that dual power exists in Uruguay, sans metaphor ni hyperbole ni tromperie, is wrong. It is difficult to believe that his account of the political democracy of the movement is realistic under conditions of deep clandestinity and repression, though it is possible that, during the period of virtual invulnerability and repression, this relatively small elite movement operating in a single city, Montevideo, might have organized congresses, but surely at some risk to security. Much of what he discovers in the Tupamaros has been known to old-fashioned communists since at least 1917, but it is welcome that he is now prepared to recognize the value of the paradoxical fusion of a mass line and clandestine armed action, which is what makes the Tupamaros so effective. One doubts whether Lenin would have found the combination paradoxical. By and large, the recent spate of writings on Latin American guerrillas remains journalistic and provisional. Its major value lies in the accumulation of historical raw material, and especially of first-hand participant descriptions of rural guerrilla experiences, which must be distinguished from propagandist interviews, open or disguised polemics by guerrilla leaders, etc. For that is why Richard Gott's book and a handful of brief memoirs from Colombia and Peru are likely to have the highest survival value. About the Tupamaros and similar movements, only interim reports can or ought to be written at present, on the basis of inadequate and selective information. As for the movements of the Guevarist period, a satisfactory analytical history has yet to be written. It probably will not be written for some time. The existing literature provides plenty of material for political arguments and doubtless for compilations and recommendations for counterinsurgency purposes. Point 5 If anyone still requires proof, it demonstrates that the crucial factor in Latin American revolutions is not the readiness of groups of brave men and women to start armed actions, rural or urban, or even their technical competence, but the socio-economic and political situation in which it is conducted. As an ex-guerrillero from Colombia once put it to me, in this country anyone can start an armed band among peasants. The problem is what happens afterwards. Nevertheless, this demonstration should not discourage revolutionaries. For, if the past 10 years suggest that, in purely technical terms, the forces of government should be able to eliminate, control or sidetrack practically any irregular armed force, they also suggest that these governments have rarely even looked like being able to create the conditions of long-term economic, social, political, and institutional stability. Revolutions are not, as Debray and Guevara thought, around the corner. But neither are they beyond the range of realistic policies, even, as the Tupamaros have shown, in what once used to be called the Switzerland of Latin America. 1973. 23. U.S. imperialism and revolution in Latin America. No empire in the 20th century has been more powerful and apparently unchallengeable than that of the U.S. in Latin America, and no imperialists have pitched their claims higher, though for various reasons most North Americans have persistently disliked being labeled as such. The British long ago recognized the fragility, and eventual impermanence, of their Indian empire, the French the uncertainty of their African one. Both were only too well aware that, where the relationship with their dependents happened to be informal and economic, it called for a considerable degree of political flexibility. Only the U.S. has not merely taken its permanent supremacy south of the Rio Grande and Key West for a fact of nature, but formulated it in terms which exclude the slightest abrogation. As Jerome Levinson and Juan de Anís point out in their lucid and valuable book, The Alliance That Lost Its Way, 1970, the U.S. security interest in Latin America, as traditionally conceived, consists of three propositions. Dating from the Monroe Doctrine in the early 19th century, the United States must keep potentially hostile extracontinental powers out of the hemisphere in order to deny them a geographically convenient basis from which to attack. Dating from the days of Elihu Root in the early 20th century, the United States, having become a capital surplus nation, must seek outlets for this surplus, generally abroad and particularly in Latin America. Dating from the onset of the Cold War in the late 1940s, the political apostasy of a Latin American country would cause the United States to lose face, weaken its influence in other parts of the world, and undermine the confidence of important European countries in the ability of the United States to lead the free world struggle against the monolithic communist bloc. The dating, the rationale and the formulation of these propositions are open to challenge, but not their essential content, which implies that the U.S. can not only keep any power out of the hemisphere but also prevent any Latin American government from doing anything Washington disapproves of. Both these assumptions rest on the overwhelming economic and politico-military domination of the hemisphere. The second predates the century. The first became a reality when U.S. capital and enterprise replaced the British as the dominant factor in this part of the world, and has been steadily reinforced ever since. Everywhere else the U.S. recognizes rivals, though perhaps weaker ones. In Latin America it does not, because none exists or is even visible. Probably only Latin Americans are fully conscious of the effects of this assumption that the U.S. is supreme, and they inferior, though it sometimes penetrates into the historical record. They don't think like us. Thomas Mann, LBJ's State Department man on Latin America, is reported as saying. Their thought processes are different. You have to be firm with them. Doubtless this public servant thought he was merely stating the obvious, just as his well-known support for U.S. business in Latin America merely reflects the normal attitude of his countrymen. It looks different south of the Rio Grande. However, what is perhaps even more significant and galling than both the persistent assumption that the U.S. knows better and its persistent subordination of Latin interests to its own is the assumption that Latin America is not even worth bothering about, outside the occasional moments of panic that punctuate long periods of neglect. What makes this even more insulting to Latin Americans is the sense that these moments of panic are due less to their own actions than to the possible reactions of more important states about which the U.S. government is really worried, and to the effect upon its situation in other parts of the globe, where the U.S. is more vulnerable. The prestige of Cuba, Fidel Castro, and Che Guevara surely owes much to their being Latin Americans of whom Big Brother really had to take notice. The history of U.S. aid vividly illustrates this assumption that the U.S. backyard can normally be left unattended. Two excellent books enable us to survey U.S. policy in this area for the past 40 years, David Green's study of the rise and fall of Roosevelt's Good Neighbor policy, The Containment of Latin America, 1971, and Levinson and Dionis's analysis of the Alliance for Progress, referred to above. Both record the constant tendency to subordinate Latin affairs to the wider interests of the U.S. During the 1930s and the war years, the stimulus to action was fascism. At the beginning of the 30s, wrote the State Department political advisor Lawrence Duggan, the United States government was doing even less than private organizations, it was doing nothing at all. By the end of the 30s it was white-hot with enthusiasm, born of fear of the Nazis. And therein lay the weakness of its new policy. In 1941 an allegedly German-linked plot was discovered in Bolivia. Within a matter of weeks a military mission had been sent and a $25 million aid program announced. The war also made the U.S. willing to settle the dispute over the Mexican nationalization of oil, which had been dragging on since 1937. The war, claims Green, bailed out the faltering New Dealers, providing them with the argument that economic development in Latin America was essential to hemispheric defense against the Nazis. On the other hand, it became increasingly clear that where Latin development failed to contribute to the U.S. war economy, i.e. did not serve the direct mobilization of the raw materials which the U.S. had to acquire in the hemisphere, it was sacrificed, except insofar as the U.S. used the opportunity to freeze out European, and especially British, business and to make the continent entirely dependent on the U.S. market. The fact that most of us would at the time have agreed with Roosevelt's scale of global priorities, and would probably still do so, should not obscure the resentment of Latins, who did not feel themselves to be threatened by Germany and Japan, and who were in any case not asked. The only country which retained some freedom of maneuver, Argentina, took a very different view of its economic and political interests at the time. The German danger was short-lived, and in any case the U.S. claim to global empire, though anticipated by Henry Luce in 1941, was not yet formally established. Hence the Alliance for Progress period demonstrates the subordination of the continent to Washington's world policy even more clearly. The alliance was a response to Fidel Castro, the first Cuban statesman within living memory to resist the habitual economic blackmail from the North. Guevara, at the Punta del Este Conference of 1961, pushed the U.S. into committing itself to hard figures. Fidel got it to resign itself to the signature of the International Coffee Agreement of 1960, to halt the price slide of this commodity which put the governments of Brazil, Colombia, and various Central American republics at risk. Conversely, the Soviet retreat in the missile crisis of 1962 immediately made social reform, adventurous planning, and the subordination of individual business interests to national interests less urgent. In the words of Levinson and Dionis, the United States stopped feeling that it was 1 minute to midnight in Latin America. From 1964 the businessmen were back in force, from 1965 Vietnam took priority. Take it out of the alliance, said the administrator of aid when asked by the Bureau of Budget where cuts should be made. By 1968 his view was that Latin America had always had more funds than it could effectively use. The truth is that, as an official joked in the early years of the alliance, we all know that there are only 3 categories of loans in the Alliance for Progress: very high priority, hysterical, and if you don't make this loan the communists will take over the country. After the initial shock of Castro had been absorbed, it never looked as though the communists would take over any country. This is no doubt the reason why the sheer amount of US aid to Latin America remained relatively modest in monetary terms and very small in real ones. As the director of AID's Office of Programming and Planning pointed out in 1967, before 1960 the net flow of official funds there was less than half the per capita level for other regions. The alliance brought it almost, but not quite, up to this average, but in the view of Levinson and Onis this is a much smaller percentage of development expenditures than in other areas. Since more than half of foreign long-term lending is offset by amortization of past loans, the net resource contribution of foreign capital to Latin America has been relatively small. The alliance has at best staved off economic disaster rather than stimulated economic development. The U.S. attitude to Latin America has therefore normally been based on the belief that, without the intervention of global factors, U.S. power is virtually absolute, and Latin American forces alone are feeble to the point of being negligible. Yet a more careful analysis of hemispheric relations, and occasional bitter experience, suggest the opposite. U.S. power is limited, and any attempt to exceed these limits leads to defeat or failure. To be more accurate, while the power of the U.S. economy is overwhelming and remains decisive, its political and military power is not. Moreover, even the immense force of U.S. capital is to some extent at the mercy of political forces which Washington cannot override. Both the record of the Good Neighbor policy and that of the Alliance for Progress demonstrate these limitations, the latter more dramatically than the former, because U.S. political megalomania was so much greater in the era of JFK than in that of FDR. There is indeed, in spite of David Green's argument to the contrary, a sharp difference in tone between the two periods, although there is some continuity of personnel and ideology. We may grant that in both the U.S. put its interests first, saw Latin development in the light of its own advantage, economic and political, and opposed militant revolutionary economic nationalism. Yet there is a substantial difference between the new frontiersmen of the 1960s and the New Dealers of the 1930s. It is illustrated above all by Mexico. This was a test case, since the revival of revolutionary and anti-imperialist dynamism in that country under Cardenas coincided with the New Deal and, through the nationalization of the oil companies, came into flat conflict with American capital. The U.S. might well have wielded the big stick, as it had done in 1933 over Cuba, and was to do again, with disappointing results, over Argentina, admittedly moved by the fear of Nazi victory. Mr. Green suggests that the anti-fascist arguments were not seriously held, but his material suggests otherwise. In fact, Washington handled the Mexican situation, by and large, with tact and a marked absence of hysteria. It is hard to avoid the impression that influential New Dealers, headed by FDR himself, felt that, whatever the dangers to the U.S. position, they could hardly blame Latins for demanding for themselves what the New Deal was demanding for North Americans. The oil companies, wrote the U.S. ambassador from Mexico to FDR, are as much against fair wages here as the economic royalists at home are against progressive legislation. The president himself was to say, in tones which no doubt grated on Latin ears, but express a genuine, if paternalistic, goodwill, give them a share. They think they are just as good as we are, and many of them are. The Kennedy policy was a reaction to an immediate threat, a supplement to military intervention. The Good Neighbor policy, about whose actual origins Mr. Green is uncommunicative, was not born of a comparable political threat, and its object was to liquidate and replace military intervention. In fact, this is what it did. Consequently, Roosevelt's policy was also less vulnerable to the political changes of the decade, to which, with the exceptions already noted, it was relatively indifferent. The US government was not, of course, significantly worried about communism, partly because, as another ambassador wrote from Mexico in 1943, the US had such a tremendous advantage in many respects over Russia, partly perhaps because after 1935 local communist parties were not notably anti-North American. The failure of the good neighbor was economic. What Latin development took place owed little to US action, except insofar as the wartime starvation of the market encouraged local industrialization to substitute home-produced goods for imports, while the accumulating dollar balances of the Latins, which had originally looked chiefly like a $3 billion non-interest-bearing war loan, proved to be extremely useful to Latin countries after the war. The numerous plans to increase the capacity of the Latin market to absorb US goods by industrialization, raising local incomes, etc. did not get very far. From the US point of view, the major consequence of the Roosevelt period was to eliminate other imperialisms from the hemisphere. Thanks to the admirable clarity and lack of double talk of Levinson and Onnes, the balance sheet of that decade of maximum effort which JFK announced in 1961, i.e. of the greatest concentration of Washington's forces on Latin affairs in history, can now be drawn up. During this period the US tried to provide a solution for the economic and social problems of Latin America, and failed. The results of the alliance range from the modest and spotty to total failure. Thus there has been an actual slowdown in job openings during the alliance period. Only about 60% of job seekers gained employment during the 1960s compared with 62.5% during the 1950s. Substantial industrialization has provided no significant new jobs. Even if we include the jobs generated by the bureaucracy, that well-known system of relief works for the unemployed educated strata in underdeveloped countries, the rate of employment in this sector has increased only from 23.5% to 24.8% of the total. It may be noted that, as the U.S. corporate system includes more than 1 million local employees of US-owned companies and a huge structure of subcontractors, distributors, and service agents, or 20% of all Latin American industrial workers, direct North American responsibility in this area is not negligible. The annual takeout is between 12 and 15% of investments, which amount to 12% of all Latin export earnings. To put it in one sentence, Latin America is today further from providing a living for the mass of its citizens than it was before the alliance. The US also tried to provide a framework of political and institutional stability for the hemisphere. The ideologues of empire, i.e. the Americans for Democratic Action New Frontier liberals, put their money, socially speaking, on those middle classes which were, as in old-fashioned history books, always rising, and, politically speaking, on a supposed democratic non-communist left. Its firmest pillars were presumed to be Romulo Betancourt in Venezuela, the Peruvian opera, and for good measure José Figueres in Little Costa Rica, supplemented, since 1964, by Free's Christian Democrats in Chile. The less ideological imperialists were in theory, according to the Mann doctrine of the LBJ era, content with anyone who would foster economic growth, protect U.S. private investments and oppose communism, irrespective of their attitude to social reform. In fact, they tended to put their money on something like a coalition of hard-nosed technocrats, preferably deflationary, with the military, which would assure political stability for their operations. Brazil and Argentina, with their respective generals' regimes, were the models for this school of thought. The new pragmatism comforted itself with the belief that economic stability and growth would solve the social problems automatically, while a military paid for, trained and inspired by the US must be in some metaphysical sense constitutional, if not actually democratic. Both failed. All that is left today as an effective political force of the democratic left, we hear much less about the rising liberal middle classes, is Venezuela, whose vast oil revenues make certain kinds of reform uniquely practicable. We need not here discuss how democratic or left that country is. As for the democratic military, the pragmatic imperialists might have survived the discovery that the constitutional Brazilian generals introduced systematic torture on a scale which even the Nixon administration could not entirely overlook, and did not introduce even a token agrarian reform. They found it much harder to survive the Peruvian demonstration that not even the local military is politically reliable anymore. To put it briefly, as summed up by Levinson and Onis, entering office in January 1969, the Nixon administration found a small heap of discredited approaches to the dilemmas of Latin American development. It has continued to look for a policy, but it has hardly as yet found one. Levinson and Onis seem tempted to argue, though they never quite commit themselves to this thesis, that these failures were avoidable. To what extent were they due to errors, miscalculation, a refusal to concentrate the U.S. effort consistently on the Latin task, the temptation to grab short-term advantages, to give in to business pressure, to the power mania of the military, etc. It is easy enough to give examples of all these, and sometimes they are indeed flagrant, as in the case of Peru. What would have happened if the U.S. had not virtually withheld aid from that country between 1962 and 1968? It received only $74.5 million, as compared with $500 million for Chile, $450 million for Colombia, in order to force the Peruvians to settle with Standard Oil over the La Brea Paranas oil dispute and to buy American instead of French jet planes. If, as the authors do not stress, the old Ada Mafia had not maintained its fondness for that political non-starter, Haya de la Torre's opera, and rooted as strongly for Belanda. Levinson and Onis have no doubt that U.S. policy thus helped to bring the generals to power on a straight national reforming platform. Perhaps so. But quite apart from the fact that all the alleged U.S. errors and miscalculations are systematic, tending in one direction, the question remains whether U.S. policy was capable of achieving the results it wanted even in the best case. Experience suggests that it was not. Chile, which received almost 10 times as much aid per capita as Peru, and, under Free, enjoyed almost unlimited goodwill in Washington, is today governed by the Popular Front of President Allende. The fact is that, as Levinson and Onis themselves recognize, what happens in Latin America is something that the United States may influence in minor ways but cannot begin to dominate or direct. Unquestionably, the readjustment process will affect the United States in both its political relationships and its property holdings in Latin America. These effects are inevitable, in part simply because the United States has such ties to a region undergoing basic change, and in part because Latin American societies, deeply divided in so many ways, often find a degree of unity, real or spurious, in aggressive nationalism. The lesson that the alliance has taught in this critical area is that the United States must learn to live with and expect change, and that its response should be flexible and measured, rather than excessively rigid and tough. It is a lesson of failure and defeat, and the visible commitment of the writers of this passage to the primacy of U.S. interests makes their admission particularly impressive. On the other hand, the continued and growing economic influence of the U.S. in Latin America deprives that admission of some of its bitterness. For the truth is that, while U.S. policy has failed in a fairly spectacular manner, the U.S. economic hold has been strengthened. In the 1960s, Latin America ranked second only to Canada as a market for the United States, and after the brief post-Castro panic, private investment resumed its southward flow to the point where a shift in investment emphasis from Canada and Western Europe to Latin America can be noted. It is unwise to suppose that empire is unattractive or insignificant to American corporate enterprise. Indeed, the results of U.S. investment have been more helpful to the U.S. than to Latin America. Between 1961 and 1968, $3.3 billion was invested and reinvested there, while $7.1 billion flowed northward in profits and earnings, and during the same period the share of world trade held by Latin American exports declined from 7.5% to 5.6%. Whatever the political developments, it is extremely improbable that relations with the U.S. will not remain the dominant economic factor for most Latin countries. Still, it is increasingly evident that U.S. capital will be subject to strict political controls and limitations. It will be able to do plenty, but not whatever it wants. If it is now clear that the US cannot impose its own ideas of the future on Latin America, even if it knew how to set about it, where the continent is actually going is by no means obvious. Its tendencies of development have been further obscured by writers of the radical left, who have indulged in their own versions of political maximalism, a sort of mirror image of Washington's own. Hence the unjustified despondency of a good deal of their writing. Paradoxically, both right and left look back on the 1960s without pleasure. This criticism is applicable even to so good a book as James Petras's collection of studies on politics and social structure in Latin America, 1970. It provides convenient, concise, and informed surveys of a variety of important topics, such as class and politics, the middle class, guerrilla movements, and revolutionary movements, based on a wide acquaintance with the area and the literature, and first-hand research, especially in Chile, which is dealt with in greater detail in the author's Politics and Social Forces in Chilean Development, 1969. Yet the tone, though not unhopeful, seems unduly negative. The impression a reading of this book creates is that a new political equilibrium has been established in the area, and that, but for a possible new urban and rural insurgency, the delicate bargaining arrangements which have prevented some of the larger Latin American countries from experiencing thoroughgoing social and political change are likely to continue in operation. There seem to be two reasons for this note of disenchantment. The radical left has tended to dismiss any change other than those visibly bringing closer some more Cuban-type revolutions, and, at least until the election of Allende in Chile, any political tactic other than armed insurgency. This does not imply agreement with any specific recipe for insurgency, such as that of Regis Debray, which Petras demolishes fairly conclusively. But the Cuban Revolution remains isolated, and is clearly, in spite of marvelous achievements, struggling with great domestic problems. The tactic of armed insurgency has, on the whole, failed. In Down There, 1970, José Iglesias, who has looked for the revolutionary left in Brazil, Peru and, pre-Allende, Chile, records its bravery, determination, and devotion, but also, unwillingly, its isolation and lack of effectiveness at the time of his journey. The most he can claim, quite correctly, is that revolutionary activity and sentiments are alive, in spite of setbacks, and that Cuba remains an inspiration for the Latin left, for reasons which his interesting chapter, Cuba Under 25, helps us to understand. Insofar as the left is exclusively committed to a maximum program, anything less than this must be failure. However, the disappointment of the left is also due to what may prove to be a methodological error. It has looked for a guaranteed revolutionary force, one that cannot be corrupted, assimilated, or absorbed into a going non-revolutionary system, and it has done so by running through the list of the various classes and other social or institutional groups, eliminating those that do not qualify, i.e. all. Petras thus dismisses the peasantry, the industrial working class, a favored minority stratum easily turned into reformist ways, and the middle classes, business and bureaucratic. They are, as he is not the first to point out, not a national bourgeoisie, for they oppose neither the agrarian oligarchy, which they seek to join, nor U.S. imperialism, to which they look for protection against social revolution and for jobs in the dependencies of the U.S. corporations. They are by no means committed to economic development and modernization. Of course, this still leaves discontented groups, but it is to be feared that these may also prove to be disappointing, since none of them can be regarded as consistently revolutionary. But in actual politics, which are not those of the macro-analysis of social change conducted on a very high level of generality, as by Marx, no class is permanently and under all circumstances revolutionary in this sense. To look for such a one is to write pessimistic conclusions into one's premises. The important question is not about particular groups or institutions within a society, but about historic situations. Are they, to take the broad view, potentially revolutionary, as were those of, say, Eastern Europe at the end of the 19th century, or are they not, as those in Western Europe were not at the same period? If they are not, then the forces of revolution, however powerful, self-conscious and organized, are likely, unless fleeting occasions are seized successfully, to be absorbed into a going non-revolutionary system in some form, if only as institutionalized outgroups, or diverted from their course. Even revolts may then de facto resemble those rituals of rebellion of the anthropologists, though this does not imply that the situation of basic stability must remain permanent. If they are revolutionary, the opposite tends to be the case. Most of Western Europe since the 1840s has been non-revolutionary in this sense. The capitalist mechanism of growth functioned, though it had from time to be modified substantially, and therefore suffered not merely the short-term fluctuations built into it, but periods of major adjustment. At one point, 1929 to 33, it actually looked briefly as though it was breaking down. The social and institutional framework was firm and stable enough to survive even the huge shocks to which it was periodically exposed, such as the world wars. Consequently, the history of the revolutionary left has been one of persistent disappointment, as it saw the mass parties of Marx and later those of Lenin turning into reformist or abstentionist movements in practice, of self-delusion or of a desperate search for some type of realistic strategy opening or preserving revolutionary possibilities in non-revolutionary situations. There have been moments of hope, as after the October Revolution and at the peak of the armed anti-fascist resistance, which actually produced the nearest thing Western Europe has known to revolution since 1848. There may be hope again, as capitalism enters a new phase of structural change, of which the outcome is difficult to foresee. But even in 1971 it requires a considerable suspension of disbelief to see communism on the immediate agenda in, say, Italy. On the other hand, the situation in regions like Latin America is potentially revolutionary, because even fairly dynamic underdevelopment has visibly not provided a mechanism for solving the continent's economic and social problems. These are, on the contrary, becoming somewhat more acute, as an analysis of the nature of underdevelopment would lead us to suppose. Its social structures, strained and changing, have not so far found a general mold or pattern comparable to those of the developed capitalist countries. Its political structures and institutions are labile, sensitive to such relatively slight stimuli as a run of boom years or a price slump in the international commodity markets. In such regions, as in earthquake zones, the ground may collapse almost anywhere. It is pointless to look for guaranteed forces of stability or revolution. Everyone is aware that all existing solutions are provisional. Everyone is convinced of the inevitability of fundamental changes, most people of their necessity, though not always of their desirability. What is more, all possible solutions imply anti-imperialism, since the nature of the problems of the underdeveloped world derives from its relations to the developed world, in this instance overwhelmingly the US. None of them suggests that simple modernization, i.e. trying to become like the developed economies of the West, with their assistance, is an adequate, or even in most cases a feasible, program. Under these conditions, aside from the diminishing forces of genuinely traditionalist conservatism, revolutionary change may emerge from the least likely quarters. The Peruvian military, whose original ideological equipment seems to have been drawn from a mixture of preconciliar Catholicism and the counterinsurgency policies developed by French officers in the course of the Indochinese and Algerian wars, have emerged as reformers with a program a great deal more acceptable to Fidel Castro and Allende than to Washington. An old-fashioned electoral popular front, of the kind that certainly produced no major changes in France in the 1930s, and is passionately rejected by young European leftists today as the high road to co-option, appears to release revolutionary developments in Chile, as it once did in Spain, another country with revolutionary conditions. The Latin Church itself, long notorious for its almost medieval conservatism, now breeds not only active revolutionaries in some quantity, but sections of its hierarchy and organization intervene actively in favor of fundamental change in several countries. If it comes to that, Nobody would have predicted, or indeed did predict in 1958, that Fidel Castro himself would turn into a Marxist, Leninist. Such developments may not satisfy revolutionary Marxists, especially if, as is plainly the case in Peru, the reforming governments are suspicious of mass mobilization and strongly opposed to communism, at least at home. But, quite apart from the fact that the character of social and political changes cannot be judged by the badges which its leaders pin to their lapels, least of all in Latin America, major transformations cannot be dismissed as insignificant because they do not immediately bring about the movements and politics we favor. Nor can they be rejected simply because it is not quite certain whether one political force rather than another will finally benefit from them. Such uncertainty is the occupational risk of politics. If the October Revolution had not occurred, and Lenin knew perfectly well that it was not inevitable, the Bolsheviks might today be blamed by revolutionary critics for having agreed to support their enemy Kerensky against the insurrection of General Kornilov in September 1917. Admittedly, the risk of this alliance benefiting the tottering Kerensky government by that time was small, the prospect of its strengthening the Bolsheviks, who already held the initiative, was substantial. But the Marxist left in Latin America has never been in a position to place its bets on the favorite. In all but one or two countries its forces and mass support have been relatively insignificant, and it has rarely, even in revolutionary situations, been able to establish initiative, let alone hegemony, as an organized movement. It has therefore generally been forced to choose between keeping itself pure and not very effective, and joining major political movements in which it did not take the lead, and whose shape it could only incompletely determine. Whether, during the past half-century, it made the best of its chances, is an interesting question, by now an academic one. That it was, and is, rarely in a position to call the shots cannot be in serious doubt. The Marxist left in Latin America therefore is obliged to make the best of unfavorable and unpredictable situations. Its consolation is negative, but substantial. Latin America today is not, foreseeably, like Western Europe after 1848. It has not found its way. It remains a revolutionary continent. Its future cannot be confidently predicted. That it should take the form of a series of copies of stable Western capitalisms is in the highest degree unlikely. That it will take the form of a multiplication of Marxist or communist regimes on the Russian, Chinese, Cuban, Vietnamese, or any other model is also improbable, but then this was never a perspective that looked very serious. Nobody knows where between these two possibilities the combination of mass discontent and militancy, anti-imperialism, nationalist movements for reform and development, and a Marxist intelligentsia will lead. To assume that it cannot lead to any position that might be satisfactory to the radical left is to push scepticism to excessive length. On the other hand, it is of course equally illegitimate to assume that it will or must. In fact, the 1960s, which brought the US more setbacks than the 1950s, hardly authorize such scepticism. Naturally, it is unwise to judge Latin American developments by a particular moment of the fluctuating politics of this part of the world. But even if we accept that the balance sheet in 1981 may look rather different, we cannot deny that in 1971 it indicates a radicalization of the hemisphere. Most of its republics have not shifted much, politically, apart from minor substitutions of unrepresentative generals for unrepresentative civilians or the other way round. One major country has certainly shifted to the right, Brazil, but several, Cuba, Chile, Peru, Bolivia, have veered to the left, in most cases further to the left than ever before in their history. Observers in Washington are aware of this. The left might take more notice of their sense of failure than it has. The lesson that the 1960s taught the US government in Latin America, as they did more dramatically in Vietnam, is that there are severe limits to the power of even the biggest, richest, and most megatonned imperial ruler. This should have been obvious, but one can understand how, in the intoxication of world power, it got to be temporarily overlooked. The lesson that this decade ought to have taught the left is even more obvious, and should never have required learning. It is that in potentially revolutionary conditions there is more than one way forward, fortunately, because the decade also demonstrated that revolutions cannot be made at will. But the price of education has been high. It has been bought at the cost of the lives of many brave men and women, and of the fission and consequent weakening of the organized forces of the left in most of the hemisphere. Unfortunately, it is by no means certain that the full price has yet been paid. The prospects facing the left in the 1970s are encouraging. Will it be in a better position to seize its opportunities than it was 10 years ago? Nobody knows. March 1971. V. Military revolutionaries in Peru. 24. Generals as revolutionaries. In 1965 the Peruvian army razed a number of villages, and massacred a substantial number of peasants who had supported the guerrillas because they promised land reform. Nobody quite knows how many, since statistics in the Peruvian hinterland are, to put it mildly, approximate, but the country is not one in which peasant lives have been of much account. Nobody was surprised. But then, this summer, to be precise on June 24, 1969, the military government which took over Peru late in 1968 suddenly announced what appeared to be the most radical land reform in Latin America after Fidel Castro's. The news naturally startled most people concerned with Latin American affairs. Not that programs of agrarian reform are rare. There is probably no government in Latin America which has not affirmed its theoretical devotion to them. Just as everybody in mid-19th century Europe, including landlords, knew that what remained of serfdom was doomed, so the rural oligarchies which still dominate so much of the Americas have few defenders in theory, and know that their very considerable political power can only postpone the end. But it has been quite unusual for military governments to initiate even phony land reforms, or indeed for any Latin American government to initiate any such reforms except as part of a revolution, or under the immediate pressure of acute agrarian unrest or some kind of left-wing mass movement. In Peru there has been no great pressure from below since the mass rebellion of the peasants subsided after its peak in 1963 and the revolutionary left in politics is negligible off the various university campuses. Yet there can be no doubt that the present reform is meant seriously. It began with the expropriation of 9 giant haciendas in the fertile oases of the coast, in other words, most of Peru's sugar production. The reform is just due to reach the highlands, where the bulk of Peruvian peasants live. In some regions it is not due to start until 1972 or 1973, because of the absence of adequate maps, or because of particularly intractable problems such as the fragmentation of petty peasant holdings, the worst headache of any land reform anywhere. However, it is to be complete in all parts of the country by 1976, or 5 years after the start of the scheme. The land is to be owned by small or middle peasants, by cooperatives or, of course, communally by the upwards of 2,000, mostly Indian, communities. These are very far-reaching changes, sufficiently serious to have been welcomed by Fidel Castro himself. But what actually happens in such a situation? Who carries out the reform? How is it carried out? What do the people most directly affected think and do about it? A few weeks ago I was in Peru and I thought I would find out in the region of Chiclayo, about 400 miles to the north of Lima. Agrarian reform in this part means the 4 giant sugar estates of Tuman, Pomalca, Pucallpa, and Quilty, the largest of which has a gross acreage of about 160,000, owned by native or Peruvianized families. These huge estates have practically nothing in common with peasant agriculture. They are extremely advanced, mechanized and efficient agro-industrial enterprises, each employing between 2,100 and 3,300 regular wage workers, not counting up to 1,000 seasonal laborers hired temporarily through contractors. Nobody counts these. Their number tends to be persistently underestimated by people on the estate, and they are so far unaffected by the reform. The closest parallel is with old-fashioned isolated mines running their own company towns, though the attitude of the estate owners to their hacienda combine the characteristics of the 19th century industrialist and the feudal landed magnate. The estates ranged from the total, if benevolent, paternalism of Tumen, the most efficient and prosperous, and the one with easily the best conditions, to the militant tropical squalor of Kyalti, a sort of hot rural Ronda, held together by the age-old hostility of a militant and all-pervasive union to an inefficient and intransigent management. The estates provide wages, subsidized housing, subsidized food, shops, markets, cinemas, and schools, and are the effective universe of most of their inhabitants. So far very little has changed materially in that universe. Tumen has had a wage rise. Kyalti has got back some of the men about whose redundancy it fought the last strike of its embattled history as a private enterprise. The authorities don't like to think about the fairly general overstaffing produced by the combination of continuous mechanization and militant union resistance. There are new administrators, carefully trying both to destroy the old image of a feudal hierarchy and to keep their technologists and managers happy. Kyalti demanded, and got, the dismissal of some technical people, because their presence constitutes a reminder of the old regime, but the Pomalka administrator congratulates himself on the fact that the owners used to manage their own hacienda, thus diverting the hostility of the people away from their engineers. There have been democratic gestures, repainting and renaming the company's streets, repainting of the company houses, and a lot of speeches, discussions, elections of the committees which will organize the estates into cooperatives, with the help of the only grassroots organization concerned with the human side of the reform, the Office for Developing Cooperatives. The office was founded for much more modest objects, and filled with devoted, overworked, and underqualified urban intellectuals doing their best. The managers know about the unions, and congratulate themselves cautiously on the fact that the anti-government Opera Party seems to have lost them. But nobody knows what to make of the future cooperatives or the apparatus for organizing them, least of all the future cooperators, whose long and inconclusive meeting I attended in Kyalti. They aren't yet there, like that community of peasant squatters who immediately reoccupied the land they had invaded 10 years ago in Talambo, down the coast, who have their delegates on the Hacienda's special committee and who are handled with great caution, not to say fear, by the authorities. In fact, everybody is playing it by ear, which is probably the way it is in the early stages of all revolutions. But is this a revolution? Yes, insofar as it is sudden, virtually unplanned, and potentially very far-reaching, at least for the rural society. No, inasmuch as it has been imposed from above on a, so far, passive population by generals who certainly don't want any uncontrolled, or probably any, mobilization of the masses. What has got through to the people of the haciendas is that there is soon going to be dramatic change for the better when the cooperative comes. They are sure that something really big will happen soon. There is immense faith in the government. This is so even in Tumen, where the old people were, and are, firmly behind the old master. The gap between hope and prospective reality is very wide. There is a great readiness to make demands, vague and utopian in Tumen, where the disappearance of paternalism has simply left an aggregate of poor and ignorant men and women, precise in Kyalti and the other places where the union has long given people a voice, a mind, and a sense of being a community. The visiting sociologists with their questionnaires shake their heads, because when workers are asked their opinion, they say, "Ask the union." But a knowledgeable man who has spent 14 years on industrial relations in the sugar and rice haciendas takes a different view. In Lima they think Tumen will be the prize exhibit as a cooperative. I don't think so. You can't run that kind of operation without the participation of the people, and in Tumen they have no experience of acting for themselves. They have always been like children. Where would the cooperative work best? In Pomalka. They have an active union, and sense enough to see that a majority of the organizing committee for the co-op are workers, even one woman. Not just white-collar and staff, like in the other estates. Wait 6 months and see. I don't know whether he's right, and it does not really matter to anyone outside Peru whether he is. But the fundamental point is valid, and it applies everywhere. Great social changes can't simply be imposed from the top. The people for whom they are undertaken must make them their own. An agrarian or any other reform that is to work must be a political and not only a technical and administrative operation. The Peruvian government generals are not the only ones who still have to learn this fundamental lesson. November 1969. 25. What's new in Peru? During the 1960s, writing about Latin America was one of the growth industries of literature. The immediate stimulus for this growth was Fidel Castro, who transformed the traditional gringo view of what a Latin American revolution was supposed to be, and with it also the conventional European view that what happened south of the Rio Grande was politically negligible to the rest of the world. Latin America ceased to be an object of history and became a subject. As it did not immediately erupt into general social revolution, and no longer posed significant problems of constitutional decolonization, most of it has long been politically independent though economically colonial. There has recently been a tendency to assume that it was all a false alarm. John Mander calls his new book The Unrevolutionary Society, The Power of Latin American Conservatism in a Changing World, 1969. Carlos A. Osties concludes his study Pressure Groups and Power Elites in Peruvian Politics, 1969, with the statement that the present distribution of power in Peru shows a remarkable tendency to remain essentially as it is and has been for a long time. Neither revolution from above nor revolution from below seems to be around the corner. A view he does not modify in a hurried postscript about the present military junta. Such are the pitfalls of writing history on the journalists, or the diplomats, the visiting experts, the intelligence officers, the social science PhDs, time scale. Matters that determine the future of a continent do not oscillate at the same rate as our changing short-term hopes, fears, and political assessments. Whatever may actually happen in Latin America, a number of facts about it are undeniable. Most of it is changing with great rapidity. More especially, its rates of population growth and urbanization are higher than those of any comparable area of the world. Unless something unexpected occurs, its rate of economic growth is lower, or at least no higher, than that of its population growth. Compared to the developed countries, it is for the most part becoming relatively poorer and more backward, though probably in this respect its lag is somewhat less dramatic than that of other parts of the Third World. Finally, its political superstructures remain notoriously unstable. All this does not look like the setting for a scenario of unchanging conservative stability. But ought we to talk about Latin America as such anyway? Historically, of course, it makes a good deal of sense, allowing for the obvious limits of wide generalizations, more sense than talking about Europe. The continent was, after all, with the exception of Brazil, colonized by a single power for 3 centuries, and linguistically, culturally, and in religion and some other institutions, unified as no region of the same size had ever been before. Thereafter Latin America became, including Brazil, the economic colony of another single power, Britain, for another century, and has since been in a similar relationship to yet another, the US. To this day Pan-Latin Americanism, based on this common past and reinforced within the Spanish area by common language, is a stronger ideological force in this area than similar beliefs anywhere else, except among the Arabs. On the other hand, it may be time to give Latin America as a unit a temporary rest, except for purposes of global economic analysis. Politically independent Latin America never was a unit, nor did it even look like becoming one. Apart from the common fact of underdevelopment, which affects different parts of it in widely varying ways, the unity which Latin America has and had is one imposed from outside. At present it is, for the Latins, the common fear of and dislike for the domination of the US, and conversely, for the US, the habit of considering all these republics collectively as its imperial backyard. The rest of the world is where even a world power negotiates, draws lines of demarcation, compromises, or even fights local wars, because there are other interests to be considered. Latin America is where nobody else has any political or military business, and the US merely intervenes, when not scaring outsiders off by the threat of nuclear war. As every politician between California and Patagonia knows, God, Russia and China, not to mention Britain, France, Germany, and Japan, are far away. Only the US is near. Nevertheless, common victimization does not exhaust the characteristics of a continent and a half. Fortunately, there are signs that, for a variety of reasons, general discussions of Latin America are being increasingly supplemented by books on particular Latin American countries. It happens to be a convenient accident that several of the volumes under review deal with Peru, though all of them were written before the coup of 1968, which has, to everyone's surprise, placed that country in the center of political interest. In many respects, Peru is a classic example of informal empire, or in modern terms, neocolonialism, that is to say, of the symbiosis of local exploitation and foreign capital. The local exploitation, since the 1920s, has come from the oligarchy, a combination of coastal estate operators, compradors, and other racketeers involved in international business, grafted upon an older stock of quasi-feudal landowners such as still maintain themselves in power in the highlands, and hence assimilated to the social and political status of landed patricians. The foreign capital is now predominantly North American. Politically and economically, the country divides into a relatively modernized coastal strip and the vast Indian hinterland of the mountains, with their haciendas, serfs, comunidades, mines, poverty, and backwardness. Alone among Latin American ruling classes, the Peruvian oligarchy retained its passionate attachment to free trade and no government interference in economic matters, which expressed not only its acute reluctance to pay taxes but its conviction that the domination of foreign capital was a fact of nature, like the Humboldt current. Even the early and revolutionary Opera Party planned to replace the older quasi-feudalism by a modernized state capitalism through and not against American investment. In no country has it been more pointless to seek for a national bourgeoisie, or even a significant sector of native manufactures. The foreigners bought Peru's primary products, built and ran the installations for their operation. The foreigners increasingly exploited the domestic market for manufactured goods. In return, a few hundred Creole families received the large incomes which they traditionally spent in Paris, and the right to oppress their Indians any way they liked or, if on the coast, to run the country any way they liked. A rather larger middle stratum on the coastal strip received their more modest slices of pork out of the barrel. The results of more than a century of this collaboration were until recently unimpressive, though they managed to keep Central Lima largely intact as a colonial capital, until it was systematically destroyed in the property boom of the 1960s. It produced a few spectacular mountain railroads, monuments to Victorian British engineering, a number of extremely efficient cotton and sugar estates on coastal oases, a relatively modest percentage of the world output of some metals, a lot of fish meal, and for its size and population the most backward country in Latin America. Except for a few mines, the foreigners took no serious interest in the Indian highlands, which contain 2/3 of the population, but even the coastal population was no great advertisement for the benefits of economic development through foreign investment. Peru was a country whose social injustice and plain misery made the blood run cold. If ever a country needed, and needs, a revolution, it was this. But none seemed likely. Indignation, contempt for the Peruvian ruling class, and pessimism have shaped the book of Carlos Astiz, an intelligent Argentinian. Like other observers, he is equally struck by the country's vast potentialities, the modesty of its achievements, its dependence on the US, and the apparent impossibility of achieving any major political change. Where is it to come from? From the feeble middle strata, content to ape the foreigners and the oligarchs on whom they depend, not least for jobs in the swelling civil and military bureaucracy which, as in all underdeveloped countries, exists to provide jobs for them. From the favored minority of organized plantation and industrial workers, who can bargain within the system. From the opera, long a part of the political racket and sold to the US. From the weak, isolated and increasingly vociferous revolutionary left. Yet his pessimism is patently mistaken, for since 1968 there have been dramatic changes which this book would not have allowed us to predict or even to expect. They are no doubt, so far, changes of style rather than of substance. It is too early to hail the achievements, as distinct from the intentions, of the agrarian reform, though also, skeptics should be reminded, too early to write off the anti-imperialism of the generals. Still, there have been some startling changes. Who would have expected any Peruvian administration to provoke a confrontation with the U.S., even if its purpose was only to make a better bargain? Carlos Ostiz, for instance, has been unable to discover a single issue of foreign policy in the 20th century on which Lima disagreed with Washington. Who would have expected the Peruvian army to expropriate the sugar estates, not only of Grace and Gildemeister, but of the great oligarchic families themselves? In Peruvian politics, the takeover of Hacienda Tuman was as extraordinary a step as the nationalization of the Schenectady works of General Electric would be in U.S. politics. Who would have expected a Peruvian government to hand over newspapers to cooperatives and seriously to consider, as this one is doing, giving votes to illiterates? The new factor in Peru's politics is not simply the conversion of army leaders to anti-imperialist nationalism and desiralismo, for this is no longer uncommon among Latin American officers, a middle-class group which is today far from the old stereotypes of the aristocrat or the roughneck aspirant caudillo. It is the emergence of the forgotten majority of Peruvians, the Indian peasantry, at home or in emigration, into politics. Their actual role in national life was potentially always decisive, though in practice it was generally negligible. The weak point of the regime always lay in the instability of its domination over the sullen, powerless, unreconciled Indian masses, whose frequent rebellions are virtually unrecorded by historians. Like Tsarist Russia, oligarchic Peru lived on a volcano. Only the lack of leaders, and the localization, brevity and political irrelevance of the peasant revolts, kept it secure. Conversely, the left knew the importance of the Indians, though it failed to mobilize them effectively. The first major shift in the Peruvian colonial economy, the victory of the coastal, American-oriented sector over the highland, quasi-feudal and British-oriented sector under Augusto B. Leguía, 1919-30, produced the first appearance of the masses as a serious factor in Peruvian politics. It was sufficient to stimulate two unique phenomena in Latin America: the homegrown, though Italian-influenced, Marxism of José María Mariátegui, the most original socialist thinker of the continent, and the first genuine left-wing mass party, Haya de la Torres Opera. But neither Opera nor Mariátegui's much smaller Communist Party succeeded in breaking into the highland Indian masses, though the CP established a few bridgeheads in the south, especially in that bastion of Indian tradition, Cuzco, which were to be the basis of a later and wider peasant movement. The Indians remained outside the nation, outside citizenship, people not merely forgotten, but politically almost invisible. The social earthquakes of the 1950s and 1960s have provided a firmer basis for their political mobilization. For the first time in history the highland society was breaking up, as demonstrated most vividly by the mass migration of Indians to the coastal cities. In Lima the number of inhabitants living in the shanty towns increased, between 1956 and 1961, from C.120,000, 10%, to C.400,000, 26%. The crucial phenomenon of this period was the mass insurrection of the highland peasants, mainly through a series of decentralized invasions of land, which began at the end of the 1950s and reached their peak in 1963-4. At this stage something like 300,000 peasants in all but one of the highland departments were involved in it. Less dramatic, but politically no less significant, was the emergence of the cholos, an Indian petty bourgeoisie distinct from the traditional ruling class of mestizos and the rare whites, which for the first time provided a cadre of political leaders, or political bosses, for the local peasantry. Edward Dew's Politics in the Altiplano, The Dynamics of Change in Rural Peru, 1969, is a remarkably interesting study of the rise of this stratum in the much-researched department of Puno, and especially of the career of the Caceres brothers, whose Frente Sindical Campesino swept the municipal elections in most provinces of this department. Mr. Du's book has no high ambitions, but he has been lucky to observe the grassroots politics of an important region of dense Indian settlement at the moment of social awakening, and we can benefit from his observation. With the emergence of the Indians into political visibility in the 1960s, the parameters of Peruvian politics changed. For the first time the rumblings of the social volcano had to be taken seriously. It had shown that it could erupt. At the same time, the possibility of bypassing the political system now existed, and with it the possibility of hauling Peru out of its state of backward dependence, an aim with which all except the oligarchy sympathized. The Belanda regime, 1962-8, failed, largely because it allowed itself to be paralyzed by a system of which it was a part. The army, which had installed it, eventually took over. There was nobody else to do so. Unlike the Brazilian general's coup of 1964, the Peruvian takeover was not the response to an immediate revolutionary danger, real or imagined. The army was certainly not afraid of the opera, that thinnest of paper tigers, which so often threatened to win elections and invariably yielded to the army veto. It was not frightened by the revolutionary left, which had demonstrated its impotence outside the universities. In 1958-64 the left had been unable to do more than detonate peasant movements, which it had not the resources to control, and in 1965 it had utterly failed to launch an effective rural guerrilla movement, as Hector Bejar's little book Peru 1965. Notes on a Guerrilla Experience, 1970, tragically demonstrates. Mr. Bejar, the leader of a small guerrilla movement which took part in the abortive risings of 1965, has had the leisure while in jail, where he still is, to reflect on the failure of the 1965 experience, and to provide an invaluable account of his own group's unhappy experiences in one region of the Andes. His book is a precious addition to the still exiguous literature about the concrete guerrilla experiences of his continent in the 1960s, though we need to remind ourselves, preferably by publishing an English translation of Jacobo Arenas's recent Columbi, Guerrillas du Peuple, Paris, 1969, that not all such movements have been as amateurish or unsuccessful as the Peruvian ones. The Peruvian generals were and are afraid of a social revolution which might one day be led by the left, for, as Bejar also shows, the potential peasant support for insurrection was substantial. But they had and have time to cut the ground from under such a revolution by agrarian reform, which, as every Peruvian intellectual since Maria Tegui and Haya de la Torre knows, would also destroy the political power of the oligarchy. The generals came to power at a time of political calm. They still enjoy this tranquility, perhaps fortunately for their political cohesion, less fortunately for their prospects. Even progressive generals tend to be happier if the civilians keep quiet, but progressive generals may well be saved from reactionary ones by the readiness of the civilians to come out on the streets on their behalf. Only very recently have the workers of the great American mining corporation of Cerro de Pasco begun to mobilize en masse with consequences which cannot yet be foreseen. What are the generals trying to do? One of them has explained their aims in El Monde, February 20, 1970. We discovered the deeper reasons for the guerrilla insurrection of 1965, poverty, the scandalous exploitation of the masses, the social injustice of archaic structures. Communism is no solution for Peru. So our objective is clear: we must fight against foreign dependence, which is at the root of underdevelopment. This implies that we must confront the foreign interests, mainly North American, which do not bother about Peru's interests. This again implies that we must fight against the local oligarchy, which is closely linked with the foreigners. In other words, their negative aim is to avoid a social explosion by well-timed reform, and more immediately and superficially, to break up their old antagonist, the opera; their positive aim, to develop the country's resources by a planned state capitalism, acquiring foreign aid on more favorable terms, and for purposes more directly useful to the Peruvian economy than in the past. Whether they or anyone else have a clear idea of how to achieve these aims is another question. Politically they have played a strong hand well inside Peru, a weak hand carefully in international relations. At home, since there is no effective opposition or alternative, their main problem is how far they can go without mobilizing their potential mass support, which they have so far not attempted to do either by building up any leader's charisma, which might cause trouble among his colleagues, or by organizing any mass movement or party, which might create enemies by creating friends. Internationally, they are extremely vulnerable to US pressure, e.g. the withdrawal of the sugar quota, all the more so as they are naturally reluctant to face economic disruption. But they probably would face it, if pressed too far, and the threat to move sharply to the left is their major diplomatic asset. The US does not want big trouble in a country remote from the area of quick and cheap military interventions, especially as plenty of Latin Americans are already looking to Lima for the demonstration effect of militant anti-imperialism, including influential officers in various countries, whose political views look no more incendiary today than the Peruvians did 3 years ago. Who can forget where Castro and Nasser went when pushed too hard? Hence Washington and the junta are both cautious. They are playing for time. Both would be happy to find a formula which avoided conflict. Is such a formula possible? In theory it is. The US is prepared to write off the present oligarchy and the backward agrarian system of the highlands. The Peruvian generals are patently in favor of North American investment and technical development, on terms which, as the Cuajone copper deal shows, are not unacceptable to US investors. Nobody will plan to send in the Marines just because any American property is taken over, especially as sending the Marines is not so easy. If the Kennedy policy, which failed, was to encourage anti-communist but economically realistic democratic reformers such as opera-type leaders and Christian Democrats, why should not the Nixon policy be to encourage reforming military governments, which is at any rate better for publicity than backing the Brazilian torturers? The prospect may be acceptable to Washington. The trouble about it is that it offers no immediate answers to the economic, social, and political problems of Peruvian backwardness, which are unusually acute. It offers time, which is valuable to a regime which is still, and inevitably, improvising and feeling its way. It offers agrarian reform, or rather the breakup of the large highland haciendas, the transfer of ownership of the agro-industrial plantations on the coast, but this in itself, however welcome, is not an adequate solution to the problems of Indian Peru. The agrarian problem is no longer the only significant problem of the country, nor can it be isolated nowadays from the other problems of Peruvian society with which it is intertwined. For these the formula would merely offer yet another, updated, version of the theory that somehow imperialism can be the first stage of a national capitalism in an underdeveloped country. The history of Peru does not encourage confidence in this theory. It suggests rather that the combination of economic liberalism and foreign dependence must be broken, if relative underdevelopment is not to be perpetually regenerated. Peruvian reformers, in and out of uniform, know this perfectly well. US interests and Peruvian interests do not coincide. However tactfully the confrontation is conducted on both sides, and if the generals carry out their program, it is likely to generate an internal dynamic which will get in the way of mutual politeness. It will have to be a confrontation. If it is not, President Velasco and his colleagues will fail to achieve what they have set out to achieve. And Peru will still need and cry out for that social revolution, peaceful or violent, which is long overdue. May 1970. 26. Peru, the peculiar revolution. While the Marxist government of Chile is cautious about what it has so far achieved, if not about its intentions, the military government of Peru has no doubt about what it is doing. It is making the Peruvian Revolution. The Peruvian government will not settle for less and resents any suggestion that it is just reformist. When on a recent visit I asked a group of officers from the COAP, the government's brain trust, how much further they hope to push the process of change, The answer was, until every aspect of the nation has been fundamentally transformed. Insofar as revolutions can be defined as transformations in the economic, social, and institutional structure, a case can be made for this view. The generals have already changed Peru more profoundly than, say, the Nazis changed Germany or Perón Argentina. These parallels are not supposed to suggest any similarity between these regimes. On the contrary, they throw doubt on the facile predictions that the Peruvian generals are moving in the direction of fascism, whatever that may mean. On the other hand, insofar as revolutions are movements of masses, the Peruvian process clearly does not belong with them. It is not even a revolution from above like Stalin's collectivization or Mao's Cultural Revolution. It involves no mass mobilization of popular forces by the government, no struggle against mass resistance or entrenched adversaries. The masses are simply outside the transformation that has taken place. The Peruvian military regime has, for most of its 3 years in power, operated in a political vacuum. Representing an organized consortium of officers whose exact nature is obscure, but which clearly represented the armed forces, the regime took power in October 1968, without fuss or trouble, because there was no one else, and to the relief of the population. The reformist administration of Fernando Belaúnde Terry, whom the army had put into power in 1962-3 and would have preferred to support, had rapidly subsided into impotence and ineffectiveness. The major political party, Haya de la Torres Opera, was no alternative, even had the armed forces not been feuding with it for many years. It was also bankrupt, a fact now recognized even by the Kennedy-type U.S. liberals who supported it for so long. 1. The Marxist or Castroite left was negligible as a revolutionary force, as the guerrilla insurrection of 1965 proved, and relatively unimportant even as a minority working-class pressure group. Changes had to be made, and since there was literally no other willing or capable force, the generals took over. They abolished parliament, elections, and the superstructure of party politics, though not the parties themselves. Few Peruvians regret the passing of a system that was largely regarded as differing from military government, mainly in being notoriously more corrupt. Political opposition simply faded away and barely exists as a serious factor. The opera has retired to its usual position of semi-submerged attentisme, waiting for better times, confident, like the old German Social Democratic Party which it somewhat resembles, that it will retain plenty of loyal supporters, but in the meanwhile doing nothing and incapable of doing much. The sects of the ultra-left remain politically negligible, though perhaps a shade less inclined to be at one another's throats than before. The Muscovite Communist Party is the only political organization that maintains a serious independent presence, thanks largely to its influence in the Peruvian General Confederation of Workers, CGTP, not to be confused with the possibly declining Confederation of Peruvian Workers, CTP, of opera. But the CP supports the generals and would in any case be incapable of providing a realistic alternative. In fact, so long as the armed forces remain united, there is no foreseeable prospect of the military regime being replaced. This helps to explain one of the most unexpected characteristics of a military government that is itself very surprising, the unusual degree of civil liberties it maintains. The generals appear to be genuinely attached to these and proud of their liberalism. Not only have far fewer people been killed or jailed so far than in civilian Peru, but the present situation compares favorably with most other governments in Latin America. It would be too much to expect a perfectly clean record. There are a few old and new political prisoners, an exile or two, and though there is no censorship, the non-government press, though less tongue-tied than in, say, Mexico, undoubtedly picks its way with great care, except for the picture magazine Carretas, which combines girls, fashions, and fairly uninhibited political commentary. Any talk about Peru in 1971 being a repressive state is nonsense. Of course it may become so at any moment. There is nothing to prevent it. Indeed, Some general or other may be arguing even now that the country could still maintain its liberal reputation even if a few more troublesome union men or ultra-left activists were put behind bars for a while. But so far the record is astoundingly good. But if there is no opposition, there is no real support either. The generals have been joined by some civilians from the old parties, by numerous cadres from smaller groups like the Social Progressives, by a handful of left-wing intellectuals including, as is almost inevitable, ex-Trotskyists evolving yet another theoretical position, and by one of the leaders of the 1965 guerrillas, Hector Bejar. On the whole, however, the Marxist left remains in opposition, with the major exception of the CP whose combination of critical support and organizational independence does not make it welcome to the government. The less sectarian student activists who poured into some agrarian reform organizations 2 years ago have tended to drift away in disillusion. The politically uncommitted masses, rural and urban, may well consider this government as better than its predecessors, and accept it as the only one there is likely to be for a good while, but probably there is today less hopeful expectation than there was during the first months of agrarian reform 2 years ago. This is not very surprising in the big cities, particularly in Lima where 20% of Peruvians live. On the eve of the military takeover something like 40% of Lima's population was underemployed or unemployed, and something like the same percentage lived in anything from matting shelters to adobe shacks. 2 Since then, as the mass migration from the country has continued, unemployment has continued to rise while real wages almost certainly have not. Lately a few hang-ups in food supply have not made life easier. The housing situation, which appears to have been getting worse during the 1960s, is appalling and, as continued mass invasions of urban building sites show, explosive. The nearest thing to political trouble the government encountered in 1971 arose out of a squatting incident, which led to the brief arrest of a social activist bishop by the muscle-flexing Minister of the Interior, who very soon lost his job, and to the immediate and amply publicized provision of building land, roads, public utilities, and presidential visits for the new urban settlement of El Salvador. That the peasantry remains passive, perhaps even less expectant and positive than 2 years ago, though with Peruvian Indians it is hard to tell, is less surprising than it seems. The agrarian reform is indeed genuine and profound, and advancing steadily toward the expropriation of all large estates by 1975. Though on balance less drastic than in Chile 3, it is certainly no less radical and enthusiastic in its attack upon the land-owning oligarchy as a class, which has already been swept away as a social and political force from the greater part of the countryside. This is undoubtedly a major change in rural life, as is the substitution of various kinds of cooperatives for the former haciendas in the highlands and on the coast. 3 reasons may be suggested for the lack of enthusiasm of the peasants. In the first place, most of them have not yet got any land. The 44,000 families who have benefited since 1969, though much more numerous than the 30,000 who got land in the 6 years of Chile's revolution in liberty, are only a small fraction of the 800,000 or so who are theoretically entitled to claim land under the reform. Second, what peasants mean by agrarian reform is essentially parceling land, but this is not the view of the authorities, whose policy of setting up cooperatives arouses more suspicion than joy. Peasants are inclined to keep as far away from any government as they can, and cooperatives are identified with government. Last, for the people on the expropriated estates to be bossed by technocrats who depend on the government, or even in theory on some annual meeting of cooperators/shareholders, does not seem any different from being bossed by technocrats who depend on an absentee landowner. The boss is still ingeniero somebody, if not the one who ran the hacienda before, very likely one who ran some other hacienda before. I asked a servidor of a large cattle ranch about the cooperative of which he is now a member. "What cooperative?" he answered. And on the same Sociedad Agrícola de Intersocial, SAIS, rightly regarded as a showplace of reform, the attitude of the former ranch hands is, well, they say we're the bosses now. But we're bosses who take orders and don't give any. More unexpected is the passivity of the class that is perhaps the clearest beneficiary of the present regime, though it did well enough under Balanda, the urbanized and modernized Indian middle stratum of the Cholos. The sons of Indian kulaks and village entrepreneurs fill the big universities, whose students have multiplied perhaps 15-fold since the 1940s, providing the social base for the ultra-radical but short-lived Maoism of students who rapidly turn into respectable citizens after graduating. The country clubs, which have multiplied outside Lima on the model of the institutions of the old Creole middle class and the expatriate foreign executives, are filled with such families, pouring out of overloaded autos to pass a Sunday in a style which is still in many ways demotic, like the Impressionists' restaurants on the Marne, small businessmen, professionals, perhaps above all bureaucrats. Unlike earlier generations of their kind, the new Cholos do not seem to despise or sever their links with Indian origins. Probably most of the adults continue to speak Quechua as well as Spanish, and they certainly appreciate down-home music and dancing, which remain the basis of Peruvian popular show business. The shade of contempt and condescension which François Barricade noticed in the use of the word Cholo in the 1960s is rapidly disappearing. The military regime is aggressively pro-Indian, though there is only one Indian in the top levels of agrarian reform. It is as much given to idealizing the Incas as official Mexico is the Aztecs, but with better reason, and lucky enough to possess a suitable culture hero in the great rebel Tupac Amaru. It is even planning bilingual schooling. The Cholo middle stratum lacks any obvious enthusiasm for the Peruvian Revolution, probably because the regime has not so far notably improved the possibilities of bettering themselves that the Cholos already enjoyed, except for very limited groups of technically qualified professionals. The bulk of them, in Lima at least, continue to live a life of struggle against low salaries, large families, high prices, poor living conditions, endless journeys to and from work, and occasionally uncertain supplies. Like most Peruvians, except the hostile students, they are not against the government, but neither are they actively for it. The generals are increasingly troubled about the political void that surrounds them. It is not merely that a government that is sincerely devoted to making life human for all Peruvians and is, to say the least, the best administration the country has had within anyone's memory would naturally welcome more appreciation. They know that lack of popular commitment makes their task more difficult. Can a revolution, even the Peruvian Revolution, really be carried out simply by taking the vehicle of the state and pointing it in the desired direction? In Peru, an orderly, peaceful advance of bureaucrats flanked by lawyers and technicians will be blessed by historians for the ample and systematic documentation they generated. But, the observer asks himself as he works his way through the serried and ordered files of a zonal office of agrarian reform, is this really how revolutions are made? In fact, the military government knows it is not. The very lack of any genuine impetus from below, or obvious social basis, has already pushed the armed forces into the virtually unique role of not just telling the civilians what to do, but actually being the government and administration. Not only are all ministers senior officers but down to subaltern functions decisions are made by uniformed colonels, captains or lieutenants. They have to be, inasmuch as the routine forces of administration, however loyal and efficient, cannot be relied upon to infuse themselves with the required dynamism. One might say that in Peru the modern army, an increasingly bureaucratic organization, has accepted its destiny and actually become a bureaucracy. But it did not want to. The officers of the COAP say emphatically that the criteria of recruitment and promotion and the training of officers will not be modified to qualify them for the administrative tasks that they will have to carry out until they can hand them over to the civilians again and get back to the military hardware. That this is what they want I have no doubt. But it does not look as though they will be able to do so for a long time. Even so, they need the people, and after months of difficult backstage discussion a plan for social mobilization was finally announced, details to be filled in later, in the summer of 1971. The scheme will give scope to the various left-wing civilians who have thrown in their lot with the government, though it will be headed by a general, Leonidas Rodriguez, a handsome officer of whom, it is safe to predict, more will be heard since he combines his new functions with the command of the armored division. No military coup has much chance of winning against this division. How exactly the mobilization of the people will work, nobody quite knows. It will not be a party or a movement. It will certainly not operate through any existing parties, or independent organizations, labor unions, peasant unions, or the like. Lacking any civilian organization and cadres of its own, the government is unwilling to hand over social mobilization to forces out of its control, and more especially to the enemies it fears, such as APRA, the nearest thing to a mass party in Peru, or the supporters it distrusts, such as the CP. It was notably cool toward the committees for the defense of the revolution which the CP encouraged at one point and which have since faded from sight. Official statements and commentaries so far are remarkably vague, a long and difficult process in the course of which multiple and complex problems will arise, to contribute to the creation of conditions which will stimulate the emergence of autonomous popular organizations, etc. Presumably mobilization will operate through the organisms created or encouraged by the government, such as cooperatives, industrial communities, community organizations of the shanty towns now called young towns, etc. In fact, nobody knows. Something, it is hoped, will evolve. 2. What will or might evolve depends on the nature of the government and its Peruvian revolution, a matter much discussed by the left, which has, with the exceptions of Fidel Castro and the old-style communists, taken a rather negative view of the generals. The left regards them as bourgeois reformers who have now, the date of self-revelation varies with the commentators, revealed that they will not evolve into left-wing progressive nationalists, but are seeking a new kind of dependent niche in a new version of a global imperialism. Such arguments are put forward in a very simple-minded way or in more sophisticated but still circular versions by sympathizers of the Peruvian ultra-left. 4 They are also put forward with admirable lucidity and intelligence by Aníbal Quijano in his Nationalism and Capitalism in Peru, a study in neo-imperialism, 1972, the best statement of the opposition case which analyzes the regime's economic policy up to the spring of 1971. All these arguments tend to assume, a. that the Peruvian military must be for capitalism because they refuse to be for socialism, b. that the international situation of Peru to which they aspire can only be described as neo-imperialism, and c. that there is a serious possibility of a Peruvian economy based on a dependent, domestic bourgeoisie. These assumptions somewhat oversimplify a very complex and ambiguous situation. The complexity of the situation is indicated by the very existence of the arguments and uncertainties of the left. The Peruvian military are undeniably genuine reformers. It is at the same time also almost impossible to believe in their program. Still, they believe in it, and have stuck to it with remarkable consistency, allowing for a good deal of tactical flexibility. Those who claim to have detected in them a decisive turn to the right, or, much more rarely, to the left, have tended to confuse tactical zigzags with changes of direction. But the road is sufficiently well marked for it to be clear where the military regime wishes to go. The argument of President Juan Velasco Alvarado's regime is simply summarized. Until 1968 Peru was capitalist, and it was dependent, underdeveloped, poor, and backward because capitalism generates these things. Hence the regime is anti-capitalist and revolutionary, because it would make no sense simply to modernize, thus prolonging the system that generates all these evils. The mechanism that kept Peru down was a combination of local oligarchy and foreign imperialism. Is it not true that Peru was always under the rule of a small group of Peruvians who grew rich on the backs of our people and mortgaged the national wealth to the foreigner? The regime opposes the oligarchy with an obviously sincere passion, not because it is economically inefficient but because it is the crucial link in the chain of imperialist exploitation. The novelty of its agrarian reform was not technical but political. The reform of Belanda, apart from remaining on paper, had specifically accepted the modern efficient sugar estates of the chief domestic and foreign oligarchs on the coast. The generals began their reform by expropriating these because they represented the most efficient, hence dangerous, oligarchs. On the other hand, the new Peru is certainly not to be communist, for the usual anti-totalitarian reasons. Moreover, neither system is at present a very attractive model, both today show unequivocal symptoms of enfeeblement and crisis. The military answer is less easy to describe briefly, except in the meaningless phrase neither capitalism nor communism. It has in it much that is reminiscent of the social Catholicism of the general's interwar youth. There is the dream of harmonizing capital and labor as mutually dependent and functionally necessary parts of the social organism, and consequently a deep distrust of organs of the class struggle or sectional pressure groups. There is the search for forms of economic organization that eliminate or modify the crude employer-slash-worker relationship, especially in big business. Hence the enthusiasm for cooperative organization, a slogan that suggests all these things, but is vague and ambiguous enough to cover everything from de facto technocratic management to a kibbutz. However, the anti-technological traditionalism that in the past often accompanied this type of ideology is quite absent. Peruvianism lies not in any appeal to continuity and the community of the past, in which little is to be found that inspires the regime except perhaps the oppressed, exploited, but also struggling, Indian, people of Peru. Its populist sympathies, however, do not extend to the traditionalism of the peasantry. This positive program is either too vague or utopian. Hence the question is not so much what the regime wants to happen, but what is likely to emerge from its efforts, which will inevitably be somewhat different. Moreover, there is no automatic congruence, but a probable contradiction between the aims of a Peru liberated from imperialism and underdevelopment and of a harmonious social organism. Critics on the left assume that since the regime is not socialist or communist, though actual disclaimers of socialism are not easy to find, it cannot develop except through some form of capitalism and must perpetuate imperialist dependence in some shape. Its more naive spokesmen, against all the evidence, regard the declared aims of the government as so much window dressing, designed to make the new version of dependent capitalism more palatable to the masses. Left-wing supporters somewhat more cautiously take the view that the anti-imperialism is genuine, the reforms so far progressive or at least not incompatible with what a progressive government might have done, and that the logic of their position may push the regime to the left. Of course it is equally possible that at the fork of the road the generals may take the wrong turn, but that fork has not yet been reached. Such arguments illustrate the difficulty of categorizing a regime that refuses to fit into any of the familiar analytical slots, perhaps because the slots are not present. The truth is that the regime attempts to fill a vacuum. It could hardly represent or act for a Peruvian bourgeoisie even if that were its intention. It would have to take its place because there is no national bourgeoisie in Peru. There is nothing like the recognizable social phenomenon of revolution in Peru, but still less is there a counter-revolution or even an attempt to forestall revolution by well-judged reform, though this was in the minds of some of the generals. The regime is there instead of the revolution that did not occur in 1963 but left behind it a necessity to ratify and systematize certain changes, which nobody else could do. The peasant risings of the early 1960s amounted politically to no more than an accumulation of localized unrest. Economically and socially they killed the traditional latifundism of the highlands, as the owners realized perfectly well. But the peasants themselves were unable to bury its rotting corpse. The military had to substitute for a bankrupt political system, totally incapable of anything except responding to the pressures of foreign enterprise and the local oligarchy. They had even, as we have seen, to take the place of the state machine. About the only thing the officers really represent is people like themselves, i.e. professional men of generally modest provincial middle-class background making their careers in the public service. But this in itself does not get us far. The only forces the army does not replace, because they are already socially present, are those of the working class and the labor movement, which are also the only ones, apart from the students, to maintain independent institutions under the new regime. Hence the government's suspicion of both OPRA and the CP, both essentially proletarian-based. The organized peasant movements of the 1960s have disintegrated, and especially its deep suspicion of labor unions. Politically, the small Peruvian working class is not a serious problem. Unlike its counterpart in Chile, it does not provide the basis for an alternative government. Its strongest components, the miners and the workers on the agro-industrial estates of the coast, are labor aristocrats totaling perhaps 50,000 and 30,000 adult men respectively. Unlike the peasants, however, they constitute not merely a force of nature, but, through the unions, an organized and structured force. At the very least they have leaders who can be blamed. The military rulers of Peru, as their conversation makes very clear, do not understand unions and wish they were not there. Their relations with them illustrate a major weakness of the Peruvian Revolution and explain, though they do not justify, some of the left-wing hostility to it. The government has made big mistakes in labor policy where it has controlled the situation directly, i.e. in sugar estate cooperatives, and will probably make similar mistakes with industrial labor, if its uneasiness about the way unions are going tempts it into direct control there. Though the military rulers persistently refuse to believe it, union leaders are not secretly trying to sabotage the Peruvian Revolution or to turn it communist, if we accept the scattered locals where the influence of the ultra-left is generally temporary. They can rarely maintain it, a union leader told me. The university style of action is not the working class style. The Opera's Federation, like its parent body, is politically quiescent. The rising CGTP shares the CP's attitude toward the regime, though actively organizing and campaigning for changes in the largely unreconstructed Ministry of Labor. It would certainly prefer not to embarrass the government it actively supports. On the other hand, especially with an eye to its rivals, it must take account of the militancy of its members. In the cities they are for action because real wages are drifting lower, while in the mines the government's own anti-imperialism has encouraged the permanent hostility of the miners to their foreign employers, and their bargaining strength is greater than ever. Leaders of genuine labor movements cannot coerce their members and must to some extent follow them, especially today. They are quite unlike army officers, though this is difficult for military men to understand. On the sugar estates the failure to understand the unions has been particularly counterproductive. These strongholds of a militant, because fairly young, unionism, several did not win recognition until the early 1960s, were also strongholds of Opera in its main bastion, the Solid North. The government frankly hoped that the new cooperatives would also replace the unions. What did the workers need unions for if they actually owned the firm? More than this. Presumably in order to prevent the cooperatives from being taken over by Opera supporters, not only was their electoral system made too complex and manipulable, but party and union functionaries and ex-functionaries are ineligible as delegates or functionaries of the cooperative. This would be rather like banning registered Democrats and United Automobile Workers activists from taking part in the running of a collectivized Chrysler plant. There have even been attempts to deprive union leaders of cooperative membership, met by strikes for their reinstatement. A strong and recognized union, irrespective of political affiliation, has to negotiate with management, irrespective of its character, and, as the old managers of the haciendas learned, the other way round. Left to themselves, the old unions and the new managers would have done the same, leaving the complex problem of the members' dual interests as co-owners and employees to settle itself by practice. That is what seemed to be happening in the first months after expropriation, when, incidentally, Opera influence in the unions was receding rapidly, at least in the region I then visited. The result of the government's policy has been the precise opposite of its intention. Management, i.e. the technicians and white-collar workers who are the cooperative officials, is as separate from the workers as before. The unions have been pushed back and have become marginal and consequently militant. The Opera influence has revived, and the militants of the ultra-left are attracted from all over the country by the magnet of endemic industrial friction. The past year has seen strikes, semi-riotous demonstrations, resignations of managers and committees, and even the sentencing of strike leaders to light jail sentences and heavy fines for sabotage of the agrarian reform. These are awkward developments in what were intended to be the showcases of the Peruvian Revolution. They have been met by increasingly direct intervention by military functionaries and policemen in the management of the cooperatives. 3. Where then are the generals going? The simplest to predict are their international relations, for here the conflict between intention and result is least acute. The regime aims to make Peru independent, but since the country is poor, weak, and backward, it is realistic enough to know that it cannot do without some foreign assistance. To be more precise, it believes that the costs of going it alone are prohibitive, as indeed they probably are. The major objective is to break the monopoly of U.S. power without falling into dependence on any other single state. What would suit the government best is enough world rivalry between numerous powers, U.S., USSR, perhaps the common market, perhaps China, for little countries to diversify their dependence and have maximum room for maneuver. Peru also hopes rather than expects that united action by third world states will give each weak country a little more strength. At the moment, with the U.S. in political and economic recession, prospects look promising, and Peru is negotiating for trade, technical assistance, and investment with everybody from China to Japan and West Germany, as well as the US and the USSR. What if US power recovers? The officers, who discuss all these matters with the most agreeable frankness and lack of humbug, shrug their shoulders. A weak and backward country has to make the best of the world as it finds it. The weakness of this position is that a weak country known to be unwilling to risk all has less bargaining power than it might have. There are people, including foreign businessmen, who think that Peru has been giving somewhat better terms than necessary to investors. Indeed, by current international standards, the recent oil and copper contracts with foreign corporations are not ungenerous, while the mining law of 1971 is quite acceptable to them. Still, an argument about the percentage of royalties or repatriable profits must not be confused with one about fundamentals. To describe Peruvian policy as without hesitation, pro-imperialist, as does Ricardo Letts, is to devalue language. In mining, Peru has deliberately opted not for nationalization, though the state company will be very big, but for a state monopoly of marketing and most of the refining, which is a tenable point of view. In oil it has opted for what amounts to a service contract rather than a concession. The general's policies are not in any way socialist, but since they do not claim to be socialists, this observation is tautology rather than criticism. On the other hand, their intention is plainly anti-imperialist. So, undoubtedly, is their effect. The U.S. corporations will doubtless resign themselves here as elsewhere to doing business under drastically less favorable conditions than in the past, and will discover that money can still be made in the new way, and indeed, given the troubles of the U.S. economy, must be so made. Conversely, they can console themselves with the reflection that, if even the USSR calls on Western corporations to build plants, Peru will still find it advantageous to do business with them. So long as the capitalist industrial states remain richer and technologically more advanced than the socialist ones and the Third World, this will be the case, unless socialist regimes return to the ancient aim of a just austerity, denying themselves the products of technology of richer nations, which few of them seem inclined to do, and none can, except at the price of rigid isolation. But to say that U.S. corporations will survive in Peru does not imply that nothing has changed. One has only to look at Peru's northern neighbor Ecuador, the greatest banana republic of them all, to observe the difference. However, the general's policies are not intended to be anti-business, in spite of putting all the basic industries into the public sector. They are certainly in favor of indigenous capitalist development, doubtless under the control of a commanding state sector, but also benefiting from its activities. Such a symbiosis is today normal, and in Latin America even the dynamic local capitalisms of Brazil and Mexico rely largely on it. But Peru is not Brazil or Mexico. There is no effective national bourgeoisie, and military decisions are unlikely to create what several centuries of history have denied the country. What is most likely to happen is that the extreme weakness of domestic private enterprise and the restrictions on the participation in it of foreign capital will make the public sector grow far beyond the original intentions of the government. It will have to, unless Peru is to relapse into its old pattern of dependence. This will raise acute questions, analogous to those in Eastern Europe, about the suitability of large state bureaucracies in backward countries as economic entrepreneurs, about the role of incentives, technocrats, etc. However, unless we regard, say, Bulgaria or Romania as capitalist, these problems alone are not enough to characterize a state as bourgeois reformist. Nor, of course, enough to characterize it as socialist. The Peruvian strategy of development is thus debatable, but cannot so far be regarded as pro-imperialist or pro-capitalist. The main danger that Peru may one day revert to type lies in the fact that its transformation is so controlled and orderly, the regime's fear of disruption and chaos so great, and the hope of getting by without a critical confrontation with the US so attractive that it will undoubtedly tempt the government into concessions. The alternative would be to risk plunging into one of those iron ages which have been a normal part of the history of revolutions. The generals' real weakness may be that they want to combine revolutionary change with peace and quiet, thus making themselves vulnerable to blackmail from outside. But it is absurd to deny that they mean what they say or that they are not passionately determined to secure the independence of their country. One has much more serious doubts about the social than about the economic aspect of the regime. There are two weaknesses here. In the first place, planners and administrators tend to concentrate on hard economic matters that produce measurable results, while paying little more than lip service to the social objectives of the government. One would not guess from their documents about the agrarian sector that there is a major agrarian reform with specific and non-economic objectives and problems. The natural desire to keep production growing, or at least undisrupted, favors giving it overriding priority and keeping the management structure the way it is. Socially, the biggest problem of the countryside is that the reform will, and if it provides workable family units must, leave vast numbers without land, up to 80% or according to one estimate 0.5. But farm administrators are more preoccupied with the inefficiencies and high labor costs of overstaffed units, and tend to hope that the landless will just migrate somewhere. Technically, it is easier to get quick and good results from the reform on the coast. So the hard, expensive, but essential job of creating the basis of efficient peasant farming in the Sierra is postponed. Second, the government's own social plans, e.g. for communities in industry, mining, fisheries, etc., are inadequate. These are essentially devices to promote workers' co-partnership and profit sharing within each enterprise, as well as, through the community of compensation of the mining law, to make equal the shares in enterprises of varying profitability. The financial details need not detain us. Participation in management is also envisaged, but on a more modest scale than in the West German Mitbestimmungsrecht, and excluding union leaders. This is obviously insufficient to change the character of management. The government has high hopes for the communities, including no doubt the hope that they will supersede unions. This is improbable. Since they are still largely on paper, little can be said concretely about their functioning. An authoritative union view is that they will do no more than give some workers a useful insight into management. The prevailing business view is that they will diminish the profit incentive but could probably be circumvented. The general's intentions are not in doubt. To make life better and more humane for most Peruvians and to bring the people, whom previous regimes treated as little better than cattle, into the affairs of their nation are the goals to which they give at least theoretical priority. 6 There has been a lot of hard thought, as about educational reform, the present system having largely failed, in spite of the apparently large if unbalanced expansion of the 1960s. The average period of school attendance for all Peruvians is 3 years, 88% drop out of high school, and there has been no diminution in the basic core of illiteracy, which is officially, and optimistically, given as 4 million or about 30% of the population. 7. There are also some sensible ideas about the development of the 610 do-it-yourself settlements in which perhaps 40% of urban Peruvians live, but what they have done so far is inadequate for both the economic and social objectives of the regime. To take a single example, it will take more than has so far been done to turn the bottom 20% of Lima's population, which received in 1967 just 1.3% of the city's total income. In Mexico the corresponding figure was about 6% into genuine citizens, or even into a market for Peruvian industry. 37% of Limanos receive less than $50 a month in Latin America's most expensive city. The government has borrowed from José María Mariátegui, the founder of the Peruvian Communist Party, the splendid slogan, "Let us Peruvianize Peru." For people such as these it is still far from realized. 8. 4. If you were a Peruvian, what would you do? The visitor is likely to be asked this question by young intellectuals not already totally committed to some political sect, and the answer is almost impossible to know. In the first place, the Peruvian military regime is one of those phenomena on which the views of the native and foreign left tend to differ, though international tact and loyalties may attempt to conceal the divergences. It is easy to think of Peruvian regimes of which socialists would approve more enthusiastically, but none that looks remotely probable, even after the end of the present one, which seems at the moment an unlikely contingency. In the second place, the attitude that seems most reasonable, a critical support of the regime for the time being, is not one for which the military themselves have any sympathy, partly because they do not really trust any civilians, mainly because they do not trust anyone who is not totally committed to them. Like most governments, what they want is unqualified support, but unlike politicians' governments, they are not accustomed or resigned to the kind of supporter who from time to time turns critic. On the other hand, however much one may sympathize with the personal difficulties of Peruvian intellectuals, they are not among the country's major problems, which are enormous, under the best of circumstances. Its agriculture consists of a few patches of oasis, a few ribbons of mountain valley dotted with handkerchief-sized Indian fields, a few strips between the High Sierra and the Amazonian jungle, and endless rough grazing with a few marginal potato patches on the High Puna. Nobody since the Incas has managed to cultivate the highlands effectively. Peru has no industry that could stand up even to the competition of industry in Chile or Colombia. Its vast and booming fisheries depend, like their predecessor, the briefly successful guano industry of the 19th century, on the farming of the developed world, or more exactly on the Western broiler chicks and hogs which feed on fish meal until some cheaper food comes along. It has mineral wealth in large variety, but this is the kind of resource that requires the sort of investments and technology that tend to put Peru at the mercy of foreign enterprise. About the only advantage the country has over other underdeveloped economies is that it does not depend on any single export commodity. Peru may not be, in the 19th century phrase, a beggar sitting on a heap of gold, but its people remain poor and desperately backward. The Incas are gone for good, but their descendants are repossessing their country. From the highlands squat, big-chested, earth-colored men and women flood into the coast and into the subtropical valleys, filling the shanty towns with the curiously Baroque Christian names, the Quechua surnames of the Sierra. 450 years of subjection have taught this people of mujiks in ponchos nothing except how to endure, to survive in their tight but now disintegrating peasant communities, to distrust and not to show their thoughts to their rulers. These are not good qualifications for life in the 1970s, in spite of the passion for learning and progress which has been filling the highlands with primary schools and the cities with families seeking a better education for their children. What are their prospects? If we leave aside the strong and sober who become the Cholo lower middle class, inevitably the parallels with Tsarist Russia come to the minds of students of Peru. They are social disruption, underemployment, and poverty. The flight from the land, the uncontrollable growth of a megalopolitan slum zone, which are taking place in Peru today on a huge scale, are extreme versions of the social changes familiar in later 19th century Europe, but in those days, and for those countries, capitalism worked, at least inasmuch as it created enough employment to absorb the new immigrants at a modestly rising standard of living. Hence, outside periods of acute and lasting depression, it seemed plausible enough to concentrate on the rate of economic growth, with employment and the distribution of the new wealth, by and large left to take care of itself. But today this will not work, least of all in such countries as Peru. It will merely produce a permanently unsolved social agrarian problem in the mountains, without the massive remittances from emigrants to Birmingham and Turin which keep analogous areas in Ireland and southern Italy afloat today, and a flood of new townsmen with which neither the economy nor the social administration can cope. The military regime is not to be blamed for its inability to solve the problem of providing work for the people, which implies fundamental social reconstruction, for, with the possible exception of China, no other regime in an underdeveloped country, socialist or otherwise, seems to have given social reorganization deliberate priority over economic growth, and whether even the Chinese are succeeding is obscure, like so much else about that country. But it would be highly unwise for the rulers of Peru to overlook the urgency of their country's situation. As it happens, the boom years of the 1960s and the collapse of the old rural quasi-federalism have given them a breathing space and an opportunity. At the moment Peru is not on the verge of a social explosion, as it seemed to be between 1958 and 1963. But there is no reason to believe that tension will remain slack permanently. Agrarian pressure may well revive in the highlands, social discontent is certain to grow in the giant urban jungles, as it has in Bogotá and Caracas, where it has been reviving the political fortunes of even such discredited political contenders as the ex-dictators Rojas Pinilla and Pérez Jiménez. But not, one may add for the benefit of optimists on the extreme left, those of the local Marxist movements. The Peruvian military have so far been fortunate enough to plan and act without constraints, other than those of their country's weakness and backwardness. The time for them to consider whether their policies are adequate to achieve their objectives is now. It would be both unfair and unprofitable to write off the military rulers of Peru summarily, as many on the left are inclined to do. Unfair, because they are serious and devoted men genuinely trying to revolutionize their country and make it independent, however reasonably we may disagree with them. They measure themselves against the major social revolutions of Latin America, not against the capitalist Mexico of the past 30 years, but against the aspirations of the Mexican Revolution. They deserve the compliment of being taken at their word. Unprofitable, because they are for the politically foreseeable future Peru's best chance. They may fall victim to dissension within the armed forces, under the pressure of economic difficulties or social tensions, but their most likely successor would be a Brazilian-type military regime, which would be distinctly worse. They may not achieve their objectives, and it is important to point out in what ways their ideology and the nature and limitations of their policies make it difficult, if not impossible, for them to do what they say they want to do. But there is no one else in view who at present stands a realistic chance of achieving them, still less the more advanced objectives of a socialist Peru. The vacuum in Peru remains. There is still no one else to fill it. The case of the left which rejects the generals is not only that they have turned or are likely to turn the wrong way, the latter is perfectly arguable, but that an alternative exists, a hegemonic Marxist mass movement is an immediate or at least imminent possibility. Unfortunately, there is no good reason to expect this. The history of Latin America is full of substitutes for the genuinely popular social revolutionary left that has so rarely been strong enough to determine the shape of its country's histories. The history of the Latin American left is, with rare exceptions such as Cuba and Chile, one of having to choose between an ineffective sectarian purity and making the best of various kinds of bad jobs, civilian or military populists, national bourgeoisies, or whatever else. It is also, quite often, a history of the left regretting its failure to come to terms with such governments and movements before they were replaced by something worse. Today, most of the Argentine left recognizes that it must work with and through the Peronists, who are the labor movement. 20 years ago hardly any of them did. The Peruvian generals, a rather special variety of such a substitute phenomenon, may fall, fail or change the character of their regime. If they do any of these things, it will not be an occasion for self-congratulation. December 1971. Notes. Some notes in the original essay have been omitted from the version that appears in this volume. 1. See Grant Hilliker, The Politics of Reform in Peru, Baltimore, 1971. The author demonstrates both the limits of opera influence and its failure in recent years. 2. Jamie Gianella, Marginalidad en Lima Metropolitana, Una Investigación Exploratoria, Lima, 1970, Memeo. The data of this very full sample survey were collected in 1967. 3. The maximum holding retainable by expropriated owners is probably larger, though the provisions of both reforms are too complex for simple comparison. For details see Luis Dongo Denegri, Compendio Agrario, Comentario, Legislation, Jurisprudencia, 2 vols, Lima, 1971, which records changes up to mid-February 1971. 4. For an example of the first, G. Lessink, L'État du Peru, Politique aujourd'hui, Paris, 1971, and of the second, Ricardo Letts, Peru, Revolucion Socialista o Caricatura de Revolucion? Mexico, 1971, Memeo. 5. Cf. Aspectos sociales y financieros de un programa de reforma agraria 1968-1975, Lima, 1970, Memeo. 6. Cf. Items 1 to 4 of the long-range goals, as defined by President Velasco Alvarado in the message of December 5, 1968. They are reprinted in R. Merritt, Peru, 1969, pages 275-6. 7. Reforma de la Educación Peruana, Informe General, Lima, 1970, p. 16. 8. A translation of Maria Tegui's Siete Ensayos, 7 Interpretive Essays on Peruvian Reality, Austin, 1971, has been published with an introduction by the Dean of Peruvian Historians, Jorge Basidra. This is a welcome introduction to the work of the most original Marxist thinker produced up to the present in Latin America. Editor's note. In reply to a long letter to the editors of the New York Review of Books from an anthropologist, name withheld, who argued that none of the reforms of the so-called revolutionary government in Peru, the latest in a long list of colonialist administrations, attempted to return any power the Indians, the Native American people of the Andean highlands and the upper Amazon lowlands, principally speakers of Quechua and Aymara, 60 to 70% of the population, Eric replied, New York Review of Books, June 15, 1972. The writer of this letter and I clearly do not talk the same language. I cannot understand his use of the term Indian, which veers from one possible criterion to another, in the widest sense, i.e. that used to define black North Americans, probably more than his 60 to 70% of Peruvians are Indian. In the sense of those living under indigenous institutions such as the peasant formerly indigenous communities, probably less than 20% were even 10 years ago. Let us try to establish a common universe of discourse. First, about the policy of the Peruvian government, which is propagating the glories of the Inca past, of Indian rebels like Tupac Amaru, and of Indian virtues with great enthusiasm, and actually planning schooling in the Quechua language. Whatever the gap between rhetoric and reality and between plans and realizations, what it is clearly not trying to do is to abolish the Indians as Indians. I do not myself believe that a policy of treating Indians as men and citizens just like anyone else is in some way a neocolonialist plot, though it may have other drawbacks, but the Peruvian policy cannot be adequately described as assimilationism in this sense. Second, about the prospects of the Indians' traditional way of life, which is incidentally, to speak economically and socially, very much more comparable to that of non-Indian communally organized peasants than this writer seems to think. It clearly retains far more strength in Peru than in, say, Mexico, and it would be deplorable if the future development of the country, and especially the highlands, were to bypass and destroy it rather than to build upon it. All the more deplorable as simple urbanization is not a satisfactory solution for the problems of the Third World. But the fact is that this way of life has been changing and breaking down rapidly, perhaps in many regions irreversibly, and that the majority of Peruvians will soon be or are already urban. The traditional highland way of peasant life is not an adequate guide to what is already Peruvian reality, and simple preservation or reversal is not an adequate program. However powerful the cultural influence of the Indians in the future Peru, and however effective the blending of their characteristic and traditional way of life with the new social environment, it will not recreate the past. However, I agree with this writer, and have said so, that the mad dash to develop will not solve the Indian problem, that this problem remains to be solved, and that, until the Peruvian people, whether communally organized Indians or not, take an active part in the transformation of their country, we cannot speak of the Peruvian Revolution as having taken place. 6. The Chilean Road to Socialism. 27. Chile, Year 1. That constitutional transfer of power and a peaceful transition to socialism are possible has been theoretically admitted by Marxists ever since Marx put it on record in 1872. The prospect for this transition, however, remains shadowy. Marxist writing about it remains scarce and abstract rather than concrete, probably because practical experience relevant to such discussion is almost completely lacking. So far no socialist economy has come into existence other than by violent or non-constitutional transfers of power. This makes the case of Chile today pretty well unique. Until November 1970, when Salvador Allende took office as president, the cases that might claim to be legal transitions to socialism belonged to three types, all equally useless as precedents. First, there were plenty of examples of transfers of power, peaceful or otherwise, to social democratic or labor governments. Unfortunately, none of them made any attempt to introduce socialism, and most did not even want to do so. Second, we have the popular fronts of the 1930s, which are at first sight rather similar to the Chilean Popular Unity, being essentially united fronts of socialists and communists within a wider electoral alliance of the left of center. This alliance implied a theory of non-insurrectionary roads to socialism, at least among the communists, but in practice this perspective was academic. In fact, the immediate political aims of such governments were defensive, to turn back the tide of fascism, and they rarely had the chance to get beyond this point. In any case, the configuration of political forces was such that communists and serious socialists were generally in no position to dominate the alliance, and could therefore not have got much further, even if the policy of the USSR and the Comintern had encouraged them to try, which it did not. Such was the case of the Chilean Popular Front of 1938, in which the middle-class radicals remained the decisive force. Third, there were the governments of anti-fascist union which emerged out of the struggle against Germany at the end of the Second World War in a number of European countries. These might be considered the logical extension of the Popular Front strategy, and there is little doubt that a gradual and peaceful transition to socialism was in the minds of the communists and many resistance socialists who took part in them. The discussions on the nature of people's democracy in 1943-7 make this fairly evident. However, even if we overlook the armed struggle out of which these regimes actually emerged, the rapid breakdown of the national and international anti-fascist fronts very quickly put an end to this perspective. In the West, the dominant political forces were entirely unprepared to allow such a peaceful transition, while in the East people's democracy became a mere euphemism for orthodox communist rule on the Soviet model. In theoretical jargon, it was redefined as just another version of the dictatorship of the proletariat. For practical purposes, the peaceful road to socialism was blocked by the middle of 1947. This post-Second World War episode provides little guidance for future attempts to open such roads. The situation in Allende's Chile is thus unprecedented. There can be no doubt that the object of the Popular Unity government is socialism. Allende is in no sense like Leon Blum, Clement Attlee, or Harold Wilson. The Unidad Popular, is dominated by the two major working-class parties, both of which claim to be revolutionary Marxists. The only other party of substance in the coalition, the Radicals, was weak anyway and was so reduced in the municipal elections of April 1971 as no longer to be a serious brake on the Marxists. On the other hand, it is equally clear that the UP means to achieve its object gradually. The progressive construction of a new power structure is the phrase used in Allende's first message to Congress, May 21, 1971, and constitutionally. The Chilean way is contrasted with the dictatorship of the proletariat as a pluralist way, anticipated by the classics of Marxism, but never hitherto carried out concretely. This pluralist way is not to be identified with bourgeois democracy. Its legality will not necessarily remain that of the present, which reflects the requirements of a capitalist system. In the regime of transition to socialism, the juridical norms will reflect the requirements of a people straining to build a new society. But there will be legality. The institutional system will be modified by existing constitutional means, e.g. by substituting a unicameral for a bicameral Congress. Nevertheless, this is no mere formal compromise, but the explicit recognition that the principle of legality and the institutional order are consubstantial with the socialist regime, in spite of the difficulties they imply for the period of transition. We accept the political liberties of the opposition and continue our political activities within the boundaries of our institutions. Political liberties are an achievement of Chilean society as a whole, insofar as it constitutes a state. There is more than political calculation to Allende's attachment to the Chilean way. Unlike the ultra-left opposition outside the UP, and some elements within his own party, the president does not regard the existing situation as a mere interim, but potentially as the setting for long-term transformation. Internal or external counter-revolutionary violence is possible, but if it does not occur, legality and pluralist politics will continue. In other words, Chile is the first country in the world that is seriously attempting an alternative road to socialism. This is a thrilling prospect and a politically valuable one. There is nothing countries, especially small countries, like better than to set an example to the whole world. In this instance the claim is probably true. As Russia did, in 1917, so now Chile faces the need to initiate a new way of building the socialist society. Social thinkers had supposed that more developed nations, probably Italy and France with their powerful Marxist class parties, would be the first to do so. However, once again history allows us to break with the past and to construct a new model of society, not where it was theoretically to be most plausibly expected, but where the most favorable conditions for its realization come into being. Chile is today the first nation on earth called upon to realize the second model of transition to socialist society. The Chilean experience is thus far more than a piece of political exotica for observers from developed countries. Socialism will never come to, say, Western Europe in the Chinese or Vietnamese way, but it is at least possible to recognize in Chile the lineaments of political situations that might occur in industrialized societies, and the strategies that might apply there, as well as the problems and difficulties of the pluralist way. This does not mean that the way must fail, and certainly not that it must not be tried. Even the most serious and rigorous part of the Chilean insurrectionary left, the MIR, movement of the revolutionary left, has now turned itself into a pressure group on the left of the Unidad Popular, attempting to radicalize its policy by grassroots mass action, but essentially supporting Allende's efforts, though it maintains its well-organized apparatus and foresees a future armed confrontation. The MIR does not appear to share the suicidal tendency of the lunatic fringe left to sharpen the class struggle so as to produce such a confrontation as soon as possible, after which there would be good old-fashioned revolution or, more likely, total defeat and plenty of heroic martyrdom. Point 2. But the natural sympathy that we feel for the Allende government and the passionate hope for its success should not blind us to the complexities of its situation. Just because Chile may actually be a model for other countries, we must look coldly and realistically at its experience. 2. The tourist connoisseur of revolutions who arrives in Santiago these days misses the atmosphere, difficult to define but easy to recognize, of great popular liberations. Apart from some armed students, who do not impinge on the street scene, there are hardly any visible signs of upheaval except on the newsstands. There is none of that familiar explosion of pamphlets, leaflets, and little journals. The contents of the ultra-left bookshop are austere compared to their equivalents in Paris or the US. The unofficial land occupations, though much has been made of them in the press, are negligible, at least in the numbers involved. Usually they are sit-ins of between 10 and 20 people. There is no visible outbreak of official posters, portraiture, and banners, and no more than the usual quantity of unofficial political graffiti. In fact, Chile at first sight looks much as it did in, say, 1969. The official explanation that Chileans are undemonstrative carries little conviction. They may not be Caribbean in their ebullience, but when they feel like it, they don't sit on their hands either. The nearest thing to the Chilean mood, as it can be sensed by the casual visitor, is the mood of the early months, but not the first weeks, after the French Popular Front victory in 1936 or after the Labour victory in Britain in 1945. It is one of solid satisfaction among the organized left, quiet and unmessianic expectation among the unorganized poor, and hysteria among the rich and the spokesmen of the right. The immediate emotion of victory has subsided, the phase of troubles and loss of morale, though predictable and predicted, has not yet arrived. Things are better for the poor, so far the UP government has paid off and they know it. On the other hand, except perhaps in some of the highly organized and politically conscious factories, mines, and country settlements, life remains pretty much as it was. The former ruling class knows that it no longer rules, however, and it projects its fears of annihilation into those predictions of totalitarianism and slavery that are no more than the rhetorical small change of a country where parliamentary electioneering and political discussion are a popular sport of the middle class, as golf is elsewhere. On the extreme fringe of the right, and it is highly visible on the newsstands, this rhetoric reaches paranoiac heights of scurrility and lunatic accusation. Terror already stalks the land, the police are supporting groups of left-wing assassins, and so on. But what has actually happened? The first thing to note is that the UP came into office under two grave political handicaps. It barely won a plurality, indeed it polled about 3% or fewer votes than in the lost election of 1964, and therefore found itself with insufficient popular backing as well as with a Congress controlled by its opponents, not to mention armed forces only just held in check by the unquestionable legality and constitutionality of the UP status. It has to operate exclusively with the powers and laws of its predecessors. It could and can pass new laws only with opposition agreement or when they cannot be opposed, like the nationalization of copper, against which no Chilean politician would go on public record any more than he would publicly vote for polygamy. Indeed, in some respects the government's hands are more tied than before, by the constitutional amendment of January 1971, which is the price it paid the Christian Democrats for being allowed to take office. This episode is clearly described in the most useful book on the antecedents of the Allende victory, Eduardo Labarca Godin's Al Chile Rojo, 1971. Point 3 The existing powers admittedly include the possibility of asking for a plebiscite to override congressional opposition, but the slim plurality of the Allende government, even though the municipal elections of 1971 show it to have been transformed into the slimmest of majorities, makes this a somewhat unpredictable device. Such a situation happens to suit the gifts of Salvador Allende, who is, among other things, a brilliant and sophisticated politician of the orthodox kind, entirely at home with all the strategies and tactics of the possible in party caucus and Congress. Moreover, he has the immense and quite justified self-confidence of the man who has made it against all probability and prediction. Nobody believed he could win and his own party at one point tried to drop him as a candidate. For such a man it is nothing to come to office with both hands tied behind his back, one by the opposition which controls Congress and the judiciary, the other by the elaborate formulas of his own mutually suspicious and divergent coalition. Much can be done within the limits of existing powers. Constitutionality and legality provide Chilean presidents with a remarkable amount of scope, including some 17,000 valid laws, among which legal ingenuity can discover much that is useful. Thus the UP has relied extensively on a decree, never repealed, of the 2-week-long Socialist Republic of 1932, a brief left-wing interlude during the worst part of the Great Depression led by the remarkably named Col. Marmaduke Grove. This statute permits the government to take over any factory or industry that fails to supply the people with its goods and services. The decree has been used to nationalize large sectors of industry where necessary, after the workers have occupied the relevant factories, thus ensuring that they could not supply the people. Even without legal authority, the resources of civilization are not exhausted, as the British Premier Gladstone is reported to have said when finding means of putting the Irish leader Parnell in jail. Most of the banking system not already under public control has been nationalized by the simple device, apparently unexpected by the opposition, of the government's buying up a majority of shares at market prices and then running the banks as their new proprietor. This device has aroused an entirely irrational fury among businessmen, who consider tactics they use themselves as somehow unfair when practiced by a socialist government. In one way or another, the UP has therefore pushed ahead rapidly with its program without as yet having to rely on the goodwill of the opposition. Such rapid progress would of course have been impossible but for the policy of the Christian Democrats in 1964–70. It is an error to suppose that the UP found itself faced with either feudalism or a simple economy of competitive private enterprise, or that any progressive government in any country, and especially an underdeveloped one, is likely today to do so. Chile was already a country theoretically dominated by its public sector, which provided some 70% of all investment, employed a large proportion of the population directly, and was engaged upon fairly drastic interference with domestic and foreign private property. The road to any kind of economic development in Latin America leads through radical social reforms, a growing importance of government in the economy, and some control over foreign capital, which do not in themselves imply socialism. Thus the UP did not need to pass an agrarian reform law, but could merely accelerate the rather hesitant progress of the existing law. The UP possesses not merely a supply of general powers, but has at its disposal many specific laws and institutions which can be adapted to suit its purpose. It can establish and maintain a good rhythm of action, avoiding, at least for the crucial first year or so, the jaws of the opposition which controls Congress and the courts. The second political handicap of the UP is intimately connected with the first. In addition to insufficient support, it has inadequate reserves of political loyalty. Numerically it may now count on about half the voters, a distinct improvement on September 1970, but still slim backing for the crises of revolutionary constitutional politics. It has one solid core of supporters, the industrial and urban proletariat, especially the miners, and the organized and now unified labor unions. Here alone, in spite of the existence of a few moderate and business unionist groups that raise economic rather than political problems, as among the copper miners, can Allende call upon those reserves of long-term commitment that carry parties and governments across the bad patches of their careers. The classical proletariat of this type is larger and better organized in Chile than in most other Latin American countries, large enough indeed to provide a base for government, but it is a minority of the population. The support of the other three decisive sectors of the population is either conditional, unreliable, or absent. The countryside, about 30% of the people, remains predominantly anti-Allendist, in spite of substantial gains by the left in recent years, especially among rural proletarians. The political effect of rapid agrarian reform will almost certainly be to deepen the divisions within this sector. However, the government could probably get along without it. The rather large middle strata, consisting mostly of white-collar workers, many in public employment, perhaps 12% of the Chileans work in government, would accept a socialist government as much as any other. They have no overwhelming commitment to a society of private enterprise, though probably some strong anti-communist prejudices exist among them, and no sense of identity with those who are poorer. On the other hand, they have to be convinced that socialist power will last, or at least that it will recur as often as non-socialist governments. They are not yet convinced of this. The major body of unmobilized support for the left consists of those miscellaneous and unclassifiable laboring poor who are being generated in ever-growing numbers by a process of economic growth and social change that fails to provide enough corresponding employment. Politico-social jargon tends to define them as semi-proletarians, sometimes even as lumpenproletarians, or by referring to the shanty towns and do-it-yourself settlements in which so many of them live, pobladories, or just negatively as the marginal population. They are not marginal but central to Latin American society, even in Chile. This stratum puzzles the traditional left, since it is plainly not being absorbed by any spontaneous historic process into a classical proletariat. It is not organizable by the familiar methods of, example, labor unions, or held together by some ideology of class consciousness like Marxism. Unions are of marginal importance to such people, because their conditions of work do not make them easy to organize, and hence they do not belong to the aristocracy of relatively well-paid, unionized and militantly radical proletarians such as the miners, that 4 to 5% of the working population whose role in Chilean left politics is so disproportionately important. Their own embryonically political populism, radical but, except in local community organization, not democratic, has in the past been most easily mobilized into a mass movement by demagogic presidents or ex-presidents, preferably military. It is a mistake to think of their politics as purely operational, but there is no doubt that a leader with patronage and the ability to deliver roads and water for shanty towns or welfare payments for their inhabitants, speedily and with some eclat, attracts them more than one who can't. But whatever the difficulty of mobilizing them by means of the traditional labor and socialist movement, these people are a natural constituency of the left, because they are poor and they work. What is more, now that the peasantry is a rapidly shrinking force, they are increasingly the decisive sector of the Latin American masses. The Christian Democrats managed to make some appeal to them. To judge by the municipal elections of 1971, the UP has not yet converted them en masse. 3. What has the Allende government achieved so far? What has it been trying to do? It has been and is acutely aware of the narrow limits of time. Consequently, the government concentrates practically all its thinking on that period of between 6 months and 3 years within which, according to various assessments, its fate will be decided. There is not yet much concrete thinking beyond this point, which is a pity. In the first place, short-range policy is based on the agreed program of the 6 parties of the UP, an elaborate platform negotiated with great difficulty before the election but now binding. Nobody knows what would emerge from the next stage of argument, and sensible politicians try to postpone it. Admittedly, 2 of the 6 parties in the UP are now negligible, while the radicals, down to 8% of the vote, are reduced and in disarray. But the left-wing ex-Christian Democrat element in the coalition is by no means insignificant, in spite of the electoral weakness of its representatives in the UP, if only because it represents many votes that must be captured. Moreover, while Allende probably sees eye to eye on major questions with the powerful CP, the core of the UP and by far its most effective and rational component, divergences among various sectors of his Socialist Party and between them and the Communists are substantial. In the second place, the government knows perfectly well that the unusually favorable political situation within Chile and internationally, which allowed it to come to office and has largely paralysed its opponents in the US ever since, will probably not last long. So far the armies have maneuvered for position. Sooner or later the government will come to confrontation and battle, though not necessarily in the naive form anticipated by ultra-left apocalyptics, e.g. a military coup against mass resistance, or a foreign armed invasion. The short run is within range of prediction, even the medium run is not. Third, but of course most urgent, the economic problems of Chile will be at their most acute during the next 2 years. These problems derive from 2 characteristics of semi-colonial countries that unfortunately exist in an exaggerated form in Chile: its dependence on a single export commodity and the inefficiency of agriculture, which makes it, like other South American countries, an increasingly large importer of basic foodstuffs. 80% of Chile's foreign income depends on the price of copper. About a third of its imports, in value, consist of food, and since Chileans under the UP eat spectacularly better than before, this quantity will rise. There is virtually nothing that Chile can do in the short run about the price of copper, which has to stay well above 40 cents if the calculations of the planners are to come out right. A great many things, including the end of the Vietnam War, could cause the market to drop for a sufficiently long time to be catastrophic. However, even if the market holds, there will certainly be an acute balance of payments crisis in 1972, which for various reasons, however, is expected to be less acute in 1973. Unfortunately, the two obvious ways of minimizing this crisis, exporting more copper and cutting imports, are very difficult. Copper production will not expand as much as is desirable or planned. Farm production will be lucky to remain stable. The boom in domestic spending will raise the demand for industrial raw materials, which is the other large item in the import trade. Chilean leaders are fairly optimistic about overcoming the transitional difficulties in copper and agricultural production, which are the most pressing of their economic problems. Even cautious politicians reckon that this shouldn't take more than 3 years. But those 3 years will be difficult and crucial, and will keep their minds fully occupied. 4. In this situation, the government has pursued 4 objectives. First, it has aimed to introduce irreversible structural changes in the economy within its first year. The theory behind this appears to be a rather simple economic determinism. As one minister put it, if we deprive the bourgeoisie of its economic base, it will not be able to return. The method has been essentially the expropriation and, outside agriculture, nationalization of key economic activities. The UP is by its program committed to a 3-part structure of the economy: a dominant public sector, a mixed public-private sector, mostly in the areas where technical progress and heavy investment in equipment and know-how, including those from abroad, are essential, and a private sector of, it is hoped, dynamic small and medium business. By now copper, nitrates, coal, iron, banking, cement, a good part of textiles, and a number of other firms have been taken over in one way or another, and foreign trade will presumably have to be nationalized. Second, the Allende government has aimed to stimulate production and therefore employment, and at the same time raise the standard of living, by stimulating demand, i.e. by combining a sharp increase in money wages with a price freeze. The government assumed, on the whole correctly, that Chilean industry was working with a sufficiently large unused capacity to make this possible without immediate new investment, which private business was obviously not going to undertake. Giving more money to the poor, it was argued, would stimulate employment disproportionately, since they were in the market for commodities with a more labor-intensive production than the more sophisticated hardware of the middle-class market. It must never be forgotten that no more than 300,000 of the 9 million Chileans were the effective customers for industry. This plan was risky, and during the first few dramatic months after September 4, when bourgeois hysteria led to mass flights of capital and a temporary collapse of production, it did not look promising. However, by the spring of 1971 the policy worked, to the enormous relief of the government and surprise of foreign observers, not to mention the striking benefit of the Chilean people. Unemployment was lower than it had been for 10 years and, except for some serious planning troubles that delayed the revival of the construction industries, would have been even lower. The standard of living of the poor rose dramatically. Even the consumption of flour, i.e. bread, rose by 15%. The critics point out that with the increase in production Chile's endemic inflation also revived. It used to run at 25 to 30% a year, and during freeze last year at 35%. Still, this year it will be no more than half of this. Domestic economic policy has so far been the most significant success of the Allende regime. To demonstrate the material advantage of a popular government is indispensable for the UP since it must present itself at free elections. Allende cannot, even if he wanted to, impose the material sacrifices on his people that the Cubans have made for the past several years. This sets very narrow limits to government policy, though some of its followers are unwilling to admit this. The Communists, being the most realistic, take the view that during this presidency rapid heavy industrialization must be subordinated to light and consumer goods. Allende probably agrees, but the matter continues to be debated. Whether raising the standard of living alone will provide a government of legal revolutionaries with adequate support is another question. The third objective follows from this calculation. The government must raise output, especially of copper and farm produce, in order to at least maintain the supply of food and consumer goods. Here again Allende and the CP see eye to eye. Since rationing or an uncontrolled sharp cutback in imports would be political suicide, the battle for production is the first priority. However, copper and agriculture pose rather different problems. Most Chilean copper comes from three great mines formerly owned by U.S. companies, El Teniente, Chuquicamata, and Salvador. Since last September output has been poor, which is a serious matter, and costs have risen steeply, which is less serious. To what degree the situation is caused by sabotage by Kennecott and Anaconda, or, more plausibly, by their attempts to cream off the easy and profitable deposits in anticipation of expropriation, is a matter of argument. Certainly it is a consequence of widespread non-cooperation by executives and supervisory personnel. About 300 are said by the opposition to have resigned, especially those who used to be paid in US dollars, which they then exchanged on the free and now black market for increasingly astronomical quantities of escudos. Inevitably the effect of stopping these dollar payments to Chileans has been to lower the real income of such people, in spite of the government's unenthusiastic readiness to pay them almost any salaries in escudos. In the summer of 1971 the unofficial exchange rate was already over 3 times the pegged official rate. But the difficulties also arise from the collective self-interest of the small labor aristocracy of copper miners, who did well enough out of the enclave economy of the U.S. corporations and are not likely to do relatively as well in the future. Whether or not they actually supported Eduardo Frei Montalva's Christian Democrat government, and in Chuquicamata the UP failed to poll a majority in the presidential election, the spontaneous syndicalism of such groups tends to operate easily at the expense of the wider popular interest. The strikes of workers and technicians that broke out during the past summer reflect both factors. The problem of farm output is much more complex. The Christian Democrat government had generally subordinated the rate of agrarian reform to the raising of output, which it did with substantial success. Only 30,000 families out of the 250,000 of the landless and minifundists received land. Consequently, by the end of Frei's presidency the accumulating agrarian discontent was already exploding in a burst of land occupations and other rural conflicts. Even if Allende had not won, either land reform would have had to be speeded up or major trouble would have developed in the countryside. The UP has accelerated land reform, but at an immediate cost to output, as is usual in such cases. The extent of the disruption in output is hard to judge, partly because it cannot be disentangled from the effects of some dramatic natural catastrophes during the first half of 1971, partly because these things are a matter of guesswork anyway. The disruption was due to sabotage or to realization of capital by those fearing expropriation, especially during the fall of 1970 when a lot of dairy and breeding stock was sold off for meat, to the uncertainty of the middle peasants about their prospects, and to the demoralization of peasants in the sector where land reform took place. This in turn was caused by the UP's failure to apply any single or clear policy. When any meeting of agrarian reform officials is likely to turn into an ideological programmatic argument over rival tendencies, peasants are likely to feel that the old government may have been slow, but at least a man knew who made the decisions and what they were. The more suicidal or utopian elements in the UP have even exaggerated the extent of this disruption, talking wildly, and not only implausibly but without evidence, of a 50% drop in output in the reformed sector that, they argue, will be more than compensated by the progress of rural class struggle. The best estimate is that there may be some decline in output, though the official view is that the sowing this spring, our fall, will compensate for the drop in the last fall, our spring, sowing, which may be around 10%. The government reaction has been to slow down the initially very rapid expropriation of land, in order to get the 700 or so estates that were effectively taken over, out of the 900 or so expropriated, into production. Official expropriations have been stopped until after April 1972. As for unofficial ones, the government's view is that of Allende's message to Congress. The indiscriminate occupations of estates and farms are unnecessary and prejudicial. What we have said and done should be enough to make people have confidence in us. Hence the plans of the government and their implementation should be respected. On this point Allende, supported by the CP, clashes with the left opposition of the MIR and also with elements in the left wing of his own party. Allende's view assumes that the occupations are controllable. Probably they are, for they are only to a small extent the product of unmanageable grassroots unrest. Of the 150 or so occupations recorded on a day chosen at random in the summer of 19,714, about 25 or 30% were attempts by Mapuche Indians to recuperate lost communal lands, which is certainly the most spontaneous part of agrarian agitation now, but even so not, or no longer, a mass movement. These sit-ins involved perhaps 700 to 800 individuals in all, and only 3 of them mobilized more than 100, which is peanuts by the usual Latin American standards of peasant land occupation. The others were partly occupations by landless peasants demanding expropriations for their benefit, but mainly incidents in rural labor disputes in which land ownership was not at issue. No more than a handful of people is involved in an occupation of either type. The Tomash de Fundos make foreign headlines, because they suggest riot and anarchy and because some fairly colorful figures on the uncontrollable fringes of the ultra-left are active in them, but at present Chile is a long way from rural insurrection. The fourth objective of the government is not to be overthrown. The danger of a military coup, though present, does not seem immediate. The main reason for this is not the army's sense of constitutional propriety, which exists, but the knowledge that it would lead to civil war. It is one thing to occupy some streets and buildings quietly and bundle the president onto the next plane abroad, but quite another to start an unpredictable armed conflict. Here lies perhaps the main advantage of a legal Marxist government, as distinct from that of ordinary civilian populist reformers, whose actual short-term policy may not be very different. Such populists have tended to abdicate when the logical but unintended confrontation with the right followed. In Brazil, Getulio Vargas committed suicide in 1954, Jânio Quadros retired in 1961, João Goulart fled following a military coup in 1964. Marxist reformers know that social transformation will face such challenges, are prepared to face them, at least we must hope so, and consequently they diminish the risk of such coups. There is not much the UP can do about the armed forces, except to put the police under politically reliable control and to surround the president with a strong bodyguard recruited from political cadres, mostly former MIRists, which could gain a few precious hours while the masses were being mobilized. Both these measures have been greeted with hysterical abuse by the right. Whether the UP could win a civil war if it came to that point is another question, but in the short run its obvious determination discourages militarist adventures. The right would therefore prefer not to return to power by armed insurgency. Certainly this is the Christian Democrat view. The Chilean rulers have benefited too long from a stable and peaceful constitutionalism to throw it lightheartedly out of the window. As it happens, there is at present a promising alternative strategy, to reunite the anti-Marxist forces, whose split gave Allende the election, and to vote the formidable Free back into the presidency in 1976. The prospect is realistic. If the UP cannot substantially increase its solid support, and especially if its marginal support is eroded by the predictable economic troubles of 1972-3, then the right could win a straight electoral fight in 1973, thus perpetuating its control of Congress and its power of delay and sabotage. In other words, all the opposition has to do according to this analysis is to wait for the up to run out of steam. It is the classical strategy for ruining popular fronts, and it has worked before. The immediate objective would therefore be an anti-left victory in 1973, followed by a long lame duck presidency. This, rather than short-term confrontation, is what realists in the up are worried about, although nobody overlooks the threat of straight counter-revolution. There is cause for worry, even if the right overestimates the probability of economic breakdown, as it has consistently overestimated the government's economic troubles since 1970, and been disagreeably surprised by its substantial successes. What can Allende do about the threat from the right? More than is being done now. Many of the problems of the up are beyond its effective control, but there are three things that are not. The first is its tempo. Revolutionary transformations depend on establishing and maintaining initiative. Constitutional revolutions are no different from any others in this respect. They must, merely, like chess offensives, maintain initiative within a given set of rules. It seems to me that the up has not yet established this tempo. The election campaign generated its own impetus, which was reinforced by the enormous and unexpected satisfaction of victory and the failure of the attempts to stop Allende from taking office. Conversely, unexpected defeat and a genuine terror of revolution demoralized and temporarily paralyzed the Chilean right. For a few months it had no effective strategy at all, and did little but run for cover. Again, the up had a program, and the need to push it ahead in its first year carried it along for a while, at least until the difficulties of application began to emerge. So far the up has rolled along under this initial, and in a sense extrinsic, impetus. As it exhausts itself, it must be replaced by intrinsic strategic initiative. Any reforming government tends to start, at least potentially, with such a burst of speed. Non-revolutionary administrations cannot easily replace it once it is exhausted, and some, like the British Labour government of 1964, throw it away. Failing to generate this impetus, such governments find themselves pressed onto the defensive by domestic and foreign adversaries and the hazards of the world, such as balance of payments crises. Then they are lost. They will fade away, like so many of the old popular fronts, amid growing internal bickering, or will provide the conditions for their overthrow. In 1970 and 1971 the up did not need to generate its moving force, but from now on it must. Asterisk. This is made difficult by the fact that the up is a coalition, its second serious weakness. To put it bluntly, the up is a vehicle better designed for breaking than for movement. In order to prevent any party, read, the CP, from establishing exclusive control over any part of government, all jobs were distributed on a rigid quota system, so that no official has an immediate superior or immediate subordinate from his own party. In order to prevent any party, once again, read, the CP, from dominating policy, the action of the president and the parties and movements forming the government will be coordinated by a political committee of all these forces, which will be responsible for considering the practicability and application operativity of the government's economic and social measures and those concerning public order and international policy, as well as more especially the means by which they are realized. 5. What this means is that each department and agency of state consists of intertwined rival party machines. Each official gives his primary loyalty to one of these, through which he seeks to operate, bypassing the others where possible, neutralizing them where this is impossible. Disputes must be solved by inter-party negotiation, and major ones tend to go to the top. It also means incidentally, a. that the relatively few non-party ministers or officials must attach themselves to one machine or another to get things done, and b. that it is extremely difficult to fire the numerous political appointees who turn out to be no good at their jobs, but are protected by the need to maintain the balance of the quota system. Above all, it means that anything not specifically provided for in the pre-election pact is hard and slow to get formulated, and that quick and unambiguous decisions are almost impossible to make. The effect of this paralysis is disastrous, notably in agricultural reform. Any government that cannot make decisions rapidly is in trouble, but a revolutionary government that cannot is in very bad trouble. Admittedly, mutual trust between the parties is today much greater than it was before the election. Even the Mir has come to terms and established a working relationship with both the socialists and the CP, a relationship, however, that is better with one the Communist Party than with the other the Socialist Party, since in Mir opinion, which is obvious truth, it is possible to have organic relations with the CP leading to rational agreements. Such relations are not easy to establish with the Socialists, a party which is little more than a complex of rival groups, patronage systems, and political baronies, virtually incapable of acting as a party. Its main problem today lies on its left wing. Unlike the Mir, few of the clans on the Socialist Party left are serious revolutionaries, in spite of Guevarist and ultra-left rhetoric. Some would say, I quote a disillusioned nonpartisan progressive, that they are people who can't get used to the idea of being the government, since it was so much simpler to be in opposition. Some less sympathetic observers would add that leftism is an easy way out for people who find they are no good at their new government jobs. How important the left is within the Socialist Party is difficult to estimate. The left certainly elected the new General Secretary earlier this year, though Carlos Altamirano, who clearly aims to be the next presidential candidate of the UP, no Chilean president can serve 2 successive terms, is unlikely to identify himself with any one section of the party. The socialist left is likely to be strengthened by the desire to compete with the CP, which can most easily be outflanked on that side, and by a familiar form of reaction to the disappointments and uncertainties of popular government. If the left, or any of its groups, were to gain genuine control of the party, this would be at least one solution to the perennial problem of the party's disunity. This is unlikely, and so the best hope lies in Allende, whose position, if only as the real vote-getter, gives him considerable leverage in his party. Unfortunately, he has so far been extremely slow to use this leverage. In brief, the UP suffers from the familiar weaknesses of party alliances and coalitions in a parliamentary democracy. It is organizationally unsuited to the tasks it has accepted. The Chilean road to socialism does not necessarily imply a single, still less a monolithic, party of the left, and anyway this is not a realistic possibility. But it does imply giving the existing alliance greater unity of decision and action. Third, the UP has so far failed to mobilize the masses adequately in its support. It has, once again, reflected the weaknesses of its historical parents, bourgeois parliamentary democracy and the classical socialist labor movement. Parliamentary politicians think of mass mobilization essentially as getting votes. Traditional working-class leaders think of the union or party pulling the fellows out of mines and plants onto the streets. One might add that the historical complement of both is a kind of leftism that rejects both elections and mobilization through bureaucratic organizations and proposes instead to multiply grassroots mass action irrespective of circumstances. None of these is adequate for revolutionary purposes, least of all in countries where national elections may not be part of popular political culture or where the organized industrial proletariat is not the typical form of the laboring poor. All the traditions emerging out of liberalism and the classical socialist labor movement have, moreover, been suspicious of the charismatic style, the personalized politics, the face-to-crowd rapport, not to mention the freewheeling demagogy, which have normally accompanied the effective mobilization of the marginal. In the UP there is a lot of talk about how to get more votes in future elections or how to formulate a plebiscite that will win a majority. There is even a tendency to take otherwise minor electoral contests more seriously than they deserve. There is much planning about how to mobilize organized workers through the unions, about the best way to set up peasant councils or various factory committees. Conversely, on the left there is a rather simple belief that all will be well if only the struggle is transferred fundamentally to the factories, the estates, the slum settlements, the high schools and universities. But the fact is that the unorganized poor between elections are not as yet constantly involved with the government, that government is not constantly present for them. There is no equivalent of Fidel Castro's perpetual if one-sided dialogue with his people, or of FDR's regular fireside talks over the radio. This is not merely a matter of rhetorical style. A rabble-rousing technique is not necessary, and may not even be desirable, for the maintenance of such permanent conversation between a popular government and its people. What is at issue is a style of politics rather than of oratory or campaigning. This is a problem that concerns President Allende as an individual more than the UP, although the suspicions of excessive presidentialism among his comrades and coalition partners may have to be overcome. They might recall that the masses who became Democrats in the US because of FDR did not stop being Democrats after his death. Personalized politics can precipitate permanent organizational changes of allegiance. The unorganized laboring poor will listen to Allende, because he has the prestige, power, and paternal function of any president, and because he represents a government that is demonstrably on their side. They can be mobilized most readily as a national force by him, and they can be turned into a permanent and decisive national force, which is what Perón achieved in Argentina. He may have to choose a rather different personal style from his friend Fidel, but he should not forget one of the few lessons of the Cuban Revolution that are applicable in Chile, namely, that a leader capable of speaking directly to the most remote and least political of his poor fellow citizens is a major asset for any revolution, and probably indispensable for one that cannot coerce people but must persuade them. 6. How can one sum up the first year of the Chilean way? It has demonstrated what hardly required proof, namely, that a left-wing alliance can be voted into office. It has demonstrated something more important, namely, that it can thereafter act with some speed and decision in spite of lacking control of the armed forces and crucial parts of the constitutional machinery. It has demonstrated a determination to proceed with the construction of socialism, though its first year has not taken it beyond the boundaries of non-socialist reform. So far what it has done is not qualitatively very different from what several other Latin American governments have done, are doing, or could well make up their minds to do. But unlike other reforming governments, it is based firmly on the working class movement, and its primary inspiration is not nationalism or modernization but the emancipation of the exploited, the oppressed, the weak and the poor. It has demonstrated considerable intelligence and political skill. Finally, its achievements, especially in the economic field, are substantial. These things do not guarantee its success. It is plainly, like most under or rather misdeveloped semi-colonial countries, at the mercy of forces beyond its control, e.g. the copper market, to which it is all the more sensitive because Chile is after all, by the standards of the Third World, a highly urbanized and industrialized country with a complex social structure and modern consumption patterns. We do not yet know whether it is capable of overcoming the peculiar economic stagnation, combined in this case with permanent high inflation, that it shares with the rest of the southern cone of Latin America, and for that matter with Britain, on whose economy this area was dependent for so long. Experience shows that such long-term weaknesses are more difficult to remedy than policy makers think. Nor do we yet know how the Chilean way can overcome the major problem of underdeveloped economies, the lag of jobs behind population. The short-term difficulties of production, while serious, are not in themselves decisive. Politically, the Chilean way has not yet shown that a popular front, however dynamic and well-intentioned, is a revolution, however constitutional. It remains fettered not only by outside forces but by the nature of the political system and situation out of which it has emerged and the political forces which have combined to form it. No doubt it is too early to judge it. It has not yet been tested in serious crisis and by genuine challenge, and the UP's capacity to overcome its present weaknesses of style, organization, and policy should not be underestimated. The next year may shake it, and may also transform it. But it will not be transformed spontaneously. Can the UP overcome these crises and challenges? Its opponents, including almost certainly the US government, are convinced that it cannot. Chilean government leaders and political figures are cautiously optimistic or, perhaps better, not pessimistic, even in private. So are some very able and politically uninvolved Chileans I talked to. A betting man who allowed his natural sympathy for Allende to bias his judgment a little would perhaps offer odds of 6-4 against, which is not discouraging. If he kept his sympathies entirely out of the transaction, he might perhaps offer 2-1 against. Even that is a great deal more than anyone would have offered to bet on the Bolsheviks after the October Revolution. Or, for that matter, on Salvador Allende's victory 13 months ago. September 1971. 28. The murder of Chile. The murder of Chile has been so long expected, and the agony of Allende's last months was therefore reported frequently enough in the press, for all those who live by getting their names in the media to offer public obituaries, except for Washington, which has, as I write, kept an eloquent silence. Even the British Labour Party, which took about as little interest in Chilean social democracy during its lifetime as it normally does in the affairs of Afghanistan, has greeted its death with some official tears. This is temporarily embarrassing to the murderers, whose model was a rather less well-publicized counter-revolution, which incidentally produced the greatest massacre on post-war record, the Indonesian one of 1965. The young reactionaries had painted Jakarta on the walls of Santiago before the coup, and the Chilean military is even now telling television viewers how successful Indonesia has been since in attracting foreign investment. There won't be any problem about foreign investment. Nobody will even know how many Chileans will fall victims to the vengeance of their middle class, since most of the victims will be the kind of Chileans about whom nobody has ever heard outside their factory, shanty town, or village. After all, 100 years after the end of the Paris Commune, we still don't know precisely how many were massacred after its suppression. The chief trouble about the obituaries is that few of them have been very interested in Chile. The tragedy of this small and remote country is that, like Spain in the 1930s, its politics were of global significance, exemplary and, unfortunately, unprotected. It became a test case. The Americans knew perfectly well that it was a test case of something much simpler than whether socialism can come without violent insurrection or civil war. The issue for them was, and remains, the maintenance of imperial supremacy in Latin America. This had begun to be eroded in the past 5 years by a variety of political regimes not only in Chile but also in Peru, Panama, Mexico and, most recently, with Perón's triumph, Argentina. Perón rather than Allende probably finally tipped the scale towards encouraging a military coup. The United States had, with some confidence, relied on slow economic strangulation to finish off Chile, always a country with a staggering foreign debt, a rapidly rising import bill, and a single commodity to sell, copper, whose price collapsed in 1970 and stayed down for the next 2 years. But the Americans now felt they could no longer wait. In any case, the continued arms deliveries to the Chilean forces showed that the United States always kept the possibility of a coup in mind. For the rest of the world, Chile was a more theoretical test case of the future of socialism. The right and ultra-left were both concerned to prove to their own satisfaction that a democratic socialism could not work. Their obituaries have been chiefly concerned to demonstrate how right they were. For both, it was Allende's fault. The weaknesses and failures of Allende's popular unity were indeed serious. All the same, before the various mythologies get fixed in permanent molds, it is as well to get 3 things clear. The first, and most obvious, is that the Allende government did not commit suicide but was murdered. What finished it was not political or economic mistakes and financial crisis but guns and bombs. And to those commentators on the right, who ask what other choice remained open to Allende's opponents but a coup, the simple answer is, not to make a coup. The second is that the Allende government was not a test of democratic socialism, but at most of the willingness of the bourgeoisie to abide by legality when legality and constitutionalism no longer worked to its advantage. The popular unity did not have the sort of constitutional power which elected British Labour governments have had, and wasted. It had a president legally elected on a minority vote, faced with a hostile judiciary and a parliament controlled by its enemies, which prevented it from passing any legislation except by permission of the opposition. Allende operated not with constitutional power, but merely with such resources as ingenuity could extract from his position as the legal, if constitutionally crippled, president. Short of winning control at this year's parliamentary elections, there was no way of getting much further by constitutional means. And he did not win control. But what of the unconstitutional means? Here the third point to note is that the choice of revolution, rather than legality, was not on. Neither in military nor in political terms was the popular unity in a position to win a trial of physical strength. Certainly Allende hated civil war, as any adult with historical experience must, however convinced that it is sometimes necessary. But if Allende did all he could to avoid it, it was because he believed that his side would lose a civil war, and he was undoubtedly right. It was the other side which attempted to provoke a trial of strength, incidentally, by using the traditional methods of the working class to devastating effect. And the national strikes of transport firms were designed not simply to paralyze the economy, but to face the government with the choice between coercion and abdication, and therefore to lever the armed forces out of their posture of political neutrality. For the reactionaries knew that if the armed forces had to choose between identifying themselves with the left or with the right, they would choose the right. The strikes failed last autumn, but succeeded this summer. Against this, Allende had merely the threat of resistance. In effect, he asked the other side whether they were prepared for the awful and, in the long run, uncontrollable option of civil war. Probably he miscalculated the reluctance of the Chilean bourgeoisie to plunge into it. The left has generally underestimated the fear and hatred of the right, the ease with which well-dressed men and women acquire a taste for blood. But, as the event has shown, resistance from the left was organized. Only time will show whether it was organized sufficiently well. Perhaps not. But, unlike the Brazilian left in 1964, the Chilean left is going down fighting. And if the country is now entering a period of darkness, nobody can be in any doubt about who switched off the lights. What could Allende have done? It is a difficult moment in which to conduct inquests into the possible mistakes of brave men and women, many of whom are or soon will be dead. One does not in any case wish to join those who are at present posing on Allende's grave with posters inscribed, in suitably differing ways, "I told you so." It is not even very easy, at this time, to distinguish between what was error and what was not, between things beyond the control of Chileans, like the copper market, things which might theoretically have been otherwise but were in practice not modifiable, for example, the paralysis of policies due to rivalries within the popular unity, and policies which could have been effectively different. There is no doubt that the economic gamble of the Allende regime, and it was always a gamble against the odds, failed. I do not myself think that there was much Allende could have done after, say, early 1972 except to play out time, secure the irreversibility of the great changes already achieved, and with luck maintain a political system which could give the popular unity a second chance later. He neither could nor did offer to construct socialism during a single presidency. For the last several months, it is fairly certain that there was practically nothing he could do. However tragic the news of the coup, it had been expected and predicted. It surprised nobody. September 1973. Editor's note. The final part of this article was severely cut before publication in New Society. In a letter to the editor in the following week's issue, September 27, 1973, Eric summarized the points made in it for the sake of the balance of the argument. The popular unity failed to maintain the support of the lower middle class and small farmers and businessmen, though it succeeded in extending its support among the workers and the poor. This failure was fatal. Both Allende and the Communist Party were aware of how important it would prove. Thanks to the continued armed resistance of the Chilean movement, not all has been or will be lost, unlike Brazil in 1964. A return to the old Chilean democracy is unlikely. The future pattern is most likely to follow, with modifications, the now favored Brazilian line: ultra-right-wing guerrillas, technocrats, and plenty of foreign capital. The next victim may well be the Nasserite wing of the Peruvian military. In 10 years from now the USA will probably feel less happy about Latin America than it does now. 7. Late Reflections. 29. Murderous Colombia. About the only thing that most non-Colombians know about the third largest country in Latin America, and virtually the least known, is that it supplies cocaine and the novels of Gabriel Garcia Marquez. Garcia Marquez is indeed a marvelous guide to his extraordinary country, but not a good introduction to it. Only those who have been there know how much of what reads like fantasy is actually close to Colombian reality. The drug traffic is also, unfortunately, an important element in it, though one that authoritative Colombians are not anxious to discuss much. It must also be admitted that they are a good deal more relaxed about it than their North American opposite numbers. This is probably because, authoritative or not, Colombians today are chiefly worried about the rising tide of murder. The country has long been known for an altogether exceptional proclivity to homicide. The excellent America's Watch report of September 1986 on human rights there points out that homicide was the leading cause of death for males between the ages of 15 and 44, and the fourth-ranking cause of death for all ages. Violent death is not simply one way in which life can end in this country. It is, to quote a superb and chilling recent exercise in oral history by Alfredo Molina, Los Años del Tropel, Relatos de la Violencia, Bogotá, 1985, an omnipresent personage. But what Colombians fear is not simply death, but a renewed drift into one of those pandemics of violence that have occasionally flooded across the country, most notably during the 20 years from 1946 to 1966, which are known simply as La Violencia. This grim era has recently been seriously studied by an excellent group of younger local historians, among whom Carlos Ortiz's study of the coffee region of the Quindío in the 1950s, Estado y Subversión en Colombia, is remarkable for showing what can be achieved by a combination of archival research, oral history, and local knowledge. Among systematic attempts to link the Violencia years with the present, the book edited by Gonzalo Sánchez and Ricardo Pinaranda, Pasado y Presente de la Violencia en Colombia, Bogotá, 1985, and Arturo Alapis El Bogotazo, La Paz, La Violencia, Bogotá, 1983, an important compilation of hecos and testimonios, should be mentioned. Fear of a new high tide of murder, the last one killed some 200,000, is both political and social. The figure of 300,000, quoted in the America's Watch report, is not based on evidence, and is almost certainly too high. Colombia was for most of its history, and still is to a surprising extent, a land for pioneer settlers, the classic Colino with his axe, gun, and hunting dog, to quote a description of the 1970s. National government and law still make only occasional incursions into much of the countryside from the cities, which in turn are only vaguely under the control of the capital. Even the most ancient and powerful national institution, the Catholic Church, has only a skeleton organization. It was, and still to some extent is, something like a combination of the Wild West, 20th century Latin American urbanization and 18th century England, in which a constitutional oligarchy of established rich families, divided into two rival parties, liberals and conservatives, constituted what government there was. Colombia had a national party system before it had a national state. The cohesion of this oligarchy and its genuine attachment to an electoral constitution have ensured that the country has practically never fallen victim to the usual Latin American dictatorships or military juntas, but the price has been endemic, and sometimes epidemic, bloodshed. For here arms are nobody's monopoly, and, for reasons that have so far eluded historians, the common people at some time in the 19th century adopted the liberal and conservative parties as rival forms of grassroots religion. As Alfredo Molina's book demonstrates, nothing can be more lethal than that. The transformation of Colombian society during the past 60 years has put the traditional social and political order under enormous strain, and has occasionally ruptured it. How effectively it continues to exist today is a very big and open question. Initially the pressure came from below, as the urban and rural masses were mobilized for struggle against the oligarchy, most notably by the extraordinary populist leader Jorge Elier Gaitan, whose assassination on a street in Bogotá in 1948 set off, within hours, a spontaneous insurrection of the capital, joined by the police, and propagated in numerous provincial cities through equally spontaneous assumptions of power by local revolutionary committees. Whether Gaitan was killed by the oligarchy, as the common people automatically assumed, cannot be known. That they had reason to fear this man, who had captured the Liberal Party and was about to become president, is certain. After all, single-handed he set off the only known nationwide revolution by spontaneous combustion. What should have been a social revolution ended as la violencia because, perhaps for the last time, the oligarchical system managed to contain and take over the social insurrection by turning it into a party contest. But that battle escaped from control, and became an avalanche of blood, because the armed struggle of liberals against conservatives now carried an additional charge of social hatred and fear, the fear of conservative oligarchs that their party would be a permanent minority against a liberal party which looked like capturing the newly aroused masses, and poor men's hatred of the other side not just as hereditary adversaries but as oppressors of the poor or as people who were better at making a little money. The most murderous phase of the conflict, between 1948 and 1953, reconciled the establishment briefly to one of Colombia's rare military dictatorships, under General Rojas Pinilla, between 1953 and 1957. However, after his fall, threatened with loss of control both from soldiers and from social revolution, the oligarchy decided to close ranks. Under the National Front, which in effect is only ending in 1986, the parties suspended their struggle, took turns to provide the presidency, and shared out the jobs equitably among themselves. The violencia tailed off into politicized banditry, more or less liquidated in the mid-1960s, a phase analyzed with much perception by Gonzalo Sanchez and Donny Mertens in Bandoleros, Gamonales y Campesinos, El Caso de la Violencia in Colombia, Bogotá, 1983. For a little while it looked as though the modern state might actually be coming to Colombia. In fact, the pace and impetus of social change was, once again, too much for the social system, especially one ossified by a ruling class whose sense of the urgency of social reform has been atrophied by long success in killing off or driving out any undesirable elements. In the 25 years after 1950, Colombia changed from a two-thirds rural population to a 70% urban one, while the violencia set off yet another major wave of men and women who, by force, fear or choice, made tracks for one or other of the many places where a man and his wife could clear some ground and grow enough for their needs, far away from government and the powerful rich. New industry came to Colombia, which now makes French and Japanese cars, US trucks and Soviet jeeps. New primary products came, notably marijuana and cocaine, and so did tourism. New kinds of wealth and influence undermined the old oligarchy. Since 1970, several men who were not born into the old dynasties have made it to the top in Colombian politics: Misael Pastrana, Cesar Turbay, Belisario Betancur. The social tensions which once burst into spontaneous revolution are still as tense as ever. In the countryside they account for the steady expansion until 1984 of the guerrilla movement, which began in the mid-1960s with a few armed communist self-defense groups, driven into remote and inaccessible areas, but which the army failed to liquidate. They formed the original nucleus of the major armed movement of the past 20 years, the Colombian Communist Party's Colombian Revolutionary Armed Forces, FARC, which, at the time of the 1984 armistice, had 27 fronts or regional units. The FARC's chief political commissar, Jacobo Arenas, has now published Cese el Fuego, Bogotá, 1985, a political history of the guerrilla force. Basically it is a peasant movement of frontier settlers. For the essence of the agrarian problem in a country with any amount of land to spare is not land hunger. It is, to put it simply, the defense of squatter rights against landlords with equally vague or uncertain legal claims to the ownership of vast and underutilized territories, but with more political and, until the arrival of the guerrillas, military power. Asterisk. The FARC was long underestimated by all except the army, because its members operated in the far hinterlands, and because city intellectuals didn't take those little peasants, campesinitos, seriously. It never stopped growing, and numbered about 3/4 of all the guerrillas. 1 After 1965 they were joined by smaller rival and hostile groups. The Cuban-inspired National Liberation Army, ELN, was doomed by the lunacy of the Che Guevara, Regis Debray Foucault theory, of launching, from the outside, a guerrilla force in the hinterland, which it was to exemplify. The ELN attracted priests and students, but its pointlessness and lack of political objectives were soon evident. It has probably killed more of its own members and ex-members as traitors than it ever killed soldiers. Virtually ineradicable, like all Colombian guerrilla movements, it refuses to sign any truce, and has few supporters at present but, thanks to its shaking down international oil companies, a lot of money. A middle-class breakaway from the CP also formed the Maoist Popular Army of Liberation, EPL. The last and most widely publicized guerrilla movement, the M19, was formed in 1974, and purported to be a response to the stealing of the 1970 presidential election from General Rojas, the ex-dictator, who launched a successful comeback as a Colombian Perón, or rather Neo-Gaitan, appealing to the vast urban marginal population on a radical populist program, and with enormous success. He undoubtedly won the 1970 election. But though the new guerrillas contained some former followers of Rojas, the M19 was really formed by that characteristic Latin American phenomenon, the sons and a few daughters, of good families for whom the Communist Party is not revolutionary enough. 2 Its chief leaders had been in the FARC. M19 inhabited the social world of the Colombian upper middle classes, and its leaders took the techniques of modern publicity for granted. In this world, parents are neither surprised nor shocked that brave young men show the natural idealism of youth by revolutionary activity, and prove their manhood by what a local wit has called machismo-leninismo, until it demonstrated its political bankruptcy between 1984 and 1986. The M19 enjoyed enormous sympathies in these quarters. The multiplication of guerrilla movements was a sign of frustration. Given the Colombian people's social ferment and the potential for armed struggle, why did the social revolution seem so remote? However, if the guerrillas posed no real threat to the system, General Rojas's short-lived mobilization of the urban masses had been much more dangerous. Neither could they be eliminated by the, surprisingly small, Colombian army of about 60,000. They seemed a permanent part of a landscape in which groups of armed men belong just as naturally as rivers. But while army and guerrillas fought each other to a sort of draw in various rural zones, the social and political problems of which guerrillas were one symptom became steadily more explosive. The only explosion envisaged by both guerrillas and army, cheered on by the U.S. Army which had trained so many of its officers, was a communist revolution. But, as other Colombians know better than anyone else, there are more dangerous, because unfocused and negative, forms of social explosion. Belisario Betancur, 1982-6, was the first president to recognize that the solution of Colombia's problems required major changes in Colombian affairs, and, as a precondition, an end to the endemic and pointless state of sub-civil war. He set out to achieve this against military resistance from both sides. A civilized Catholic intellectual, a maverick conservative appealing deliberately to the growing body of his countrymen who no longer identify by blood with one of the two parties, he set out to open a new era in Colombian history. He achieved a peak of public success in 1984 when he fired a military minister and was thus able to sign a truce with all major guerrilla groups except the ultras of the ELN. By the end of his presidency, however, most of his initiatives seemed to be crumbling and his administration to be foundering in blood. All the guerrillas, except the FARC, were once again fighting. The U.S. had wrecked the possibilities for peace in Central America, the Cartagena front of the Latin American debtor states, another of Baedeker's favorite initiatives, proved to be only a brief headline story. While the drug mafia killed his Minister of Justice, one of 57 judges assassinated during his term of office. The M19's seizure of the Supreme Court, a publicity coup gone wrong, ended in the massacre of 100 people, mostly judges and other civilians, discrediting army, guerrillas and the president himself. Nevertheless, Baedeker may still have opened a new era in Colombia. The country, long the most solid and loyal backer of U.S. world policy, has shifted into non-alignment for the first time. Virgilio Barco, the new president, is a liberal who overwhelmed an ultra-right-wing conservative contender. He deliberately maintains Baedeker's policies, even though the conservatives are now a non-cooperating opposition. The FARC still maintains the truce and has turned from guns to votes with more success than expected, through the new left-wing party it formed, the Patriotic Union, UP. Paradoxically, for a movement sponsored by the Party of the Proletariat, its strength is overwhelmingly rural. It is probably the first peasant party in Colombian history. Conversely, its strength in the big cities is absurdly low, though larger than in the past, 44,000 among the 4 million residents of Bogotá, 34,000 among the 2.5 million of Medellín. President Barco is entirely committed to recognizing the new political pluralism, and especially the right of the Patriotic Union to state and municipal office. Under a quiet but explosive piece of democratic reform, mayors, who are now appointed by the regional governors, are soon to be actually elected. This and other recent reforms are undramatic but really quite major changes in Colombian politics. Asterisk. These changes and the uncertainties about the future, not to mention the period of transition between presidencies, have produced a mood of tension, fear, and dark expectations, stimulated by a sharp rise in political homicide and, more worrying because more novel, in disappearances. It is impossible to say whether non-political killings, poorly covered by the press, are increasing, but there is no reason to suppose that the cocaine industry, which has got past the stage of literal, cutthroat competition, has need of much murder, except of judges who might apply the 1979 extradition treaty with the U.S. Wild frontiers of free competition such as illicit emerald mining are more lethal, some 300 corpses so far in 1986, but they always are. 3 The real growth sector is right-wing terror. This takes the form of threats against and murders of labor leaders and activists of the UP, who during September 1986 were falling at the rate of about 1 a day, an apparent rise in the rate of attacks on the left, which is said to have lost about 300 during the last 2 years of the Baedeker era. Even more sinister are unknown death squads which, in defense of morality and social order, have taken to making weekend forays through cities like Cali and Medellín, killing antisocial elements such as petty criminals, homosexuals, prostitutes or just plain beggars and bums indiscriminately. The 1986 figures for these massacres in Cali, Colombia's third-largest city, speak for themselves: 80 dead in January, 82 in February, 84 in March, 91 in April, 98 in May, 114 in June, 100 in July, 102 in August, and 79 in the first 18 days of September. The total for 1985 was 763, 4. The systematic nationwide campaign of assassination against left-wing leaders, especially those elected to office, suggests some coordination, but nobody has been able to come up with hard evidence of this. On the other hand, nobody doubts that local army commanders and police forces are in close touch with paramilitary forces and death squads, which enjoy the enthusiastic support of local landowners, who include many ex-officers, and industrialists, not to mention the sort of radical right that draws no sharp lines between muggers, frequenters of gay bars, union organizers, and the communist world conspiracy. It is also claimed, mainly in army quarters, that ultra-left guerrillas are responsible for such attacks. Whoever they are, whoever organizes them, and whatever exactly the number of the disappeared to date, the central fact about death squads and paramilitaries is that nobody, least of all persons associated with the armed forces, has been arrested, prosecuted, let alone convicted. Point 5 As a well-informed journalist put it to me, the only national coordination which has been clearly established consists in the decision not to do anything about these killings. The extreme caution with which even brave politicians in a country with a long tradition of civilian supremacy treat the armed establishment is much the most worrying symptom of Colombia's present state. Why should there be a wild rightist backlash? On its face, the immediate situation hardly calls for hysteria. The economy is expected to grow. The poor are no poorer than usual, and take as much pride as ever in being able to stand anything, having recently discovered the kind of popular heroes whose characteristic is toughness to the limits of the unendurable, namely mountain cyclists. Colombians, thanks to their heroes' participation in the Tour de France, now know more Alpine than Andean geography. On any reckoning, the guerrilla situation is better. The 6,000 or so in arms under the FARC doggedly maintain the truce against considerable provocation. They freely invite journalists to their remote headquarters, with excellent results for the image of their hard-bitten elderly chieftain, the legendary Manuel Marulanda, surrounded by equally tough men whose very noms de guerre are a reminder of the hopes of their youth, Timochenko, Ivan, Fidel Labrador. Point 6 The right complains that public media like television should not give publicity to rebels, but rational politicians must welcome this exchange of ambushes for photo opportunities. In any case, the most likely future for the UP, as for the pre-1914 socialist parties in European parliamentary countries, is not the revolutionary seizure of power, but a radical farmer-labor party with a solid base in the frontier territories, which gives it the chance to negotiate deals with the liberals or, with luck, to hold a political balance in their favor. As for the 1,000 or so guerrillas, no estimate runs as high as 2,000, who are still or once again fighting, now united in the so-called National Guerrilla Coordination. Their political bankruptcy has been underlined by the FARC's success in seizing its political opportunities. Their strategic bankruptcy is shown by the fission of various groups, by the M19's loss of virtually all its top leaders in the desperate recent coups, and by the Cambodian-style activities of the Ricardo Franco Group, an anti-truce student breakaway from the FARC, which massacred 160 of its own members, in fact, most of them, as traitors and police infiltrators. It is hard to believe that in 1984 the guerrillas, according to unpublished opinion polls, enjoyed a 75% favorable rating, and the M19 were the darlings of the middle class. The chief admirers are now found in the shanty towns and slums where brave children dream of becoming heroes. If there is any strategy behind the wild guerrilla lunges of recent months, it is probably to raise insurrection in these areas, which the military could only control by indiscriminate bombing. At bottom, the M19 calculations were always those of stimulating a potentially insurrectionary situation into actual revolution by some dramatic military operation. Point 7 This is no more likely to happen now than when the army was fighting 4 times as many guerrillas. Militarily, the guerrillas could not win then, and they can't win now, however satisfactory it was for them to prove that the army couldn't win either. Why, then, the nervousness of the right? Perhaps it is because the disintegration of party system and state, except for the army, has once again shifted the center of gravity from the capital to the regions, where various tense local situations do not look any better because the national situation is calm, and because those who feel threatened today are not so much the old oligarchic families who have stood off worse challenges without losing their cool, or the really super rich, but medium-sized estate owners, entrepreneurs and politicos, on their way up. These people feel abandoned, as the guerrillas, fighting or non-fighting, remain in arms in the countryside, and as they themselves cross the red lights in their locked cars in the empty nighttime streets of Bogotá or Cali, for fear that their throats will be cut if they stop. The presidents of the Chamber of Commerce, of the Rotary Club, Kiwanis and Lions Clubs, and the Association of Accountants, to cite some of the signers of an embittered anti-FARC manifesto from an outlying department 8 for these the only good subversives and antisocials may well be dead ones, and in Colombia there are plenty of men and even a few women who can be hired to kill if the price is right. Under the circumstances, the most optimistic judgments one is likely to hear in Colombia are that nothing much is going to change. The more pessimistic range from an Argentinization of the country to its Salvadorization, military terror or civil war. Or perhaps the extension of what is already the case in Cali or Medellin, a 3- or 4-way chaos of violence by official forces, vigilante gangs, guerrilla supporters and plain criminals. Probably the darker of these are too gloomy. Colombia has an encouragingly long record of violent immobility. But President Barco is taking over in a distinctly worried country. Where, in all this, do Colombians see the drug traffic? It depends from where you look at it. From the point of view of the frontier peasants, about whom much the most original book on the subject has been written by 3 unassuming researchers from the National University, Jaime Jaramillo, Leonidas Mora, and Fernando Cubides, colonization, coca y guerrilla. Coca is in the first place a speculative but uncertain crop that has no competition as a profit maker, or for the wages one can earn picking it. Costs rise, mainly because the soldiers who are there nominally to fight the FARC, which acts as the local government, keep raising their demands for payoffs to ever more Andean heights, and in the early 80s the price slumped. Fortunately for the coca growers, the national government gave the narco traffic a hard time after 1984, so prices are again high and stable. On the frontier the problem of a drug mafia does not exist, since anyone engaged in any business in those parts does so on terms acceptable to local authority. The real problem is that of the social disorganization which any backwoods bonanza brings, the children dropping out of school to earn unheard of sums like $5 or $10 a day, the tough single men joining the coca rush from everywhere, for whose benefit townships of 500 huts fill with 400 prostitutes and the kinds of disorder familiar to every fictional sheriff. Perhaps most serious of all is the erosion of the simple pioneer values which both settlers and guerrillas lived by. Who will ever again believe that the good life is a patch of cleared land in the forest, a hunting dog, and a bit of yucca and bananas? Seen from a higher observation post, the narco traffic is considerably more alarming, though not, so far, because of addiction, about which Colombians remain cool. Nobody has made headlines of the fact that over the past 6 months the Bogotá police have seized precisely 500 grams of cocaine, as much as there is in this building right now, or in any other office of this size, to quote an informant in Bogotá. The real worry is the universal corruption spread by an industry that now provides Colombia with more export earnings than coffee 9 and, because the numbers of people involved are so small, produces by far the richest men in the country. Since new money and new art go together, its purchases are also said to have transformed the local market for contemporary painting. Corruption of the judges, faced with the choice of becoming rich or dead. Corruption of the army, up to the level of some generals, as honest officers will bitterly admit, for nothing is more useful to the narcotrafico than the armed forces system of road and air transportation. Corruption, obviously, of the police and, less obviously, of the guerrillas. Paradoxically, the only part of Colombian life that has refused to make room for the drug barons is politics. During the Turbe presidency, 1978–82, there were signs that the drug barons, desperately keen to join the old establishment, were moving into national politics, but while candidates still take money where they find it, known representatives of the industry are kept out. The national life is so permeated by this corruption that the legalization of the drug trade is widely and seriously suggested as the only way to eliminate the super profits and the incentive to graft. Cocaine is seen as just one more crop in the history of tropical countries producing such crops, from sugar to tobacco through coffee. Exporting it is a business like any other, and in this instance one that exists simply because the US insists on snorting or smoking the stuff in ever more astronomical quantities. Left to themselves and the principles of Adam Smith, the consortia of Medellin investors would no more see themselves as criminals than did the Dutch or English venturers into the Indies trade, including opium, who organized their speculative cargoes in much the same way. The trade rightly resents being called a mafia. It is quite unlike the Italian or Italo-American mafias either structurally or sociologically. It is basically an ordinary business that has been criminalized, as Colombians see it, by a US which cannot manage its own affairs. On 2 occasions during the past 2 years, the biggest names in the trade have offered to pay the country's national debt and retire from cocaine in return for amnesty and legitimacy. Some of the biggest operators, in any case, are by now out of trading and into cargo insurance. And if cocaine were as legal as coffee, with which, by the way, drug traders have business connections, the next generation of operators would not make their pile as the first ones did. And in any case, it is a note often heard, if the gringos were as serious about the drug danger as they claim, why don't they dose the Mendocino County marijuana fields with paraquat as they do in Guajira and send troops through Georgia as they do in Bolivia? President Barco spoke for virtually all Colombians, including those solidly in favor of U.S. foreign policy, when he announced that under no conceivable circumstances would U.S. troops be allowed on Colombian soil. However, drugs are not uppermost in most Colombians' minds. They are quite prepared to leave the more lurid aspects of the subject to foreign authors like Charles Nicholl in The Fruit Palace, London, 1986, an old-fashioned Fleet Street exposé pretending to be a Rolling Stone rhapsody. They have more troubling things to think about, as President Barco passes his first 100 days, than an odyssey through Colombia's cocaine underworld. And if we were in their shoes, so would we. November 1986. 30. Nationalism and nationality in Latin America. Nationalism is a topic of urgent academic interest in many parts of the world, because it is also a subject of urgent political interest. This essay deals with a part of the world which, in both respects, is somewhat anomalous, Latin America. This is strange, at first sight, since it has been seriously suggested by Benedict Anderson in Imagined Communities that the real global pioneers of modern nationalism were the Creole cities of 18th-century Spanish America. Yet the nationalism of elite minorities should not be confused with nationalism which possesses or develops a mass basis among the people in the form of national consciousness or an attachment to the symbols and institutions of nationhood, although there may be historical links between the two. Still less must it be identified with the characteristic ethnic/religious or otherwise exclusivist forms of national consciousness. In both these respects Latin America developed late. Indeed, it has remained largely immune to modern ethnic cultural nationalism to this day. Let me pass briefly over the colonial and early independence period. Tension between colonists and the metropolis and its inhabitants were growing, as was the demand for settler autonomy in the later 18th century, in the Spanish as in the British empires. It is not impossible to detect potentially nationalist elements in some spokesmen for Creole elite autonomy, particularly where it was possible, as in New Spain, to elaborate the myth that the local Creoles and mestizos represented, in some sense, a non-Hispanic and autochthonous tradition, though of course a Christianized one, namely a continuity with the pre-Columbian empires. The strongly Aztec flavor of modern Mexican nationalism is the result of this Creole invention of tradition in the 17th and 18th centuries. Yet this potential nationalism was limited by the Creoles' acute distrust of the American masses, and fear of their social revolutions which were dramatically exemplified by Tupac Amaru in the 1780s and Toussaint Louverture in the 1790s. Indeed, as Anderson shows, Creole nationalism was largely directed against the apparently pro-indigenous policy of the Spanish crown, and Latin American independence was held at bay by the support of the indigenous communities for Spanish colonial power. Moreover, the real ideology of emancipation, in Latin as in British America, was that of the Enlightenment, for which the nation was in no sense a Herderian or sociological and cultural concept. In throwing off its chains and choosing liberty, the people constituted itself the nation, irrespective of its prior composition. A nation, according to the Abbé Sieyès, was simply the totality of individuals, united, living under a common law, and represented by the same legislative assembly. In the classical cases of the USA and France, it had no other limits. The nation was an open invitation to join it. In any case, the decision to rebel against Spain did not necessarily imply a rejection of Spanishness. But this brings me to a crucial question about Latin American, or at least Spanish American independence. The separation of Portugal from Brazil was quite different. Why did a North American nation undoubtedly emerge very rapidly between the declaration of 1776, which was that of 13 separate if allied colonies, and the end of the century, whereas nothing of the kind happened in Spanish America? Is it enough to say that the Spanish Empire was so vast and heterogeneous that unanimous and coordinated rebellion like that of the 13 colonies was impossible? Is it enough to point out that important areas within the empire were against independence, an opposition far more effective than any in the future USA? Is it enough to remind ourselves that the white population of the 13 colonies, modest though it was in 1790, somewhat under 4 million, was almost certainly larger, absolutely, and far larger relatively, than the total white population in the entire area between California and Cape Horn? This has been estimated at less than 3.5 million at the end of the colonial period, 1825. Moreover, it should not be forgotten that the chief Latin American cities were much larger than their U.S. equivalents. At the time of the first U.S. Census, 1790, no North American city was larger than 42,000, Philadelphia, whereas Mexico City was on the way to 120,000, Lima to 53,000, and even Caracas was approaching 40,000.1. But independence brought the political decline of the Latin American urban elite and the rise of the rural landed proprietors and their soldiery. Hence, it might be argued, the natural constituency of the political nation in Spanish America was weakened, for in an independence dominated by hacendados local and regional interests were more likely to prevail. All this is true. Nevertheless, it remains a fact that in the 13 colonies the idea of a separate nation constituted by the totality of their, white and free, inhabitants was already part of consciousness even before the Declaration of Independence, perhaps more among the common people than among the elite, and the sense of unity among them was undeniable. It is difficult to detect such a sense in Latin America except in Brazil, where the totality of the Portuguese Empire seceded as a single state. As we know, even the attempts to form greater regional units, Gran Colombia etc., failed. It follows that the Latin, or at least the Spanish, American states which emerged from the wars of independence were not nations or nation-states in any realistic sense, nor were they the results of movements of national liberation. In a large part of the area even the colonial administrative divisions, which were to provide, as in post-colonial Africa, so much of the framework for the new states, were comparatively new. They were the products of colonial reorganization by the Spanish monarchy in the 18th, sometimes the late 18th, century. Within each of these countries, with the probable exception of Chile, singled out for successful national existence by Bolívar himself, local and regional rivalries were far more obvious than what even their elites had in common. Hence the persistent history of civil or intra-regional wars in the early decades of independence, even in geographically coherent zones like the La Plata Basin. Hence also the persistent tendency for Latin American states to form official or unofficial federations, until central state power began to establish serious control over the state's territory, mainly in the course of the 20th century. De facto, not even the elites of the new states had much homogeneity or perspective. They lived in states whose very names were often post-independence inventions. They were national only insofar as the institutions of these new states, and particularly their nominally liberal representative constitution, provided them with a national stage on which to act out their combinations and conflicts. Perhaps the only bodies with a genuine interest in these states as national units were the armies that established them or whose caudillos seized power in them. Once the existence of a new state was no longer in question, and regional secession was excluded from its politics, after 1830 it occurred only occasionally and under outside influence, as in Acre or Panama. The armies, however frequently their chieftains changed, were virtually the only institutions identified with the entire territory of the Republic. The power to which any caudillo aspired was national. Considering how rarely soldiers of one American republic have shed the blood of soldiers of another country in the last 150 years, with the notable exceptions of the War of the Triple Alliance, 1864–70, the War of the Pacific, 1879–84, and the Chaco War, 1932–5, military glory plays an altogether disproportionate role in the national myths of South America. We can, by common consent, eliminate the common people as vectors of the new national consciousness, with the exception perhaps of Paraguay and of Artigas Uruguay, where independence was won and defended less against the old colonial power than against Buenos Aires and Brazil. Something like a genuine popular consciousness certainly developed in parts of Mexico around the Virgin of Guadalupe, successor to the pre-Columbian divinity Tonantzin. Men rose under her banner in the days of Hidalgo and Morelos. However, while Guadalupismo has undoubtedly merged with national consciousness among the Mexican masses, the Black Virgin in the days of Hidalgo was less a symbol of nationality than the patroness and protectress of the poor, who were or are national only because they are Mexican poor. Andean popular ideology, in the form of Inca millennialism, well analyzed by A. Flores Galindo in Buscando un Inca. Identidad y Utopia en los Andes, 1986, had no connection at all with the new republics until the 1920s. Nor is there any reason why we should expect the common people to have had much interest in the nation or even any concept of it. The makers of national ideology in their states were either not interested in the bulk of the continent's inhabitants or, more likely, considered them as the main obstacle to national or any other progress. Antonio Candido has perceptively compared Domingo Faustino Sarmiento, struggling against the backwoods tyranny of Rosas in Argentina, with Euclides de Cunha, trying to come to terms, some 60 years later, with the phenomenon of the inhabitants of the Bahia Sertão in Brazil. The subtitle of Sarmiento's Facundo, 1845, Civilization o Barbari, could equally well be the subtitle of de Cunha's Os Sertos, 1902.2. On the one hand, there was, to quote the Argentinian Esteban Echeverria, 1829, the principle of progress, free association, and liberty, represented for Sarmiento by the cities; on the other, the antisocial anarchic principle of the status quo, ignorance, and tyranny, represented by the countryside. And the city, in Sarmiento's day, though no longer in de Cunha's, was not only a minority, but politically marginalized. In short, progressives required to generate a national sentiment to replace the ancient, and powerful, collectivities and corporations, local, occupational, religious, ethnic, etc., which were such patient obstacles to progress. But this implied a frontal attack against everything the mass of the common people of Latin America held dear. No wonder local elites were attracted by an international ideology like Contism, ideally suited to the situation of a determined modernizing elite with state power, confronted by the mass of immobile and hostile popular forces. Brazil's national ideology became Comtean and, but for the revolution, perhaps Mexico's might also have become so. The despair about whether these masses could ever be got to move was such that, as we know, many of the believers in progress saw mass immigration by superior races, i.e. Europeans, and the marginalization of Indians and Negroes, or even the local Creoles corrupted by the surrounding barbarism, as the only solution. Only Mexico showed no enthusiasm for it, since the influx of gringos was understandably associated with the transfer of large parts of 19th-century Mexico to the USA. However, in other respects their economic and cultural impact was welcomed, as was that of the British. 19th-century progressivism and middle-class nationalism were not directed against foreign imperialism. Their ready welcome for foreign enterprise and immigration was entirely compatible with their kind of nationalism. There is no reason to doubt that the Chilean political ruling class felt and feels itself to be Chilean, even though virtually all of its members whose names come to mind, except for some of the omnipresent Basques, have names of patently foreign origin: Edwards, Pinochet, Free, Allende Gossens, Alessandri, Marmaduke Grove, Foxley, etc. On the other hand, this nationalism excluded the appeal to what might be called ethnic or historic populist nationalism. Let us recall Martín Fierro in José Hernández's Gaucho epic poem of that name, who sang, "The gaucho just has to grin and bear it, until death comes to swallow him up. Or we get a Criollo chap to rule this land in the gaucho way." 3. This sentiment of provincial resentment was what a new phase of nationalism under Perón learned to mobilize so successfully: the hostility of the real Argentina against both the porteños of Buenos Aires and the foreigners. In fact, the reality of Peronism was quite different. In Perón's army more than half the generals were sons of immigrants, indicating a readiness to assimilate and a speed of assimilation without parallel in the world outside Latin America. So, until the 20th century, we have roughly two phases of Latin American nationalism: the post-independence phase when, in spite of French revolutionary rhetoric and military flag-waving, it was not very significant, and the era when it virtually coincided with anti-traditionalism. The nation was identified with progress, i.e. economic development and the establishment of effective state power over the whole national territory. Only those committed to progress, or who at least accepted it, could be seen as the true members of the nation. The third phase begins essentially with the Mexican Revolution and the echoes of the Russian Revolution. It was characterized not only by the active and positive participation of popular movements in their country's politics on a national scale, but also by the recognition, among intellectuals and politicians, that the nation consisted of the people, all the people except perhaps the Indians of the Selva. 3 examples may illustrate this. The first is the student movement which, beginning in Córdoba, Argentina, in 1918, spread rapidly across Latin America to Peru, Uruguay, Chile, Colombia, Venezuela, Mexico, and Cuba, and clearly inspired new populist democratic and nationalist movements like the Future Opera in Peru, and perhaps the Future PRI in Mexico, MNR in Bolivia, Acción Democrática in Venezuela, and others. These movements were nationalist in the sense of being, for the first time, fundamentally anti-imperialist and establishing the people as the basic objective of intellectuals' political action. The second example is the Peru of the 1920s, in which indigenismo, i.e. the recognition that Indians constitute the core of the Peruvian people, became central to Peruvian national consciousness. This found expression not only through oppositional intellectuals like María Tegui and Haya de la Torre, but even in official government politics under Leguía, Prado, and Sánchez Cerro. The third example is Brazil after 1930. The 3 books of that decade which formed the modern intellectuals' concept of Brazil and Brazilianness were surely Gilberto Freire's Casa Grande e Centela, Sergio Buarque de Holanda's Raízes do Brasil, and Caio Prado's Formação do Brasil Contemporâneo. What all 3 have in common is a denunciation of race prejudice, an integration of the Indian, the Negro and the descendants of miscegenation into the nation hitherto identified primarily with native or immigrant whites. In short, what they had in common was the extension of the concept of the nation to the masses of its inhabitants. What made this extension easier than before, at least for revolutionary intellectuals, was that the masses themselves now seemed ready for revolutionary action, and it was taken for granted that revolution aimed at creating precisely that society devoted to science, progress, and enlightenment, in which the masses had hitherto shown so little interest. Haya de la Torre was at least as passionate a modernizer as Sarmiento, and so was María Tegui. The Andean peasant awaits a Lenin, wrote Luis Eduardo Valcárcel, the Peruvian historian and anthropologist. 4 The Mexican Revolution had proved that he could at least produce a Zapata and a Villa. Moreover, however misleading the assumption that all the rural masses were only waiting for their Lenin, it was henceforth undeniable that some important sections of them could be mobilized by the left. In any case, mass movements of the left could now come into existence not only, as in the Cono Sur, among the largely immigrant working classes, but also, as in Peru, among the non-white proletariat. Opera became a mass party of labor, even if its impact on the Indian heartlands was only marginal. From the Mexican Revolution on, all national ideologies in the Americas included the masses. But let us not overlook the other aspect of the new nationalism, its anti-imperialism or xenophobia. It made the novel assumption that the major task of the nation, namely modernization through economic development, had to be carried out against Europe and the USA, and not essentially through foreign investment, primary exports, and symbiosis with foreign enterprise in general. For obvious reasons, anti-imperialist nationalism, though it had existed earlier, particularly in the regions exposed to Washington's gunboat diplomacy, came into its own with the World Depression. We are not talking simply of a new popular nationalist consciousness, which readily took the form of a simple hatred of foreigners or outsiders, as in Mexico, where it apparently led to a rise in the murder of foreigners, curiously enough, Orientals and Turcos rather than Gringos, which at least one author, F.C. Turner, The Dynamics of Mexican Nationalism, 1968, has used as an actual index of the development of popular nationalism. I am thinking rather of the kinds of desenvolvista/desarrollista ideology which we find in Brazil among writers like Helio Jaguaribe, who did not disclaim the label of national bourgeoisie. For such people the nation was, as in 19th-century European thought, a unit of economic development, based on the existence of a continuous territory that stimulates economic integration, which takes place all the more readily in proportion to its already existing cultural unity. However, the fact that Brazil had developed as a dependent, primary exporting economy of Europe, stood in the way of such integration. Until recently, Jaguaribe argued in O Nacionalismo na Atualidade Brasileira, 1958, this had deprived Brazil both of the conditions and the incentives to achieve it. However, what had recently developed was a cultural nationalism, linked to the modernist movement in the arts and other innovatory currents, followed by an economic nationalism, demanding state development of mineral resources, and a political nationalism identified with democracy, social justice, and the strengthening of both central and local power against the power of the states. Developmentalist, anti-imperialist, i.e. anti-us, popular and concerned with the condition of the mass of the people, and politically leaning to the left, such has been the main current of Latin American nationalism since the 1930s. During that decade it looked for a moment as if a right-wing current, inspired by European fascism, might compete with it, but the end of Hitler and Mussolini eliminated this alternative. In any case, the social bases of these fascist-modeled movements in Latin America were often quite different from those of the European originals. The major antagonist of this progressive nationalist current today is, once again, desarrollismo through economic neoliberalism, whether under civilian or military auspices. At present the national bourgeois tendency, desarrollista state capitalism and socialist tendencies are in retreat, although these ideologies are probably still stronger in Latin America than in any other global region. Two other questions may be raised in conclusion. What has happened to mass national consciousness and what is the prospect for Latin American nationalism in the current world revival of nationalist tendencies? When did the mass of ordinary Mexicans come to see themselves as Mexicans, or Hondurans as Hondurans? These are no easy questions. It is not enough for men and women to be counted or registered or taxed by a government to feel a primary, or any, identification with the country which that government claims to represent. If they enjoy citizen rights, e.g. in a system of democratic politics, they are more likely to identify with their country, especially if democratic pressures bring about social reforms or other advantages which plainly benefit them. We can almost certainly assume a national consciousness in Uruguay since Batlle, in Argentina since Sines Pena. Again, large bodies of immigrants, treated as members of a particular nation abroad, will develop a national consciousness even if it is absent at home. Equally, if people are mobilized by a force that preaches nationalism, they will identify with the nation through it. All Apeiristas will be aware of their Peruinidad, all Peronists are likely to feel strongly Argentinian. However, it has been suggested that, in Latin America at least, the identification with the nation through admiration for a person who stands for the nation is more important than other forms of political identification. There is not much doubt that Getulio Vargas inspired more poor Brazilians to feel Brazilian than anyone before or since. To this extent the ancient tradition of caudillismo has sometimes led towards the modern concept of nationalism, as caudillos have mutated into revolutionary or populist leaders, even such unpromising candidates as the generals Adria, Peru, and Rojas Pinilla, Colombia. Nonetheless, the most decisive force for creating national consciousness was undoubtedly the development of modern mass culture, especially as reinforced by technology. Since the inception of the World Cup, it is absolutely certain that every inhabitant of a country within reach of a radio or TV set, and who has not been since the 1960s, has developed one form of patriotism, at least if the country possesses a serious football team. The World Cup dates back to 1930 when, as everyone should know, Uruguay beat Argentina in the final. Indeed, Latin America is no doubt the only continent in which football partisanship has led to, or at least contributed to, actual war, in the soccer war of 1969 between El Salvador and Honduras. The development of radio has been equally crucial, more than that of TV, because it has made certain kinds of music, or even certain tunes, and we are not talking about national anthems, into generally understood symbols of their countries, both inside and outside their frontiers, and because it has brought news of national affairs into remote areas and within reach of illiterates. Unlike print culture, the new high-tech oral and visual culture knows no educational limits. Moreover, the very spread of literacy, i.e. of schooling, inevitably generates some national consciousness, since so much of school everywhere is devoted to inculcating it. A comparison of two Peruvian department studies by Howard Handelman illustrates this. Even 25 years ago only 8% of the adults in the Cusco communities had radios, less than 30% of children went to school, adult literacy was below 20% and only 13% traveled to nearby cities. However, in Junin more than half of the children went to school, 45% of adults had radios and 30% were literate. In 60% of the communities all Oregon most members could speak Spanish, whereas in Cusco the majority of the people spoke no Spanish, and there were virtually no bilingual communities. 5 Without pursuing too far Karl Deutsch's thesis of nationalism as a function of communication, we should expect rural politics in Junin to be far more national, and this is indeed the case. As early as 1930 in the militant community of Huaysicancha, rightly described by Gavin Smith as a particularly remote settlement, discussions about the national political situation were now part of daily village discourse. 6 Yet we must never forget that even the consciousness that their struggle had a national dimension does not mean that Peru as such loomed large in the minds of the Huaysicanchinos, compared to their really important problem, the conflict over land with the neighboring Hacienda Tucli. However, by the 1960s there is no doubt at all that Peruvian flags, the standard symbol of the nation, were universally carried in peasant land invasions, so much so that in one place it was actually reported that peasants were making flags for the purpose of invasions. To the best of my knowledge this has not been so in the preceding bout of agrarian unrest in 1946-8. We cannot but conclude that in the interval there had been a substantial development of some form of national consciousness among the masses, most likely as a byproduct of the massive emigration from the highlands in the 1950s, which intensified the contacts between villagers and the urban world. Probably today very few, even among remote rural men and women in Latin America, lack some sense of national identification with their republic or country of origin, though it is far from clear what, if anything, this means in concrete political terms. One thing, however, is clear. Revolutions that are seen as popular revolutions, governments seen as having genuine popular legitimacy, encourage a positive attachment to the nation, as Amand and Verba's comparison of Italian and Mexican attitudes in 1960 illustrates. 7 Both were then semi-developed states of Catholic background. In Italy only 3% of respondents expressed pride in some political aspect of their nation, but in Mexico 30%. Moreover, almost two-thirds of the Mexican sample said they could name some of the ideals and goals of the Mexican Revolution and did so: democracy, political liberty, equality, agrarian reform and, significantly, national freedom. But what of the future? The current phase of nationalism in other parts of the world has three characteristics. 1. It is strongly ethnic, linguistic and /or religious in its justification. 2. It is largely separatist, insofar as it envisages the breakup of larger states, as in Canada, Spain, or Britain, and 3. It is strongly historicist inasmuch as it uses the past, religious or cultural or political, as a point of reference, and in extreme cases, to define a program for the future, mostly one of territorial expansion, as among the Israeli extremists. One might also say that, 4. It is largely directed against internal enemies, a central government, immigrants, other minorities, etc., rather than against other states. This illustrates the anomaly of Latin America. Linguistically, most of the area has Spanish or Portuguese as the common written language, and while other indigenous idioms are used, and have been increasingly given official recognition, following the example of Guarani in Paraguay, de facto they are not regarded at present as potential alternatives to Spanish and Portuguese even by their speakers. The religious background of all continental states is Catholic, and while both nativist and syncretic cults exist, no country with the probable exception of Haiti regards these as essential to its identity, though it is not inconceivable that this might one day happen in Brazil. The mass immigrations from across the oceans have been extraordinarily well integrated in the areas where they were significant: Argentina, Uruguay, southern Brazil, except perhaps for the large Jewish community in Argentina, both excluded and self-isolating for a generation or two. Curiously enough, the Arab immigrants have been more readily accepted and have advanced to the highest positions in a number of the republics: Menem in Argentina, Maluf in Brazil, Turbay in Colombia, and others in Bolivia, Ecuador, etc. There has been friction here and there arising out of cross-border labor migrations, as between Salvador and Honduras, and more recently Colombia and Venezuela, but on the whole major migratory currents such as those from Bolivia and Paraguay into the La Plata region, do not appear to have caused much trouble, certainly far less than similar migrations in Europe and North America. In any case, ethnic homogeneity, real or imaginary, has not been part of Latin American national consciousness since it belonged entirely to the upper-class Creoles. As for history, it unites rather than divides large parts of the continent, as is indicated by the persistent tendency both among regional intellectuals and outsiders, to treat the continent as a single unit. Even Brazilian intellectuals can be heard to talk about o pensamento latino-americano. Europe has no comparable sense of unity, in spite of Brussels' efforts. A career like Che Guevara's, which took him from Argentina via Mexico and Cuba to Bolivia, is hard to imagine in Europe, if only for linguistic reasons. But not only for linguistic ones. In Fidel's discourse we hear an echo of an earlier all-continental liberator, and it is symbolic that, in the twilight of Fidel's dream, Garcia Marquez should write about the failure and death of Bolívar. 8. Finally, separatism is plainly of negligible significance compared to the Old World, although we cannot exclude the possibility that it might one day develop. Still, while it cannot be overlooked in the island universe of the Caribbean, the rare, and so far temporary examples on the continent, Santa Cruz in Bolivia, Rio Grande do Sul in Brazil, have little to do with nationalism. Perhaps the traditional popularity of federal constitutions, and the sheer weakness and ineffectiveness of central state machinery have left far more scope than in Europe for effective local autonomy. It is impossible to predict future trends. While there is probably more scope for traditional army-based disputes between national armies, as witness the periodic conflicts over ill-defined frontier zones, mainly around the Amazon basin, actual wars between the republics are not very likely. National appeals will no doubt serve in domestic politics to reinforce domestic demagogues and populist leaders, but given the low profile of labor migrations in the area, the pervasive popular xenophobia of Western Europe and North America appears to be lacking. Can we expect the melting pot of Latin American nations to break up into mutually hostile communities on the basis of race, language, or whatever? This is not unthinkable in Andean states with strong indigenous populations, where there is an undoubted substratum of Indian resentment against Creoles and Cholos, as witness the 45% of votes which the non-white, Japanese, candidate Alberto Fujimori, got against the novelist Mario Vargas Llosa, some of them no doubt because El Quinito visibly was not white. Similar tendencies may exist in parts of Mexico. But these are speculations. In most other parts of the world, and certainly in Eurasia, the rise of nationalist movements is an immediate reality. In Latin America it is the subject of conjecture. For the time being, lucky Latin America. 1995. 31. A 40-year relationship with Latin America. When I first went to Latin America in 1962, the continent was in one of its periodic moods of expansive economic confidence, articulated by the Economic Commission for Latin America in the UN, an all-continental brains trust located in Santiago de Chile under an Argentine banker, which recommended a policy of planned, state-sponsored and largely state-owned industrialization and economic growth through import substitution. It seemed to work, at least for giant, inflation-plagued but booming Brazil. This was the time when Juscelino Kubitschek, a president of Czech origin, had launched the conquest of Brazil's vast interior by building a new capital in it, designed largely by the country's most eminent architect, Oscar Niemeyer, a known member of the powerful but illegal Communist Party who, he told me, designed it with Engels in mind. Its main countries were also in one of the continent's occasional phases of constitutional civilian government which was soon to end. However, the caudillo of the old type was already on the way out, at least outside the Caribbean. The regimes of the torturers were to be collectives of faceless and mostly colorless officers. In South America the only country under military dictatorship at that time was the unusually old-fashioned Paraguay under the eternal General Stroessner, a nasty regime, kind to expatriate Nazis, in a disarmingly attractive and charming country, which lived largely by smuggling. Graham Greene's Touching the Honorary Consul is an excellent introduction to it. What was most immediately obvious about South American countries was not so much spectacular economic inequality, which has not ceased to increase since, as the enormous gap between the ruling and intellectual classes with which visiting academics had contact, and the common people. The intellectuals, mostly from comfortable or good, overwhelmingly white, families, were sophisticated, widely traveled, and spoke English and, still, French. As so often in the Third World, to which the Argentines vociferously refused to belong, they formed the thinnest continent-wide social layer. If they were in politics, they almost certainly had a spell as exiles in another Latin American country or a common trip to Castro's Cuba; if academics, a spell as members of some multinational establishment in Santiago, Rio, or Mexico City. Since they were thin on the ground, they knew each other or knew about each other. But the very fact that such people moved in a world equally familiar with Paris, New York and 5 or 6 Latin capitals separated them from the world in which most darker-skinned and less well-connected Latin Americans lived. Outside the already urbanized southern cone, Argentina, Uruguay, and Chile, these people were flooding from the countryside into the shanty towns of the exploding cities, bringing their rural ways with them. Sao Paulo had doubled in size in the 10 years before I got there. They squatted on city hillsides as in the country. They had dug up unoccupied corners of the big estates and built shelters and shacks, eventually to become proper houses, the way it was done in the village, by mutual help of neighbors and kin, rewarded with a party. On the street markets of Sao Paulo, overshadowed by the new high-rise buildings, the masses from the parched hinterlands of the Northeast bought shirts and jeans on installment payments and the cheap illustrated booklets of verse ballads about the great bandits of their region. In Lima, Peru, there were radio stations broadcasting in Quechua to the Indian immigrants from the mountains, now numerous enough to constitute a market, in spite of their poverty. The great writer, folklorist, and Indianist José María Arguedas took me to one of the music halls where, on Sunday mornings, the Highland people came to listen to songs and jokes about down home. Anyone here from Ancash? Let's hear it for the lads and lasses from Huánuco. In 1962 it seemed almost unthinkable that 30 years later I would supervise the son of one of them for a doctorate at the New School in New York. It is an extraordinary experience to have lived with the first generation in recorded history in which a poor boy with an illiterate wife from a Quechua-speaking village in the high Andes could become a unionized hospital driver by picking up the skills of driving a truck and thus open the globe to his children. The people who came to the city were at least visible on the streets. The people in the countryside were doubly remote from the middle classes, including their revolutionaries such as Che Guevara, by geographical and social distance. Even those with the greatest interest in having the closest contacts with them found the differences in lifestyle, not to mention expected living standards, a forbidding obstacle. Few outside experts actually lived among the peasantry, though many had fairly good contacts in the countryside, including, as usual, the omnipresent researchers of various international organizations connected with the United Nations. When I first went to South America, the major peasant story, insofar as there was one, was about the peasant leagues in Brazil, a movement established in 1955 under the leadership of Francisco Julião, a lawyer and local politician from the Northeast, who had attracted the attention of U.S. journalists by expressions of support for Fidel Castro and Mao. I met him 10 years later, a small, sad, disoriented exile from the Brazilian military regime, living under the protection of the dramatic Central European ideologue Ivan Illich in Cuernavaca, Mexico. A few hours at their offices in Rio in late 1962 showed that the movement had little national presence, and that it was clearly already past its peak. On the other hand, the two major South American peasant or rural upheavals which no observer with open eyes could fail to discover within a few days of arriving in their countries were virtually undocumented, and indeed virtually unknown to the outside world at the end of 1962. These were the great peasant movements in highland and frontier Peru and the state of disorganization, civil war, and local anarchy into which Colombia had fallen since the implosion of what had been, in effect, a potential social revolution by spontaneous combustion set off, in 1948, by the assassination of a nationally famous tribune of the people, Jorge Elier Gaitan. And yet, these things were not always utterly remote from the outside world. The vast movement of peasant land occupations was at its height in Cuzco, where even tourists who did not read local newspapers could, when walking around the Inca blocks in the cold thin air of the highland evenings, observe the endless, silent columns of Indian men and women outside the offices of the Peasant Federation. The most dramatic case of a successful peasant revolt at the time, in the valleys of La Convención, occurred downriver from the marvels of Machu Picchu, known to all tourists in South America even then. Only a few dozen kilometers train ride from the great Inca site to the end of the railway line, and a few more hours on the back of a truck took one to the provincial capital, Quillabamba. I wrote one of the first outside accounts of it. One for a historian who kept his eyes open, especially a social historian. Even these first, almost casual impressions were a sudden revelation. How could one not explore this unknown but historically familiar planet? My conversion was completed, a week or two later, among the endless slopes of stalls manned by squat, heavy-braided, bowler hat Aymara peasant women in the enormous street markets of Bolivia. Colombia was a country of whose very existence hardly anyone outside Latin America seemed to be aware. This was my second great discovery. On paper a model of representative two-party constitutional democracy, almost completely immune to military coups and dictatorship, in practice after 1948 it became the killing field of South America. At this period Colombia reached a crude rate of homicide of over 50 per 100,000, although even this pales beside the Colombian zeal for killing at the end of the 20th century. 2. Colombian journalists used the term genocidio, genocide, to describe the small massacres in farm settlements and of bus passengers, 16 dead here, 18 there, 24 somewhere else. Who were the killers and the killed? A spokesman for the War Ministry said no categorical information about the perpetrators could be given, because the districts, veredas, of that zone of Santander were pretty regularly affected by a series of vendettas between the partisans of traditional political affiliations, namely the Liberal and Conservative parties, in one of which, as readers of Garcia Marquez know, every Colombian baby belongs by family and local loyalty. The wave of civil war known as La Violencia that had begun in 1948, long officially ended, had still killed almost 19,000 persons in that quiet year. Colombia was, and continues to be, proof that gradual reform in the framework of liberal democracy is not the only, or even the most plausible, alternative to social and political revolutions, including the ones that fail or are aborted. I discovered a country in which the failure to make a social revolution had made violence the constant, universal, omnipresent core of public life. What exactly the violencia was or had been about was far from clear, although I was lucky enough to arrive just at the time when the first major study of it was coming out, to one of whose authors, my friend the sociologist Orlando Falls Borda, I owe my first introduction to Colombian problems. I might have paid more attention at the time to the fact that the chief student of the violencia was a Catholic Monsignor German Guzman, and that some pioneer research on its social fallout had just been published by a spectacularly handsome young priest from one of the country's founding clans, a great breaker of hearts, it was said, among young women of the oligarchy, Father Camilo Torres. It was not an accident that the Conference of Latin American Bishops, which initiated the socially radical theology of liberation a few years later, was held in the hilly Colombian city of Medellin, then still known for entrepreneurs in textiles and not yet in drugs. I had some conversations with Camilo and, to judge by my notes at the time, took his arguments very seriously, but he was still a long way from the social radicalism that led him 3 years later to join the new Fidelista guerrillas of the Army of the National Liberation, which still survives. Amid the violencia, the Communist Party had formed armed self-defense zones or independent republics, as places of refuge for peasants who wanted or had to stay out of the way of the conservative, or sometimes also the liberal bands of killers. Eventually they became the bases of the formidable guerrilla movement of the FARC, Armed Forces of the Colombian Revolution. The best-known liberated areas of this kind, Tequendama and Sumapaz, were surprisingly close to Bogotá as the crow flies, but, being mountain country, a long and difficult way by horse and mule. Viota, a district of coffee haciendas expropriated by the peasants in the reforming 1930s, and from which the landowners had withdrawn, did not need to fight at all. Even the soldiers kept away, while it ran all its affairs under the eye of the political cadre sent there by the party, a former brewery worker, and sold its coffee peacefully on the world market through the usual traders. The mountains of Sumapaz, frontier terrain for free men and women, were under the rule of a homegrown rural leader, one of those rare peasant talents who escaped the fate patronized by the poet Gray in his famous elegy, that of being some mute inglorious Milton, some Cromwell guiltless of his country's blood. For Juan de la Cruz Varela was far from mute or peaceable. In the course of his varied career as chief of Sumapaz, he was prominent as a liberal, follower of Gaitán, communist, head of his own agrarian movement and revolutionary liberal, but always firmly on the side of the people. Discovered by one of those wonderful village teachers who were the real agents of emancipation for most of the human race in the 19th and 20th centuries, he had become both a reader and practical thinker. He acquired his political education from Victor Hugo's Les Miserables, which he carried with him everywhere, marking the passages which seemed to him particularly apposite to his own or the political situation of the time. He acquired his Marxism, or what there was of it, rather later via the writings of a now forgotten English clerical enthusiast from the USSR, the late Hewlett Johnson, Dean of Canterbury, which he appears to have got from Colombian communists, whose belief in agrarian revolution appealed to him. Long accepted as a person of power and influence, whose region was beyond the reach of government troops, he sat for it in Congress, the first negotiations for an armistice between the Colombian government and the FARC were to be held on the hinterland of his territory. The FARC itself, which was to become the most formidable and long-lasting of the Latin American guerrilla movements, had not yet been founded when I first came to Colombia, although its longtime military leader Pedro Antonio Manuel Marulanda, another homegrown countryman, was already active in the mountains adjoining the old stronghold of communist agitation and self-defense in South Tolima. It was only born when the Colombian government, trying out against the communists the new anti-guerrilla techniques pioneered by the U.S. military experts, drove the fighters out of their stronghold in Marktalia. Several years later, in the mid-80s, I was to spend some days in the birthplace of communist guerrilla activity in the coffee-growing municipio of Chaparral, in the house of my friend Pierre Gilhodes, who had married into the locality. The FARC, stronger than ever, were still in the mountains above the township. Colombia, as I wrote after my return in 1963, was experiencing the greatest armed mobilization of peasants, as guerrillas, brigands, or self-defense groups, in the recent history of the Western Hemisphere, with the possible exception of some periods during the Mexican Revolution. 3 Curiously, this fact was either unnoticed or played down by the contemporary ultra-left in and outside South America, all of whose Guevarist attempts at guerrilla insurrection were spectacular failures, on the ostensible grounds that it was linked to an orthodox communist party, but in fact because those inspired by the Cuban Revolution neither understood nor wanted to understand what actually might move Latin American peasants to take up arms. It was not hard to become a Latin American expert in the early 1960s. Fidel's triumph created enormous interest in the region, which was poorly covered by press and universities outside the USA. I had not intended to take a specialist interest in the region, although I also found myself lecturing and writing about it in the 1960s and early 1970s in the New York Review of Books and elsewhere, and I continued to go there several times in each decade. Nevertheless, I never tried to become or saw myself as a Latin Americanist. As for the biologist Darwin, for me as a historian the revelation of Latin America was not regional but general. It was a laboratory of historical change, mostly different from what might have been expected, a continent made to undermine conventional truths. It was a region where historical evolution occurred at express speed and could actually be observed happening within half a lifetime of a single person, from the first clearing of forests for farm or ranch to the death of the peasantry, from the rise and fall of export crops for the world market to the explosion of giant supercities such as the megalopolis of Sao Paulo, where one could find a mixture of immigrant populations more implausible even than in New York, Japanese and Okinawans, Calabrians, Syrians, Argentine psychoanalysts, and a restaurant proudly labeled Churrasco Típico Norcoreano, typical North Korean barbecue. It was a place where 10 years doubled the size of Mexico City, and transformed the street scene of Cuzco from one dominated by Indians in traditional costume to people wearing modern, cholo, clothes. Inevitably it changed my perspective on the history of the rest of the globe, if only by dissolving the border between the developed and the third worlds, the present and the historic past. It forced one to make sense of what was at first sight implausible. It provided what counterfactual speculations can never do, namely a genuine range of alternative outcomes to historical situations, right-wing chieftains who become the inspiration of labor movements, Argentina, Brazil, fascist ideologists who join with the left-wing miners' union to make a revolution that gives the land to the peasants, Bolivia, the only state in the world that has actually abolished its army, Costa Rica, a single-party state of notorious corruption whose institutional revolutionary party, the PRI, recruits its personnel systematically from the most revolutionary among its university students, Mexico, a region where first-generation immigrants from the Third World can become presidents and Arabs, Turcos, tend to be more successful than Jews. What made this extraordinary continent so much more accessible for Europeans was an unexpected air of familiarity, like the wild strawberries to be found on the path behind Machu Picchu. It was not simply that anyone of my age who knew the Mediterranean could recognize the populations round the limitless dun-colored surface of the River Plate estuary as Italians fed for 2 or 3 generations on huge pieces of beef, and was familiar from Europe with the prevailing Creole values of macho honor, shame, courage, and loyalty to friends, as well as with oligarchic societies. Not until the battles between young elite revolutionaries and military governments in the 1970s was the basic social distinction, so clearly formulated in Graham Greene's Our Man in Havana, abandoned, at least in several countries, namely that between the torturable lower and the non-torturable upper classes. For Europeans, those aspects of the continent most remote from our own experience were embedded in, and interwoven with, institutions familiar to historians, such as the Catholic Church, the Spanish colonial system, or such 19th-century ideologies as utopian socialism and Auguste Comte's religion of humanity. This somehow emphasized, even dramatized, both the peculiarity of their Latin American transmutations and what they had in common with other parts of the world. Latin America was a dream for comparative historians. When I first discovered the continent, it was about to enter the darkest period of its 20th century history, the era of military dictatorship, state terror, and torture. The generals took over in Brazil in 1964, and by the mid-70s the military ruled all over South America, except for the states bordering the Caribbean. The Central American republics, apart from Mexico and Cuba, had been kept safe from democracy by the CIA and the threat or reality of U.S. intervention ever since the 1950s. A diaspora of Latin American political refugees concentrated in the few countries of the hemisphere providing refuge, Mexico and, until 1973, Chile, and scattered across North America and Europe, the Brazilians to France and Britain, the Argentinians to Spain, the Chileans everywhere. Although many Latin American intellectuals continued to visit Cuba, very few actually chose it as their place of exile. Essentially, the era of the guerrillas, to use the Argentine phrase, was the product of a triple encounter. The local ruling oligarchies did not know what to do about the threat from their increasingly mobilized lower orders in town and country and the populist radical politicians who appealed to them with evident success. The young middle class left, inspired by the example of Fidel Castro, thought the continent was ripe for revolution precipitated by armed guerrilla action. And Washington's obsessive fear of communism, confirmed by the Cuban Revolution, was intensified by the international setbacks of the USA in the 70s, the Vietnam defeat, the oil crises, the African revolutions that turned towards the USSR. I found myself involved in these affairs as an intermittent Marxist visitor to the continent, sympathetic to its revolutionaries. After all, unlike in Europe, revolutions were both needed and possible, but critical of much of its ultra-left. Utterly critical of the hopeless Cuba-inspired guerrilla dreams of 1960-7-4, I found myself defending the second best against the criticisms of campus insurrectionaries. I was thinking of the junta of the reformist militarists under General Velasco Alvarado in Peru, 1969-76, who proclaimed the Peruvian Revolution, on which I reported sympathetically but sceptically. 5. It nationalized the country's great haciendas and was also the first Peruvian regime to recognize the mass of Peruvians, the Quechua-speaking Indians from the high Andes now flooding into coast, city, and modernity, as potential citizens. Everyone else in that pitifully poor and helpless country had failed, not least the peasants themselves, whose massive land occupation in 1958-63 had dug the grave of the oligarchy of landowners. They had not known how to bury them. The Peruvian generals acted because nobody else wanted to or could. I am bound to add, they also failed, though their successors have been worse. It was not a popular note to strike, inside or outside Latin America, at a time when the suicidal Guevara dream of bringing about the revolution by the action of small groups in tropical frontier areas was still very much alive. It may help to explain why my appearance before the students of San Marcos University in Lima did not go down at all well. For Maoism in one or other of its numerous subvarieties was the ideology of the sons and daughters of the new Cholo, Hispanist Indian, middle class of highland immigrants, at least until they graduated. But was there not hope in Chile? I had been in Chile in 1971, on a side trip from Peru to report on the first year of the first socialist government democratically elected to everyone's surprise, including Allende's. 6 In spite of my passionate wish that it might succeed, I had not been able to conceal from myself that the odds were against it. Keeping my sympathies entirely out of the transaction, I had put them at 2-1 against. Debates about the Latin American left became academic in the 1970s with the triumph of the torturers, even more academic in the 1980s with the era of Uzbek civil war in Central America and the retreat of army rule in South America, and entirely unrealistic with the decline of the communist parties and the end of the USSR. Probably the only significant attempt at old-style armed guerrilla revolution was the Shining Path, brainchild of a fringe Maoist lecturer at the University of Ayacucho, who had not yet taken to arms when I visited that city in the late 1970s. It demonstrated what the Cuban dreamers of the 1960s had spectacularly failed to show, namely that serious armed politics were possible in the Peruvian countryside, but also, at least to some of us, that this was a cause that ought not to succeed. In fact, it was suppressed by the army in the usual brutal fashion, with the help of those parts of the peasantry whom the Senderistas had antagonized. However, the most formidable and indestructible of the rural guerrillas, the Colombian FARC, flourished and grew, though in that blood-soaked country it had to deal not only with the official forces of the state but with the well-armed gunmen of the drugs industry and the landlord's savage paramilitaries. President Belisario Betancur, 1982-6, a socially minded and civilized conservative intellectual not in the pockets of the USA, at least in conversation he gave me that impression, initiated the policy of negotiating peace with the guerrillas, which has continued at intervals ever since. His intentions were good, and he succeeded in pacifying at least one of the guerrilla movements, the so-called M19, favorite of the intellectuals. Indeed, the FARC itself was prepared to play the constitutional game by creating a patriotic union intended to function as that electoral party of the left which had never quite managed to emerge in the space between the liberals and the conservatives. It had little success in the big cities, and after about 2,500 of its local mayors, councillors, and activists, having laid aside their arms, had been murdered in the countryside, the FARC developed an understandable reluctance to exchange the gun for the ballot box. What has happened to Latin America in the 40 or so years since I landed on its airfields? The expected and in so many countries necessary revolution has not happened, strangled by the indigenous military and the USA, but not least by domestic weakness, division, and incapacity. It will not happen now. None of the political experiments I have watched from near or far since the Cuban Revolution has made much lasting difference. Only two have looked as though they might, but both are too recent for judgment. The first, which must warm the cockles of all old red hearts, is the national rise, since its foundation in 1980, of the Workers' Party, Partido dos Trabalhadores or PT, in Brazil, whose leader and presidential candidate Lula, Luiz Inácio da Silva, is probably the only industrial worker at the head of any labor party anywhere. It is a late example of a classic mass socialist labor party and movement, such as emerged in Europe before 1914. I carry its plaque on my keyring to remind me of ancient and contemporary sympathies, and memories of my times with the PT and with Lula, Luiz Inácio da Silva. The other, more dramatic, landmark was the end in 2000 of Mexico's 70 years of unshakable one-party rule by the PRI, the Institutional Revolutionary Party. Alas, one doubts whether this will produce a better political alternative. So the politics of Latin America remain recognizably what they have long been, as does its cultural life, except for the vast global explosion in higher education in which its republics have shared. On the world economic scene, even when not shaken by the great crises of the past 20 years, Latin America plays only a bit part. Politically, it has remained as far from God and as near to the USA as ever. For half a century journalists and academics have read secular transformations into temporary political trends, but the region remains what it has been for most of a century, full of constitutions and jurists but unstable in its political practice. Historically, its national governments have found it hard to control what happens on their territory, and still do. Its rulers have tried to avoid the logic of electoral democracy among populations which cannot be guaranteed to vote the way their betters would want them to, by a variety of methods ranging from control by local grandees, patronage, general corruption, and occasional demagogic fathers of the people to military rule. All of these still remain available. And yet, during these past 40 years I have observed a society being utterly transformed. The population of Latin America has just about tripled, an essentially agrarian and still largely empty continent has lost most of its peasants, who have moved into giant cities and from Central America to the USA, on a scale comparable only with the Irish and Scandinavian migrations in the 19th century, or even, like the Ecuadorians working on the Andalusian harvests, across the ocean. Emigrant remittances have replaced the great hopes of modernization. Cheap air travel and phone communication have abolished localization. Life patterns I observed in the 1990s were unimagined in 1960, the New York taxi driver from Guayaquil who lived half in the USA and half in Ecuador, where his wife ran a local print shop, the loaded pickup trucks of immigrant Mexicans, legal or clandestine, returning from California or Texas for the holiday to Jalisco or Oaxaca, Los Angeles turning into a town of Central American immigrant politicos and union leaders. True, most Latin Americans remain poor. In fact, in 2001 they were almost certainly relatively poorer than in the early 1960s, even if we set aside the ravages of the economic crises of the past 20 years, for not only has inequality within these countries soared, but the continent itself has lost ground internationally. Brazil may be the 8th economy of the world by the size of its GDP, Mexico the 16th, but per capita they rank respectively 52nd and 60th. In the world's league table of social injustice, Brazil remains at the top. And yet, if one were to ask the Latin American poor to compare their life at the start of the new millennium with their parents', let alone their grandparents', outside a few black spots most would probably say, it is better. But in most countries they might also say, it is more unpredictable and more dangerous. It is not for me to agree or disagree with them. After all, they are the Latin America that I went to look for, and discovered, 40 years ago. 2002. Dates and sources of original publication. 1. Cuban Prospects. New Statesman, October 22, 1960. 2. South American Journey. Extracts from an article published in Labor Monthly, July 1963. 3. Bossa Nova. New Statesman, December 21, 1962. 4. Latin America, the most critical area in the world. The Listener, May 2, 1963. Based on the first of 2 talks for the third program of the BBC. 5. Social Developments in Latin America. The Listener, May 9, 1963. Based on the second of 2 talks for the third program of the BBC. 6. The Revolutionary Situation in Colombia. The World Today, June 1963. Based on a paper given to the Latin American Seminar at the Royal Institute of International Affairs, Chatham House. 7. The Anatomy of Violence in Colombia. New Society, April 11, 1963. Reprinted as La Anatomía de la Violencia en Colombia en Rebeldes Primitivos. Estudio sobre las formas arcaicas de los movimientos sociales en los siglos XIX. Barcelona, Ediciones Ariel, 1968, Critica, 2001, the Spanish edition of Eric's first book Primitive Rebels, 1959. 8. Feudal Elements in the Development of Latin America, paper delivered at a meeting in Poland in homage to Witold Kula. Published in Witold Kula, ed., Między Feudalizmem a Kapitalizmem. Studia Zdzijo, Gospodarczych I Społecznych, Wrocław, Zazud Narodowy imienia Osalinskich, Wydawnictwo, 1976, pages 57 to 74. 9. A Case of Neo-Feudalism, La Convención, Peru. Journal of Latin American Studies, I. 1, May 1969, pages 31 to 50. Based on a paper given at a conference in Rome in April 1968. 10. Peasants as Social Bandits. Extracts from Bandits, 1969 4th Revised Edition, London, Weidenfeld and Nicholson, 2000, pages 20 to 33, 64 to 9, 116 to 19, 162 to 5. 11. Peasant Insurrection. Extracts from an unpublished paper The Motives of Peasant Insurrection. 12. Ideology and Peasant Movements. Extracts from an essay Ideology and Social Change in Colombia published in June Nash, Juan Carrady and Hobart Spalding Jr., eds, Ideology and Social Change in Latin America, New York, Gordon and Breach, 1977, pages 185 to 99. 13. Peasant Land Occupations, The Case of Peru. Extracts from an article published in Past and Present, 62/1, February 1974. Reprinted in Uncommon People, London, Weidenfeld and Nicholson, 1998, Chapter 12, pages 223 to 55. 14. A Peasant Movement in Peru. Essay based on a paper presented at an international conference held in Paris in October 1965. Published as Problems agrariers à la Convention in les Problems agrariers de Amériques Latines, Paris, Editions du Centre National de la Recherche Scientifique, CNRS, 1967, pages 385 to 93. Reprinted as Un Movimiento Campesino en el Perú in Rebeldes Primitivos, Barcelona, Critica, 2001, pages 241 to 61. 15. Peasant Movements in Colombia. Essay written in 1969. Published in Commission Internationale d'Histoire de Mouvements Sociaux et de Structures Sociales, Les Mouvements Paysans dans le Monde Contemporain, 3 vols, Geneva, Librairie Draws, 1976, Volume 3, pages 166 to 86. 16. Peasants and Politics. Extracts from an article published in Journal of Peasant Studies, I. 1, 1973. Reprinted in Uncommon People, London, Weidenfeld and Nicholson, 1998, Chapter 11, pages 205 to 15. 17. Peasants and Rural Migrants in Politics. Extracts from an essay published in Claudio Velez, ed., The Politics of Conformity in Latin America, London, Oxford University Press for the Royal Institute of International Affairs, 1967, pages 43 to 65. 18. The Mexican Revolution. Extract from Chapter 12, Towards Revolution, in the Age of Empire 1875 to 1914, London, Weidenfeld and Nicholson, 1987, pages 286 to 92. 19. The Cuban Revolution and its Aftermath. Extract from Chapter 15, Third World and Revolution, in the Age of Extremes, the Short 20th Century, 1914 to 1991, London, Michael Joseph, 1994, pages 437 to 41. 20. A Hard Man, Che Guevara. New Society, April 4, 1968. Review of Che Guevara, Reminiscences of the Cuban Revolutionary War. 21. Guerrillas in Latin America. Article published in Ralph Miliband and John Saville, eds., The Socialist Register 1970, London, The Merlin Press, 1970, pages 51 to 63. 22. Latin American Guerrillas, A Survey. Review article published in Colin Harding and Christopher Roper, eds., Latin American Review of Books, 1, 1973, pages 79, 88. 23. U.S. Imperialism and Revolution in Latin America Review article, Latin America as U.S. Empire Cracks, New York Review of Books, March 25, 1971. 24. Generals as Revolutionaries. Extracts from an article in New Society, November 20, 1969. 25. What's New in Peru? Review article, New York Review of Books, May 21, 1970. 26. Peru, The Peculiar Revolution. New York Review of Books, December 16, 1971. 27. Chile, Year 1. New York Review of Books, September 23, 1971. 28. The Murder of Chile. New Society, September 20, 1973. 29. Murderous Colombia. New York Review of Books, November 20, 1986. 30. Nationalism and Nationality in Latin America. Essay published in Buddha It Made, Jean Batu and Thomas David, eds, pour un histoire économique et sociale internationale. Mélanges offerts à Paul Baruch, Geneva, Editions Passé Present, 1995, pages 313 to 23. 31. A 40-year relationship with Latin America. Extracts from Chapter 21, Third World, in Interesting Times, A 20th Century Life, London, Allen Lane, 2002, pages 368 to 85.